Disclosure on this one. I totally did pre-watch this one.
Oh, okay.
So I watched it and I was like,
we spent the last.
I don't know. I have no idea. I know the one guy is that one. Isn't that?
Oh my
one,
God, Jesse
that's
Lee
the one
Peterson.
economist, right? The economist that we rip apart because he talked about bricks, and then at the end of the video he says, "So anyway, none of that really mattered, and everything will be fine." And this was a 10-minute video, so I got an ad in. You remember? We had two different bricks videos, and they were exactly the same shit.
Yeah.
That's that guy, right?
Okay. Great.
I think it looks like him. All white people look the same to me.
We spent the last.
All right, let's see.
You know what I'm saying?
No. Russell Brand, Trudeau, Matt Walsh, Michael Knowles, Charlie Kirk, Kamala Harris, Jordan Peterson, AOC, Ben Shapiro, Chunk, Biden, Crowder, random black guy, Musk,
random black guy,
Jesse Lee Peterson. Oh, RFK, some dude with very big ears.
I mean, he'll announce them every time he does them.
Vaush, Trump, Anna.
Also, speed this one up a little. Speed this up to
3 months carefully crafting this. This right here is a tier list of political commentators.
I think this is more just an interesting look at him as a person.
Yeah, okay. Just to see what.
And that's why we're going to cover the other two people, because nobody cares about them. It's about us and stealing their content.
Like, who gives the most insightful political commentary? Who's the funniest? Who's the most
just overall your thoughts about this person?
Okay.
So it should be accuracy, comedy,
everything,
good faith, bad faith, etc. Oh yeah, do you want to pull that closer? You can just pull the computer closer.
There is no horse tier.
Alex Jones. We've got deplorable behavior for Sandy Hook, factually inaccurate, all over the place.
Boo!
All around,
correct. We'll go in. We'll get into that. Also, one of the videos I put in there, I didn't finish watching it, but it was fucking hilarious. I'll show you which one. I'll send it in chat.
Yeah.
I would say he's like a A to S tier in terms of comedy. He gave us the Kanye West interviews with that black hood and the Netanyahu stupid thing. So all in all, I'll put him in a C tier. It's not there. Okay?
Way too low for Alex Jones, honestly.
Yeah. S or A. It has to be. He's so influential. He has to be.
Well, I mean, it's I think he says that he put him low because of Sandy Hook.
Yeah.
Is that Anna Kasparian?
Yes.
Fiery political personality.
This is so
on the Young
funny.
Turks, though. A little bit far left for me. Tries to do her best. I give her props for that. I'll stick her up here on the B tier. Yeah.
What? Tries to do her best.
AOC, progressive, way to the left of me.
Bro,
don't appreciate that. But
tries
she's
to do
doing a
her
lot
best about Anna Kasparian.
That's insane. She's, at least around here, notorious for the lack of effort.
It blows me away.
Lawmaker, it's a congressperson. She's working better in office. Tries to.
I mean, AOC probably should be high too.
Reach out to young people. I can appreciate that.
Except for the podcast, but
well, you know,
one day. AOC, please come on our show.
How many stuff did you have when you tried then?
Many times. We're still
how many subscribers?
Go on their show. Coming out.
100,000. Yeah, something like that.
I mean,
950,000.
Get to 1 million, and then maybe she'll think.
Okay. Yeah. I think a million is good. Yeah.
Please.
Oh yeah. If you want to subscribe, podcast subscribe.
Brigade AOC to get her to come on the show.
I'm trying to rizz up. Alex Jones loved Anna. You can't say the R word.
Yes, you can.
It's a slur now.
It was always a slur.
It's funny. There's this. It's a Destiny clip. I don't know what the full video is from, but it's like people with like severe mental disabilities, and it's like your opinion on the R word, right? And the guy who says like he has a shirt on that says like no R word or something, right? And he goes to the wrong side and starts and it's just he's like, wait, what? He's like pro, he doesn't care. And then he says, I have this shirt because I think that it's an offensive word. And just he's like, he's on the wrong side. And just like how it's cut is so fucking funny.
I would never insult disabled people by calling them that word. However, I will call stupid people that word because they deserve it. I don't know. That's just
Well,
how I use
here's
it.
my take. It's so think about it. It's like certain terms like mean things over certain times, like other terms get outdated, you know?
Yeah.
Like the N-word today isn't the same N-word it was back then.
No, not
you know?
at all. Yeah.
They had different words. Worse words, some would say. You know, I don't know. But
Yeah.
like you know, you see you got the switch in the plane, you know, it's a specific mechanical function, right?
What is? What?
To
Mechanical.
retard. It's a specific
Oh,
mechanical
yeah,
function,
no, it
right?
it literally means too slow or
So
too
yeah, so
uh
because it's an
yeah.
outdated term, like a medical term,
Mm,
eventually it'll swing back around where we'll be using it like that, you know?
yeah.
Like, you know, it's used in a technical term, like their brain technically can't function.
John having the fucked up clip this time. If we're using it in that terms, then destiny would then in fact be retarded.
Okay,
See? Now we've got a full explainer.
let's get through this one.
Thank you for telling me to subscribe to Destiny.
There you
Andrew Yang too.
You should be able to get Yang on now.
No,
right?
Hang
Like,
out,
really?
opener.
Damn. Ben Shapiro, you know, largest right-leaning, I think probably one of the most popular right-leaning people in the United States right now, if not the most.
Here.
Unless Tucker's still beating with older people. You know, but again, massive political disagreement. Tries to be fact-based, but these are my political enemies. Can I really put a political enemy higher than a C tier? I'm not sure.
You could. I think you could if you highly respect them.
No, don't put that on me. Don't put that.
But you put him on the same tier as Alex Jones. Do you really feel that way?
Well, think about it. Okay, Ben Shapiro is more factual than Alex Jones, which he got
Oh my
downgraded heavily
God.
for. But Alex
Doubt. Fucking
Doofus.
Jones is a lot more entertaining than Ben
Well,
Shapiro. Ben Shapiro
hypothetically-
doesn't really have like that hilarious entertainment
hypothetically.
factor, right? Like Alex Jones does.
Number
right?
one chart rap song.
Okay, well, if it was Ben Shapiro and Tom McDonald,
You know what? His review of the Barbie movie was fantastic.
was it?
Yeah.
I might
Hey,
have watched
we have one of those.
No, it was not. We also
We
have
have 3 videos
destroying-
just on Daily Wire Barbie reviews.
They are all excellent because nobody got it. Like I still to this point have never seen a single person bring up what we brought up. Not one. And it's very interesting. But
That's like when
not
you can write
surprising.
specific essays on analysis of films.
Yeah. Which I'm not
I
even
did
good
do
at.
that.
Like,
I did do that in class.
yeah, I always sucked at English. And look at me.
Oh,
with
this wasn't
Jones.
English. It was literally like it's like a
An
history of
essay
like
writing
film.
class.
Yeah, it's like a history of
Ah.
film class. Yeah.
Cool. I wish I did that.
Yeah.
I did science
like
classes.
the big papers, like the midterm and the final
Mm.
paper, are both essays on film.
Okay. So I wish I did that through high school because I did like the they call it the Asian 5 here. It's
You
like
also have to
the,
pick the film from a list.
um
And like it was
really?
cool 'cause
Okay.
some like this one kid, I forgot his name, but like he got Nosferatu, which is like an awesome movie that like everyone should see, and it like changed his life.
Interesting. I think there was one movie that we had to do in English in year 12. It was called On the Waterfront. I hated it. Hated it with a passion.
Yeah, that's
and
not what
never wanted to watch it after the first one ever again.
That's
And
not what
then
it was.
as I went through it, I started to really appreciate it. And it's like one of those movies that I came to grow to enjoy. But yeah, like I wish I did more of the artsy stuff, like the film drama, more English.
Well, that's what
sort of
my
stuff.
degree is in. It's not specifically journalism.
Because I was originally going for engineering because I wanted to be a pilot. So I did like the sciencey.
Got to write a movie for school.
Asian
No,
politics.
but I have written shows for school.
That's cool. So like that's the stuff I wish because that's what I ended up doing in school. I ended up doing communications.
One of the
journalism and
finals in the
shit.
television class, you have to recreate a Seinfeld episode. like shot for
recreate
shot.
it. Really
Mhm.
interesting.
But it's an episode that takes place in like one location.
Right. Makes it easy.
Mhm.
That I don't remember.
Okay, we don't need to influence him.
No, that's fair.
Bernie
He's a-
Sanders, progressive. He tried his best. He got young people energized a little bit, but his whole campaign fell apart. He didn't really
Bro,
do a good job.
come
Picking people who
on.
weren't extreme radicals, and he got crazies like Brianna,
This is
Joy Gray,
they
and
have
everybody else.
Bro,
I'm
come
with Bernie.
on.
He tried. Is that the best president in my entire lifetime in the United States? My God, Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, the HEROES Act, bipartisan infrastructure legislation, pulled us out of Afghanistan, thank God, got us out of the Saudi
Oh my God.
coalition,
Fucking guy.
managed to reduce our troop commitments in places like Syria and Iraq. Is
Oh my
responsible in handling
God.
Ukraine. Oh my God, just what's not to like about this guy? But he's a
Everything, bro. Pretty much everything you
Great
listed
president.
is what not
You
to
know what,
like,
Cenk?
bro.
You know what, Alex
I was like,
Why
oh,
are you
CHIPS
gay?
Act, that's the one. That's the one, right? The CHIPS Act is the one. I say, hey,
Yeah.
the CHIPS Act,
Yeah.
we really needed that. The infrastructure bill, we
Mhm.
really fucking needed that.
Mhm.
As far as funding Ukraine, he doesn't do it.
No.
It's Congress.
Mm-hmm.
He selects from a sheet of weapons that are pre-approved that the Ukrainians
Yeah.
ask for. Like, fuck off.
I might put him down
bro.
here because Alex is a bit funnier.
Also,
but he's on my
Clinton-
political side a little bit more, and he comes on my show.
Clinton literally ended a genocide with Joe Biden's help, right? The budget deficit is like the main thing that he ran on, and he reduced that shit, right? So he was like great for the economy, expanded NATO. Like, if you're gonna be a fucking liberal and say Joe Biden is better than Clinton, like, I don't know what's going on with your politics there. Like, there's so much to like about Clinton in comparison to Biden. Like, I can understand preferring Biden over Obama. I hate Obama, so I do that.
Show, so he gets big points for that. So I'll put him right here for the seat here. Chris is a really good guy. I think he's pretty entertaining. I think I agree with most of the stuff he says. I don't think I've ever heard him disagree.
Did you just notice that he got up and blocked both cameras and then Destiny's? That was funny.
I don't think we've had disagreements before, but also I don't know where he stands
He's
politically.
still
Thank you.
blocking both the other cameras.
I'll put him here on the A tier. He
Who's
seems like
that
a guy.
guy?
I don't think I've ever heard anything bad about him.
I don't know, the other guy.
No,
Yeah,
the
I don't know where.
fucking guy he just ranked, bro.
Ah, Chunk.
Oh, that's Chunk?
The
in the
green
A
guy.
tier. That guy.
Chris is a really good guy. I think he's pretty
Chris?
entertaining. So he gets big points for that. So I'll put him right here for the seat here. Chris is a really good guy. I think he's pretty entertaining. I think I agree with most of the stuff he says. I don't think I've ever heard him disagree. I don't think we've had disagreements before, but also I don't know where he stands politically. Oh, thank you.
There's an AMC and S tier because Alex is just way too funny. There's funnier
I'll put him here on
people. That's the thing. Bro, he's still in front of. We replayed it. That's why. So like, the shit that we dig up and the shit that we find, no other streamers are watching the shit that we pull up. Nobody else is pulling up John Stossel videos and like fucking laughing their ass off at him.
Well, the origin stories of Vaush's horse fantasies. Nobody's pulling that up with 150 views.
They definitely are. Oh, that one podcast. Yeah, that was nuts. That was nuts that somebody fucking just sent that to me.
At 150 views.
Anyway,
it's like one of those hidden gems.
Come on, man.
Crazy.
A tier. He seems like I don't think I've ever heard anything bad about him or seen anything bad about him ever.
No,
yeah,
I don't know where.
Actually, he's kind of suspicious. What? Yeah, good. Yeah, it's my hair blurry. Steven Crowder, F tier.
Great.
Constantly doesn't talk to me. Is mean to his wife on video camera.
That's your reason?
Tried to blow up the Daily Wire, failed miserably.
Bro, mean to his wife. I'm pretty sure he beats her.
Well,
if not, it's emotional.
We don't know. So
no, we don't.
So she specifically only released that video because of his behavior.
Yeah.
To like basically clear herself. The family and the lawyer were very clear that like they're not going to say anything else, and it's not even. That's just the worst. That's not even like the worst of it, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So we don't know exactly, but regardless, it's abuse.
Oh yeah, what we saw on the video is like not only gaslighting, but it's
like, bro, if he
emotional
his pregnant
abuse.
wife, there is no way people accept him after that.
No.
He's gonna have to go hang out with Elijah Schaefer.
Yeah, he's gonna have to move to Australia and hang out with that loser.
Cry about Notre Dame burning.
On that stupid contract shit. What?
I'm just doing this so we have a better face cam because we
Good.
can superimpose the face.
Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, fuck Steven Crowder. Far right, dumb, everything he does.
Just
Who's this guy? I can't see.
Who's that?
Jack?
Don Lemon.
Oh, CNN. I don't have strong feelings. What is CNN? I'll put him on
Bro,
the here.
come on.
Don
Elon
Lemon.
Musk.
D tier. D
Just
tier.
political takes are horrible.
Yep.
It's
He didn't get
Don
unbanned.
Lemon,
No,
bro.
not personally, but I was unbanned from Twitter, so he gets bumped to the D tier for that.
Why were you banned on Twitter?
Oh, it depends on which account you're talking about.
I don't know.
Let's just try and get this.
Like Gavin Newsom.
Yes. Oh, okay, fine.
Cool, thank you.
Who's this guy?
Gavin Newsom.
Oh, Jesus.
We had to
Yeah,
make
it
it
is,
small
okay.
to have it all fit.
I just watched Gavin do a couple debates and speeches. You know,
Yes.
we agree, I think, on some things. I don't know much about the substance of his
No.
debates. I do know that I lived in California, and there were a lot of homeless people and a lot of taxes.
Okay.
And I think those two things should never go together. So, but he was really good on camera. I'll stick him here on the B tier. Okay.
No.
Who's that?
Oh, that's Hasan Piker.
Oh, Hasan Piker.
Oh, it's Hasan.
Supports terrorists,
F.
champagne socialist,
F.
just bad political takes on everything.
Champagne
Can't read more than a
socialist.
Twitter thread. I mean, what is to like? If I can make a
Nothing.
lower tier, I would. Jesse Lee Peterson. He's
F.
funny, but also
F.
perpetually sounds like a stroke victim and has some
F.
crazy
No,
beliefs. I'll
F.
put him down here with
F.
Elon on the D tier. These guys would be good friends in real life, I'm sure. Is that Joe Rogan?
Yes.
Big purveyor of
F.
misinformation, but at least he brings a lot of
F.
people together to talk.
F.
And he's
Oh,
reasonably
bro,
entertaining.
on the
I'll stick him on
level
the C tier, I guess.
With
really on
Bernie
the same tier as Don
Sanders and
Lemon.
Alex Jones
Wild.
and fucking junk.
This is an awful tier list. And we're just about halfway through.
Yeah,
Hold
but
on,
it's fine
hold on,
because
Donna.
the racists still claim him.
You know what? John Oliver, I think he's to the left of me, but I don't really hear him fuck up. Ever. I
All
think last
God,
week,
bro.
tonight,
Talk show
generally pretty good
host.
show. I don't think I've ever heard them.
All talk show hosts. F. All of them.
Oh no, his show's good though. Like they actually do it like it's the HBO one where they actually write a
Yeah,
whole.
yeah.
His last one is really fucking good. The
Mm.
one he just did, it's about it's about these scams and he breaks down how the entire scam works. He
Interesting.
also went after Saudi Arabia hard
He did.
for
That is
signing
true.
people up.
Mm. Still F tier.
Is that John Stossel? Oh, damn it, it's Jordan Peterson. Nobody puts
Listen, I
John
watched their Israel
Stossel on
Palaces.
their tier list.
No.
So, but I thought it was actually pretty good, which says a lot in this environment. So, I'll put him on the A tier. Yeah, for
Just
sure.
talk over
Jordan
it.
Peterson,
Don't
he
pause it.
talked to me, so I get big points for
Yeah.
that. But man, I just feel like he's off the deep end right now with
Jordan
all the crazy stuff he
Peterson?
believes. So I'm gonna put him on the C tier as well. Kamala Harris, I don't know what she does.
F.
She's the vice president. I feel like I've never
F.
seen her ever.
F.
Oh my
I
god.
visited the border once.
Cool.
This guy is
She-
awful.
That's her department.
The vice president is to visit the border over and over again.
I think it was some other title she had.
No.
Charlie Kirk is an idiot.
She does
Annalise-
South America shit,
and
and she
Elizabeth
does that
Warren's
all the
doing
time.
it, so
So
he
she
can go
went
down
to certain countries to
Lex-
close
Lex-
down
Lex-
immigration.
Lex,
Lex.
hello, sets up amazing.
Oh my
conversations,
god,
has
no!
helped me
Oh my
talk to people I've
god,
never thought I would talk
no!
to before, like Ben Shapiro, and then hopefully other people at the end of this month.
Oh my god!
Tries to bring people together. Is a little bit, too nice to everybody sometimes, but yeah, he's up there. He's my answer. He's fighting for Buddy of the Year right
because
now.
he
on my
wants to
stream.
be on his
So,
show.
good job. Is that Vaush?
That's
Matt
what he
Walsh.
said.
Oh,
Matt Walsh, he
yeah,
thought
Jesus
was
Christ.
Vaush.
Yes.
Daily Wire talent that is not Ben Shapiro is in a pretty rough state, I would say. And here's another one of them. Yep.
Yep.
Uh,
F tier.
yikes.
Perfect.
Knowles,
What about
right?
Candace
Yeah,
Owens?
it's just like whatever you can
No,
say to
she's
like
not
bash
on there.
people on the left. That's like what these two
Racist.
do all the time. And I'm pretty sure these guys have both collectively spent
Racist.
like more of their career talking about how much they hate trans people than literally every other subject combined.
Aha,
It's
he
really wacky to
knows.
me.
That's
Is
good.
that Fuentes?
Mhm.
Okay, well,
F.
I'm gonna bump Fuentes up to a D tier.
Oh
I do like
my
it.
god.
Fuentes followed the exact career destructive arc that I said he would go on, where he threw away the entirety of what he was building so that he could go hang out with Kanye West for a little bit and then ruin the entire rest of his political future. And that was just very fucking funny to me. And I like the fact that I got to sit back and laugh and enjoy all of that. And it makes me funny when I see him and his Griper fans beg me to go on and talk to him over and over again because they know the only shred of relevancy they will ever have for the remainder of their political existence is if I give them
think
any.
he
So I'll
talks
give him a D
fast.
tier for making me feel good about myself. David
Especially if
Pakman.
you fast forward him.
One of the few people on the left that I feel like isn't completely and totally partisan brain rot to one side. We disagree on some things, but I think he tries pretty hard. He puts out a lot of content. He does a good job. I'll put him up here, A tier.
Okay, he's
Patrick Bet-David.
okay.
Oh.
He
Uh,
I
actually
was on their
rides.
show, so I'll put him up on the C tier.
No, that's
these guys
listen,
have a lot of crazy
depending
people
on how
I feel like
you
they're very
rate him.
much
All
anti-establishment
right,
conspiracy,
depending on how
crazy
you
stuff.
rate him, he
I
could
feel
be
like
an
I hear a
A
lot,
or a D.
but we'll stick him
Okay,
up now. Who's this
because
guy?
like it depends. It depends on what
God.
Patrick Bet David you're getting.
Just crazy, wacky conspiracy
True,
guy,
true.
almost no redeeming qualities whatsoever, and every time I listen to
RFK
him
is
talk, I want to
definitely
tear
an
him out like
F.
10 times.
Not even fun to listen
F.
to him. Russell
crazy.
Brand F.
God.
Not
Russell
even
Brand.
fun to
Yeah,
listen
Jesus,
to.
yeah, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Like take like Joe Rogan and just make him worse in every single way,
Yes.
and that's Russell Brand basically. Less funny, less just everything, less intelligent, less, and he has a British accent too. Just like Jesus, how many more ways can you go wrong? Is this Trudeau?
Mhm.
Man, Canadians hate this guy, and I don't like Canadians, so he gets a bump for that in my book.
Blackface.
Oh my
I'll stick him
God.
on the C tier, B tier,
D.
Blackface.
because
Oh
we're like,
my
we're
God,
both
bro.
learning,
Blackface.
and he's a young
B
guy.
for
He beat Trump at
blackface,
the handshake thing,
apparently.
so he gets points for that.
Cool.
Yeah, he'll make B tier for me.
Trump.
Donald Trump.
S
Normally
tier.
I'd give him Normally, I would give him an F tier because we disagree on almost every
S.
single thing that could possibly be disagreed upon. But D tier because he helps my
S.
career a lot because it's fun talking about him making money off him.
S.
But F tier because he's a treasonous
S.
fucking piece of shit. I hope he rots forever in prison.
S.
Tucker Carlson. I hope he rots right alongside Trump.
True.
Treasonous people that betray this country
Vaush.
and give
F,
alien
he's
comfort to
gonna
enemies
put
of the United
Vaush in
States. Like
F
what
tier.
Tucker's
Why?
doing right now is he interviews
I don't
people. It is the
remember.
biggest, easiest all suck off interviews of his entire fucking life.
I just
know what's
remember he
coming out.
fucking
Fuck this guy.
criticizes Vaush really
And he lied to
funny.
the American people knowingly. He said he was lying. He doesn't like Sidney Powell. He thought all of his theories were fucking insane, and he literally texted
Okay,
him,
nobody
talking
knows
about
who
how
that is.
he
Nobody
won't actually
cares.
verify anything they're saying, but still supported all of it on Fox News. Fuck him. Vaush here. Where's Hasan at? F. Okay. Well, Vaush gets 1 tier above Hasan because he's a little bit smarter than Hasan. But that means he should know better. And he shits on me and he says so many incorrect things. Actually, you know what? He's an F tier. F tier for lazy. He doesn't hustle enough. His channel should be bigger, but it's not because he's lazy and he's complacent and he's making his millions, so he doesn't care. Fuck that guy. Vivek, I don't think he offered anything of value. He was just like a little, basically a darker version of Trump, who was like less successful and less in every single conceivable way.
What now?
And XQC, God tier political commentator. Obviously, frequent call into the Destiny.
I agree.
Believes in all the best things, antagonizes the fuck out of people that I don't like Hasan. So
I agree.
You know,
XQC's the best, not really.
You didn't put anyone in the amazing tier.
Amazing.
No, that guy's crazy.
Okay, we're done with this one.
Actually,
Next. What's next?
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. I sent you one that's funny in
Yeah.
the private chat. If you want to put that one on, this one is fucking gold. And then fucking let's do Johnny Harris after this. But you got to see this video. You're gonna love it, especially.
Welcome to this League of Politics Champion Spotlight, featuring Vaush, the Horse Lord.
Why do people wear gloves? It's obvious that my hands are cold.
Vaush is one of the 3 major champions who were released as part of the legendary political streamer expansion
Have
pack.
you never seen a league champion spotlight?
I know, but I'm familiar with it. But like,
Okay, because they always have a voice line. They always have a voice line, and that's what that.
But I've seen this type of shit. Like MMOs grew out of RTSs, so
Yeah.
Or
So
not
they all
MMOs,
have a
MOBAs
voice
grew
line.
out of
at the
RTSs.
front.
I mean, MMOs did too, technically, because
Yeah.
of World of Warcraft in a way.
But yeah,
Anyway.
they all have a voice line at the start, and that was what he picked, which is hilarious.
which has since dominated the meta in League of Politics. He is a very powerful, dedicated tank with a number of abilities that allow him to absorb tons of damage, drama, and general controversy. Let's take a look at what this hoofed hero can do on the Rift. Vaush
Him
hails from the most
opening the
elite and
folder.
wealthy parts of the Upper City in Piltover. As a youth, Vaush witnessed the steep inequality between the citizens of the Upper City and the disenfranchised denizens of the Undercity. Driven by his deep sense of compassion,
I
Vaush
lived in
became a
LA,
social.
so I saw poor and rich people. Okay, bro. I went to Catholic
Courageously
school.
championing the plight
Let me
of the
tell
poor and
ya,
dispossessed without
The
ever actually
wealth
doing anything.
disparity in Catholic school, insane. I've never seen anything like it, right? Because they need a racial quota, right? So they like basically like give like subsidized tuition. And so like the parents have to apply to get this, right? But it keeps kids out of the worst schools in the city. It's an it's literally giving your kid a chance that he wouldn't be able to get any, because the schools have like such shit graduation rate because they're based on property tax, which is like the worst system. It's like such a racist system, right? So because of that, there was also then the rich like doctor Catholics in the same school. So like it was nuts, the difference between, and like everyone got along because everyone wore the same uniform pretty much. Nobody was really like bullied out of school because it was so small.
Interesting.
And then I went to the rich white school after I left for my last 2 years of school, and it was nuts. It had a pool. Wow. The gym weight room wasn't in like a dirty basement. Crazy.
But the reason he picked LA is because of that disparity, because the city that he picked from League has that same disparity. Like there's an overcity and an undercity where the poors are. Like that's why he picked that. So
segregation by design.
Nerd law.
Anything to help them. In his quest for glory, Vaush befriended a magical goblin called Destiny. But after an unfortunate dispute over a member of Destiny's harem, Vaush struck out on his own to conquer the Rift for himself. Vaush's passive is weapons-grade autism. Considered by many
That's what I added it to the list. I was like, oh my god.
Has always been the most predominant autistic characteristic, I suppose, like dropping everything to hyperfixate on something. For me, it was public speaking, which I obviously enjoy very much and now get to do for a living. So, you know, that worked out pretty well in my favor.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
The cost of such a powerful passive should not be underestimated, though. Without trying to deflect, this passive makes it difficult to read social cues from teammates and to avoid making optically unsound arguments.
And I hate to pull this out because this sounds like some invalid self-defense, but I am autistic.
I'm a lot better at making arguments than I used to be. I'm a lot less. I don't know. I'm not trying to deflect. I'm a lot less autistic than I used to be. I don't know.
Vaush's Q is literally a fascist.
Deflected.
Vaush targets an enemy champion and accuses them of being a fascist, dealing a moderate amount of true damage.
It is in being a fascist.
Because this ability deals true damage, Vaush doesn't need to itemize for armor penetration or provide any evidence. As long as they disagree with Vaush, they are vulnerable to this highly spammable ability.
It's from
That would
conservatives.
be like the
People
worst
who are
debater
often
because I would
fascists.
just be
You're a
like, okay, I'm
fascist.
done.
Well,
and
Vaush, you
block
really-
them every time.
You saying Peterson's a fascist? Yeah. No matter what she personally
Dude,
believes,
like,
she
I
covers for
said-
fascists. I don't even.
So I commented on James' post, right? You know, like another like well-established political analyst, right?
Yeah.
And this account, it's the account that told me Mossad commentary has good information for context here. So the U.S. and the EU just they're basically going to drop a bunch of aid. They're because this massacre that just happened on the aid convoys, right? Because that happened, right? The ceasefire is not going to happen that they were working towards. It's just not going to happen now. So they know that basically diplomacy has failed. So the EU and America are picking up the slack and actually making sure aid gets to this place, right?
Yeah.
Because then Israelis can't do shit if it's the Americans and the EU overseeing those
This is
fucking
true.
aid drops.
This is true. What are they going to do? Shoot the plane down?
I said that's all I said basically was that.
Yeah.
I said they saw diplomacy failed, right? And this dude comments on it. And I don't know why I didn't have this motherfucker on mute at least already. But he goes, actually Israel did, or Hamas staged that massacre to ruin the ceasefire. And I was like, okay, I don't need to hear from you. Like, we are actual legitimate commentary, like experts, and you're in here with your bullshit. Like, who are you? Like, what are you trying to do here? Goodbye. Like, get the fuck out, bro. Shut up.
I really should start doing that.
Blocking people.
No, he's
Yeah.
He's definitely.
Because I mute them because I find it funny when I go back and they're still screeching into the void.
No, I did no. He's never gonna learn. So
I just find it
I don't
funny.
know.
I just find it very, very, very entertaining when they're still screeching into the void and I can't see it. It's very funny.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I was trying to express that there's not like it's not like a good thing. Like, they're finally coming through and doing the aid. Yeah, because they basically realize they're not ending the genocide, so they're just going to give them food instead. Like that's what we're actually looking at. It's dark as fuck.
Yeah.
So that dude coming in and saying something that stupid, I was literally pooping and I didn't have time for that, right? So when you have all the time in the world to be on your phone, no. They would just blame it on Hamas. Hamas doesn't have the
capabilities, yeah. Yeah, I mean, America would just be like, okay, fuck yourself, bombs. They would just decimate the capital. They would just annihilate the politicians. They would just be like, all right, fuck yourself. See you later. Goodbye. Or they would just send a SEAL team in and take fucking Netanyahu out.
Okay,
fuck that guy.
Why would they do that?
If they shoot down the plane?
Israel shoots down the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then blame it on Hamas. Okay, yeah, I see. Yeah. Anyway, move on. They need a. They need a.
Vaush's W is postmodern parody. Vaush enters a defensive stance
and take him out. They need to just charge him for war crimes. And
I
take him
agree.
out.
I agree.
Ignoring all incoming damage from the next enemy attack. First, Vaush spends a few seconds channeling the power of moral relativism.
Whereas a moral anti-realist is of the opinion that there's no
Oh my
such
God,
thing
I
as an
wanna
epistemically
die.
objective morality. But
Objective
right or wrong
morality,
is
a moral
framework of an
anti-realist.
intersubjective set of moral principles.
Once
I'm
he's uttered the incantations, Vaush then
chaotic
puts his
evil
eternal magic
alignment.
into practice, granting him invulnerability against even the most basic effects.
But let's just use the example of water. Maybe we could agree that water is H2O.
Oh my
That was
God, this is the
true
dumbest
even
thing
before we
he's
knew
ever
about
said.
chemistry.
This
It was
isn't
H2O.
true.
I'm sorry?
This isn't true.
That water has not always been H2O?
Yeah, all you have to do is cross the Mexican border. And over there, it's aqua. That's H2O, not water.
Aqua means water. Aqua is water.
It's a different word.
Actually, it's unwise.
Stupid.
And we're referring to terms and definitions here.
No, I'm referring to water. The stuff that fills lakes and rivers.
The stuff that
Talking
fills
about the word.
many things fill lakes and rivers.
Vaush's E is equestrian eros. Vaush whinnies loudly, tapping into his deep love and affinity for the animal kingdom.
You can write this down. I want to f a woman as a horse.
It's breaking.
After transforming into
Yeah, it does
Animal
that.
Kingdom.
It's YouTube
You can write this
after all.
down.
Hold on. 4 minutes.
So our last video got age gated, and it was literally the Willy Wonka experience that they age gated us on.
It's a horse.
After transforming into a glorious stallion, Vaush
Said it was
gish
sexual
gallops in a straight
content.
line, dealing massive damage
Children
to
were
many
on
naysayers
screen.
in range, and significantly destabilizing their morale. Let's stop beating a dead horse here. Vaush's ultimate is Lollipop. Vaush ignores all the obvious negative effects of consistently and repeatedly sitting in front of your computer and watching too much adult content.
As somebody with an entirely healthy relationship with pornography, if I want to look at fat, I can just look at the fat, and then I can just, leave, walk away from the computer.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
You're not just
As the
back to
inevitable
leave
desire
and
for
walk away
novelty
from the
increases,
computer.
Vaush reaches a critical level of degeneracy,
See, this is an example of the kind of structure that I'm referring to.
allowing him to summon and eat questionable cartoon figures and short stack goblins to aid him in battle.
You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right?
These creepy conjurations then activate a global taunt, forcing every champion on the map, including
Like,
his own
this
allies,
is like
to attack
this
Vaush
is
wherever
how
he
you
is.
should be making, like, if you're gonna do exposés
As a
on
hyper-progressive-
people, this is what you need to be doing, right?
This is awesome. This is really good.
This is like one of the greatest. Like right when I saw the weapons grade autism, I knew this
Mhm.
was like this guy. He has a bunch of them too on a bunch of different people. So
I
show,
bet.
like it's like not like a small channel either. So
Mm.
I mean, we'll look see. It's this guy.
Yeah, 12 or 13,000 subscribers.
What is it? PF Jang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
PF.
like
Jung.
this video. Like this video.
I will
Like this video.
subscribe to him too.
Yeah.
Tank, Vaush is usually found in the top lane, alongside a team of other highly intelligent but generally useless socialists. Vaush is a strong lane bully and can whittle down opponents by spamming literally a fascist over and over again. If he overextends, questioning arrows grants Vaush horse-like mobility to escape any impending tanks. But be careful when this ability is on cooldown, as Vaush has no other strong escapes, and his weapons-grade autism makes it difficult for him to travel.
Why are you so lazy? It's not a laziness thing, man. Travel makes me fucking queasy. It makes me sick. I feel like depressive the entire week after I hate travel. I've always hated travel. Why? Literally autism.
Vaush's kit makes him very good at countering enemy carries. He can tell a spellcasting sorcerer like J.K. Rowling to literally shut the F up without suffering any damage from accusations of misogyny.
I'll just lay out my points right here, okay? I think that the people who are hand-wringing over this are borderline defending J.K. Rowling by implication. So the people who are fretting over this are essentially siding with the transphobe, either because they're optics or civility politics brained in a very liberal fashion, or because they hate me so much that they have to adopt any position which allows them to condemn me.
Despite the hyper-progressive nature of his kit, Vaush is
What?
capable of making some base takes when postmodern parry is on cooldown, and he's forced to use common sense.
Quit making the existence of gay people a sex thing. Isn't that the progressive argument? That teaching kids sexuality isn't the same thing as exposing them to sex? Isn't that the whole argument we make? Kids should go to Pride. It should be a cool thing it should be a block party. With
He has
cotton
his
candy.
moments.
It should be a community fair. If you want a kink thing, go to a private venue.
It's also important to remember that the majority of Vaush players are severely autistic teenagers. So while it's easy to write off Vaush as a bottom-tier champion, one should not forget the valid reasons so many people like to play him.
Listen, you have to understand, there's no such thing as a person who doesn't experience awkward conversations. There's nobody so charismatic that they don't have trouble with that. This is the conversational gap. Your thoughts are locked away inside of your skull. Nobody can see them,
Oh
and
my
nobody
God,
ever will.
Jesus
The best
Christ.
you can do is express them through vocal or physical communication. That's it. This is not a mechanism for seamless interaction making. It's going to cause problems for everyone, You're just trying to make it as good as you can.
These are things you should just internalize.
Thank you for watching this Champion
and not
Spotlight. Join us
help,
next time
but-
for a closer look.
I mean, I
at
guess
Benjamin
he's trying to help his
the Lord
audience.
of Darkness.
Mm.
Anyway, let's watch this Johnny Harris video where Hasan's going to agree with him the whole time. I swear to God, if
I'm
they
looking
show
for
Dwight
it.
D. Eisenhower talking about the military-industrial complex in this video, I'm gonna be like over the moon. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna go, oh look, it's this again, right?
I think this is it. How capitalism changed the face of war.
Yeah.
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage.
This is crazy, bro. Getting one of the dudes in your team to film you as you're like casually reading the book, he's upgraded. He's upgraded a lot.
Gonna be reading Dust Capital. High quality edits. Okay, let's
Where is
see.
it? Oh, here. How capitalism changed the face of war, and then we're gonna move on to fun shit.
Fun shit. This
War used
isn't
to
fun.
be simpler.
This is
Violent,
very
yes, always violent, but more straightforward.
This is
It used to
the
be about
aspect
large groups
ratio,
of
bro.
men
Oh my
fighting with
God.
their muscles,
avant
their
garde.
spears, and eventually their swords and their crossbows,
My
and then their
my.
guns and their cannons. But then we hit a point where it just started to change so quickly, faster and faster, until
See, he did
Eventually
this
we got
aspect
this.
ratio because he needed to
private
incorporate the
corporations
stock
who make
footage there.
unfathomably
Yeah.
powerful
Why does bro look like he's doing better help?
death
He's
machines,
gonna fucking
and then
he's
ship
gonna
those weapons
advertise better health. Just wait, and Hasan is not gonna skip the ad.
to every corner of the globe.
Yeah, we can also deploy
about
a
these
fucking
guys who
Burger King out of a
these
plane,
weapons
bro.
and sell them
Okay.
150 years ago. sell them to anyone who would buy them. These were industrial weapons. And sometimes they were sold to the opposite sides of really big rivalries, conflicts. I heard these guys started World War I, though I'm skeptical of that.
Good, you should be.
This is something I've wanted to understand forever, the arms trade. As a student of conflict, it's something...
Oh, pick me, Johnny! Johnny! Oh, pick me! Pick me!
Cornball, dude. I can't stand it when he says stuff like this. I love it so much.
Pick
I
me!
can't stand it, but I love it at the same time.
I feel like I have to understand. I recently found a way to better understand it. In an old bookstore in Portland, Oregon, I found a book that has changed my perspective on this.
Bro, you cannot do track shots. That's crazy.
Called Merchants of Death. And it is surprisingly relevant to today, even though it was written in 1934. This book has been the center of...
He should be reading Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, bro.
You're even worse than him, bro.
Why do countries, especially the United States, make and sell weapons to every corner of the globe? That's what we're gonna get to the bottom of.
Yeah, War is a ragged, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism.
Oh
there's
my God.
better. I mean, there's books out there.
Quoting Smedley Butler, bro. A guy who fought in fucking Panama.
Awesome.
He needs to read
Yeah,
the
bro.
room.
So,
Crazy.
I'll start with
Oh my God.
Just
Crazy.
emailing
You mean to
experts,
tell me when fucking still
data.
segregated that the United States military committed a fucking genocide to fucking build the Panama Canal? Crazy, bro. Oh my God. Smedley Butler, the most decorated soldier, now he's turning on the fucking industry because of what they made him do in these countries. Like this is like the Philippine War era, bro. Come on. War is a racket.
It's a huge part of this. Like I want to
What
make a map
about
to kinda
Orwell?
see it
Orwell
visually, and
says
there's not a
they
lot
do wars to throw the money away. Which person is right? I'm already sick of Hasan. You want me to cover him? I can cover
clear
him.
maps out there. So we're gonna make our own.
He's
but that's
making
not
his
gonna be
own
a
map.
good idea here. Talk to the team, loop them
Oh,
in,
God.
let them know what we're up to.
He's the non-silent cartographer. He never shuts the fuck up cartographer.
For his team now. What the fuck?
Oh God, I don't know what I'm doing here.
Bro, he's always had a team. Are you kidding? Oh my God, you fuck.
All right, let's put the mapping aside for a little bit. Turn back to this book.
Bro, he's been reading so hard. He has a cut on his finger. Okay.
This book is what hooked me on this topic, and there's a lot here.
Approximately the size of the CIA.
Okay. Videos like this take a really long time to make, and there's a lot of really creative, amazing, talented people who work on them.
He's gonna hit us
The
with
ability
ad,
for us to
obviously.
do this deep dive data journalism is made possible because of sponsors.
not
Media
skipping it.
is always made possible
We can
because
do
of
it.
sponsors. And
We
like,
can do it. Goodbye.
is
Goodbye.
10%
ad.
After October 2nd.
I knew it was going to be BetterHelp. I
Yep.
fucking
Yep.
called it, bro. I fucking.
Our starting
Bro,
place
he's
is
still
that
got
point
the
in
aspect
history where
ratio.
war
Odd
dramatic-
avant-garde, Johnny. Odd avant-garde. Look at this lighting, bro.
It's great, isn't it? I love it. I
He's
reckon
got
it's
like
fantastic.
he's literally using. So like if wait, there's literally what's funny is you can see that there's a box light on his fucking monitor, right? Like he
Yeah.
doesn't unless he has just a white monitor up. That's got to be a reflection, right? Does this motherfucker just have a blank Photoshop page open right now? He's about to draw his fucking map. Is that what we're looking at? It might be just a fucking. It might not be a reflection. It's hard to tell. Hate his monitor though. These curved ass monitors. Get out of here.
I have a curved monitor.
Get
Fuck
two.
you.
Get
They're
two.
great. I do need.
Bro, there's a fucking camera in the shot. Come on, bro. You gotta fucking boom in the shot. Camera in the shot.
changed. Instead of large groups of men fighting with handheld tools, war became much more about fighting with
Jesus
machines,
Christ.
bigger and bigger. This was made possible by the massive amounts of energy that were found stored
In fossil fuels?
in coal and oil. Now, warships could be pushed by steam
Fuck me.
instead of wind, shielded by iron instead of wood. Armies and supplies could be brought to the battlefield on trains, out with the horses and in with the trucks. It's the late 1800s and the fires are burning hotter than ever. Metal is taking the shape of souped up cannons,
Crazy, the
guns, and
Industrial
ships,
Revolution.
tools of war that were never thought possible, now flowing in abundance.
Bullshit. Okay, the tank, that's something that's like definitely been thought about, like an armored fucking thing that you can shoot out of, right?
Yeah.
That's definitely been thought of. All right. They definitely knew that guns would get faster.
Mm-hmm.
They've had cannons for a long time. They
Yeah.
definitely would have predicted artillery.
Mm-hmm.
He is Christopher Nolan. He's not Christopher Nolan. He gets his cameras in his own shots.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. Nuclear weapons, maybe like a bomb that catastrophic. Maybe. Submarines, maybe that.
Mm.
But I think that I know you were being sarcastic. I know, but the combustion engine, maybe that specifically, people didn't see coming. Electricity,
Yeah, the light bulb.
but weapons, I think they pretty much figured out. Like
Yeah. As soon as gunpowder was invented, it was always going to get put into a cartridge and just made smaller and more powerful.
Arms makers engineer war scares. They excite
There ain't no way he actually highlights like this. Come on, bro.
governments and peoples to fear their neighbors and rivals so that they can sell more armaments. The simple, relatively inexpensive weapons of earlier ages were displaced by highly scientific.
When we're
death
talking
machines.
about this, right? So this is getting in the false flag brain. What we're talking about here is how AUKUS happened, right? So these escalations with China, they turned up the heat on that while AUKUS was going through, right? So they turned up the heat in that area to justify the rearmament of Japan, because Japan wanted to rearm, right? And then with all these like AUKUS deals, right? Like Australia needed to justify that with their people because Australians are crybabies. So
also to justify canceling the French sub deal.
So that was not necessarily the arms industry, Like the arms industry isn't fucking selling nuclear subs to a non-nuclear nation like Australia like that, and giving them the shit to build them. That's not like an arms industry thing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's a high level government thing. Like
So
that's not.
It's not just the industry. Okay, this was written at a time before like people had even the concept of socialism,
Yes. Yeah.
And like they only saw like capitalism being like capitalism is ever growing and ever getting more powerful. Look at these people. They've, the industrialists, right?
Yeah.
They were the big villains of this era. They killed people.
And the cost of these, together with the upkeep of huge armies, brought a rapid increase in national war budgets. So that's when it happened. And overseeing all of this production of industrial weaponry, not governments, but businessmen.
Oh my god, you don't need that in the shot. That's why the overhead camera was there.
Bro,
just
every time he has the book, he's on like page 10, okay? That's why it happened. That was like the best reaction.
He's just reading the shit out of this book, huh?
Yeah, bro.
But the arms merchant doesn't see himself as a villain.
That was already
He is
highlighted.
simply a businessman
Bullshit,
who
Johnny.
sells his wares under prevailing business practices, the uses of which his products are put, and the results of his traffic are apparently no concern of his.
Bro,
no more than they are, for instance,
did you
to an
see
automobile.
that?
Reading is from 1934.
Yeah, he said that.
I didn't hear him, so I was checking.
He's on
And the results of
while he's at the desk with his $900 headphones.
his traffic are apparently no concern of his.
Chinchilla chewed the cord.
You should buy $900 headphones like him,
I
and they
can't
don't
afford
have cords.
regular headphones, bro. Hey, did you know that we're raising money for an NGO? We're trying to help journalists around the world in conflict zones in places that don't have free speech and things like that. Well, I mean, this, we're going to get into that next with the new fucking index and stuff. We're also doing fundraisers constantly for Ukraine. One of those fundraisers is about to be funded. You can pause if you want to just type those fundraisers into the search bar, or the Patreon is definitely easier, so you'll definitely remember that one. There you go, that one right there. Get it.
These ones?
Here's Junk to tell you more.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker, because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
Thanks, Junk.
Thanks, Junk.
No more than they are, for instance, to an automobile salesman.
Bro,
this is crazy, bro. Like getting one of the dudes
I
in your
hate him.
team to film you as you're like casually reading the book. He's upgraded.
You think he
He's
had
upgraded
he
a
set
lot.
up that shot
Okay.
himself on a
Is he doing
tripod,
video on a
Hasan.
book?
He's filming himself.
Man,
reading a
so
book.
funny.
That's
man, look,
it's
there's 11
so
hours
it's
and
so above
100,000 views,
next
baby.
level.
Still,
Lame.
people haven't heard back from a lot of experts. And
Oh my god, I hate
Shut
him
my
so
mouth.
much. I hate him so much.
Fair, all the other YouTubers copy his style. Yeah, I mean, he is the Vox guy. Well, him and his editors.
Data set. One British arms manufacturer compared his enterprise to that of a house furnishing company.
This
which
is
went so
literally
far as to
Johnny Harris
encourage
made a
matrimony
video about how he
to
read a
stimulate
book,
more
bro. That's what we're getting. And Hasan is blown away by this. It's a video about a fucking book, bro.
purchases of house
Fucking
furnishings.
book report.
The arms maker
literally.
felt that he too was justified in promoting his own particular brand of business. Hey, Stephen. Happy New Year to you. I'm curious if you can help us crunch this data. Would love your thoughts.
Crunch this data.
The arms industry is undeniably a menace to peace, but it is an industry to which our present civilization clings.
See that what he
and
just
for
did.
which
That,
it is
hey, Steven, well, you know, like the message, like that's totally like fine to put in like a documentary piece, right? Like you'll have like you'll switch to B-roll, right? And you'll have like a tape recorder, and you'll put the tape recorder or the the answering machine beep in there. And stuff,
yeah.
You know.
When
Or the
it's necessary.
voicemail, like you'll just record the voicemail that you got, and then
yeah.
they'll have the voicemail like with B-roll, and then immediately after that, it'll be them holding the phone like this, and it'll be calling on speaker, and they're calling the person who just left that voicemail back. Classic shot.
Yeah.
Like he's like, that's important. Like clinging. Shout out shitting on Johnny for being the last one here to realize what he's talking about in this video. Like they weren't also once that guy. No, I love Johnny Harris, as you guys know. He is my
At least
former
he's not
Mormon king.
gonna bring up
He's
Dwight
just-
D.
it's
Eisenhower.
great. It's just- I mean, even when it's corny, I like it. It's just great.
Is responsible.
Bro, they were literally making chemical weapons.
CIPRI
at
is this
this
organization
point.
that shows all of the weapons being transferred from every country to every other country.
Nice.
So here's ChatGPT.
No, go back to that source. That was a good source. I used
It's really
that
just
source. Oh
What?
no! Oh no!
ChatGPT. Which one? This one?
No. I was saying him. Like, bro, what are you doing? Chat. He was literally on like an arms
CIPRI is this
sales
organization.
like index, right? And he fucking like it's like the SARNA or something.
Yeah.
And he went from that to ChatGPT. I was like, bro, that's like that's the source that you want right there. You had it.
That shows all of.
Yeah, that's what it is. SEPRA. I was thinking I's instead of A's.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the arms transfer database.
This will literally
actually,
come so easy on Google too. It's so
that's a great list. That's cool.
Yeah.
Of the weapons being transferred from every country to every other country.
So here's ChatGPT's initial take on the data set.
It's really disheartening how horrible it all looks at first. So these lines are telling me nothing, and you know that at some point
He's just plugged the data set into ChatGPT.
I know.
it will get into a pretty place, but it's not there, not even close.
This is not how you do data. You know, it doesn't. That doesn't tell me shit. It's like how you do an infographic.
Yeah.
First up,
now we're gonna hear from fucking Count
famous
Dracula
as the inventor of the wholesale killing machine, a type of machine gun. Maxim invented this gun that could fire 660.
This shit is like regarded as the reason why Africa was devastated and colonized.
6 rounds per minute. That was
what
very
he's gonna
fast.
say.
And crucially, it didn't jam like most machine guns. With his amazing invention, Maxim takes his gun out on the road all over the world to try to pitch it to different
What's
governments.
funny is they
He's in
use
South
it against
Africa
the
and
Russians
France
and
and
Afghanistan too.
Yeah. It's been. I think it might be have been used in every war since it was made.
G.I. Joe turned out to be Cobra. No surprise. It's just like this era. It's like talking about the days of slavery like it's today. You know, like this is so long ago. Like the concept of socialism and like that ultra capitalism didn't actually exist. This was like industrialists. It wasn't capital. It was industrialization, industrialists, right? So like there's a whole like transformation after the Second World War. And then even then, the whole like nuclear era to like the 50s to the 80s, unreal. like a totally another like era that just doesn't exist. The Soviet Union falling changed the world. Like it just doesn't function like this anymore.
Yeah.
Like there's like institutions and everything. They're built up from these institutions, but like come on, bro. They made the weapons so World War II was going to be possible, so colonization was supposed to be possible. Okay, bro. It was the Industrial Revolution. Yes.
Switzerland, and
Industrial
Italy, and
Revolution was
Germany.
bad.
His gun selling
We all
missionary
know
efforts
this.
eventually take him to Russia, where he was almost thrown out for looking like a foreign Jew. Yeah, that's kind of aggressive. But then eventually he was able to
Sounds
stay
like
and show them
Russia.
his gun. But they were skeptical. They're like, no gun can shoot 666 rounds a minute.
Yo, Russia is crazy, dude. Remember, bro, Russia is that's a certified Russia moment right there, Russian Empire moment.
But
Still like that.
and they were incredibly impressed. His fame became so great in Russia that the Tsar invited him to visit him, which he did. He was also decorated
And
with
then
other
he
Russian.
lost.
The British
to
eventually
Lenin.
started using Maxim's
With
gun
those-
in their
even though
big
he had
adventures
your
in
fucking
Africa. They were
Maxim
taking over
machine
modern
gun.
day Sudan and started using this gun against the locals who were fighting with swords. The British newspaper giddily reported that when the Maxim gun was turned on the Arabs, quote, a visible wave of death swept over the advancing hosts.
Uh-huh. How long did it take him to adapt?
Much like the top of the hour ad break, where a visible wave of 3 minutes of ads sweep over those who are unsubscribed. So don't be like those devoid of a Maxim gun. Shoot the top.
Shut up, Hasan.
And it's just like
Living
just,
down in
like
Kent.
just also just in this generation of warfare, right?
Mm,
Like we're talking about this is like the dawn of the third generation.
yeah.
Or the third generation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like just going into the fourth generation being defined by insurgent warfare, you just can't do that shit anymore.
Yeah.
Which makes this like more like to say that oh, this is where the arms industry started. It's like, bro, that's also where the auto industry started. What do you think happened at this time that kicked off all these fucking industrialized businesses, bro? Like, come on. Like, beautiful gun though. Look at that. That's still
It's
basically the
very
gun
cool.
today. That looks just like
Yep,
a Browning.
pretty much.
Book is so good.
It's just a
War
tube
was
that shoots
changing,
bullets.
and Maxim was on the front lines of it, and he was making a ton of money in the process.
Yeah,
China
but
hears about the
Eugene-
Maxim gun and immediately sends someone to go check it out. The Chinese representative gets to the UK, and the first words as he stepped off the ship on English soil were, "I should like to see Hiram Maxim." The Danes passed on the gun, the king himself saying that it would, quote, bankrupt my little kingdom in about 2 hours. But the king of Persia, the Shah, wanted some of these guns. So he asked the Prince of Wales to gift him some. And this is a key moment. The Prince of Wales says that he actually is not authorized to give the king of Persia any of these guns because they belong to Hiram Maxim's corporation. Pause here for a second. Do you see how this works back in the late 1800s and early 1900s? Governments couldn't sell weapons. It was the corporations that sold the weapons. They were the ones who were in charge. It was a free market of weapons. And the weapons kept flowing to everyone on Earth.
It's almost
And
like
these
then
guys
World
kept
War
on
II
making a lot of
happened and
money,
they
which gets us
regulated it.
to our next character in the story, our next merchant
Johnny,
of death.
did you know that
Basil-
the UN didn't exist back then either?
Saharov, aka the super salesman of death, aka the mystery man of Europe, because he was,
Reach
quote,
up, get
a
his camera
shadowy
to zoom
figure.
in, get
This
that
guy has an
shot.
insane story, and someone should make a movie about him because his story is wild, but he was the super salesman of death. He went around Europe and around the world
Still
selling
wearing a
guns and
beanie
submarines
inside.
and all
Were you
manner of
too
weapons
cool, bro?
to anyone who would purchase them.
Aren't you a little old for the beanie, bro? You're still wearing bro, you are lefty tinfoil, man, like, basically. Just trying to relive your youthful days. Okay. Come on, why are you pausing?
Including two sides of the same war. Like Greece and Turkey, which was the Ottoman Empire at the time, were definitely like arch rivals, and they would sort of break out into conflict at any moment. Zaharov first goes to Greece and sells them some outdated submarines that the great powers didn't want to buy, and then goes right to Turkey and says,
wonder this
hey,
is
Greece just bought a bunch
where
of submarines, we
Orwell
need some
got
too.
all his
And they buy
fucking
some
writing
submarines.
from,
And then
'cause
he
they
goes
were
to
inspired by
Russia
these
and does the
specific
same
wars.
thing. Hey, Greece and Turkey have
What?
I said I wonder if this is where Orwell got all that stuff from, because it was inspired by these specific wars.
these submarines, they're in the Black Sea, you probably need some, and indeed Russia bought one because of that. And this guy's commissions go through the roof. It was rumored that Zaharov became one of the richest men on Earth because of the arms trade.
Cool.
Luckily, I have very skilled map friends that are going to help me make this data look pretty, including Marcus.
Hey, Johnny, this is a multi-level problem, so I'm going to try to break it down.
Who invented the mapping tool that we use called GeoLayers.
That transforms your data and...
you're advertising. This is all to advertise a fucking product, bro.
Page. This is
Bro,
we found it.
you
found
can
the source of the
you could
problem.
do what they're
He's
doing with
the
Google
number
Earth.
one map guy. He's the one who's been. He is basically the death dealer, dog, but for maps. That's crazy.
It here, and right now we can create a data-driven style.
Dude, everything I know about map porn says to me that this Dutch
What
man
was
on the other side
the
of the
fucking
line
India
probably
show
fucking despises
with
me
the
with
lines
every
going
fiber of his
everywhere?
being. I'm the most anti-map guy. I'm the most anti-map guy on the planet. Almost all the positions.
Yeah, that's
with the
my
exception
issue
of, like,
with it.
urbanism,
When's my turn?
I
to
am
shoot
on
it?
the other side on. Dude, he's
I'm sure
probably
there's
Too many
something
lines,
on
Johnny.
there.
There's
Oh
too
my
many
God.
lines on the map. It's
you have
defeating the
all these
purpose of
international
using a map.
businessmen
We
that-
get it. Weapons are everywhere, bro.
We're making lots of money off of this new demand for
Wow.
industrial weapons. The Krupp
They were
family and their
making
steel,
lots
the
of
DuPont
money.
family and their gunpowder,
They got
Remington
lots
making
of
guns.
dollar bills for the guns.
And of course, Alfred Nobel, the dynamite king,
Oh
who
god.
did go on to repent for his sins by creating a peace prize in his name. Peace, brought to you by...
You say this stuff and then end up being a fan. Well, if you are a fan, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Urbanists despise you?
I'm a fan of
Urbanists
both
despise
of
me,
you.
even though we agree. Like, I love walkable cities and
the
public
fuck is
transit.
an
I have
urbanist?
the exact same
What
public
is
transit
happening?
autism that they do. So, like, I don't really give a shit if they despise me or not. There's some urbanists who like me too, by the way. That's not true.
killing machines. The paradox at the heart of international relations, and the theme throughout this entire video. These men got richer and richer, the weapons got better and better, until one day, it all blew up.
Wait, tell us about the airplane. Why was that invented? What about what about the helicopter? Was that invented as a weapon too? Guess where the United States makes all its money in weapon sales? Here we go, chemical weapons.
The number
Let's talk
and variety of
sarin.
death machines
Let's talk
have
about
never
sarin.
been equaled. All of the sinister engines of war, invented and perfected in the previous half-century, were used in the fighting. And naturally enough, there was further development of these during the war itself. The machine gun was improved. Artillery
Wars
was
like that.
motorized, and its range became longer. Sights and fire control apparatus became more scientific and more accurate. Many new implements of war were invented. The tank, a combined American and French invention,
Crazy.
was
It's
first
almost like
used by the British.
There's back
Hand
and forth
grenades were
tactics
supplied
going on here. And you know,
in
you
the
were
trenches,
reacting
and rifle
to
grenades
something that
increased the
enemy has
range of
made.
Yeah.
these deadly missiles. The First World War took place between 1914 and 1918, and thanks to all these new deadly chemicals and weapons,
Thanks,
it was
Johnny.
easily
Didn't
the
know
deadliest
that.
conflict that the world had ever seen. Tens
Yeah,
of
until
millions of people.
the
were
second
wounded.
one.
No,
It was
the
after
reason
this
why
war
it was
that-
deadly is not because of the weapons. Let's
It's
be
because
clear
of
on that.
the trench.
It's
foot
because of the
shit.
states and the empires, right? The empires had no regard for human life. You bought your rank back then,
Yep,
right?
yep.
So if we're going to talk about capitalism's effect on warfare in this era, it's not in the arms industry there. It's in the military industry itself and buying your rank up there. Because these God, who was I think it might have been even Hasan who I was watching, and they were talking about, like, it was some report on, like, how at one point, like, the way poetry was. Oh, you know who it was? Sean, the Skull guy, just made a video and he was talking about the poetry from the British before and after the war, and like how in history none of the like pro-war state poetry like is remembered and stuff.
Interesting. That is very interesting.
The world woke up.
Yeah, that's actually a funny take. Fed-haired Shank says it only became a tragedy once Europeans started using it on themselves. It's kind of hard not to notice that when he glanced over some of the most devastating aspects of colonialism that could only happen due to the superiority of these like advanced murder machines. But he made it seem like
That's not what it's about, dickhead.
Colonialism was going on at its height before these things came. I
Yeah.
mean, like the Zulu fucked the British up.
that was just an
So
adventure.
did the Kiwis, actually.
And the Afghans.
Mm.
Well, kind of. There's 3 wars with the British in
Yeah.
Afghanistan. They did occupy it
Sure.
briefly.
Mm.
Only to turn around and be like the worst, most devastating tragedy of all time. You don't understand. Once they
No,
started
he
doing
said it's the
to each
deadliest
other
war,
what they were doing to
numbnuts.
like people in Africa.
Which it is.
Man, shit was really
Fucking
fucked up.
Battle
And
of
we
the
realized
Battle of the
that
Somme,
making
right?
weapons
one
a
of,
free
like,
market to
so
be sold to.
it was like over the few months that it took place, 3 million people died.
That's a lot.
And so it's just a few weeks, right? They sent the Irish revolutionaries who just rose up against the British there,
Okay.
right? So that's what they would do, is they would send them out to the Somme to get fucking massacred, right?
Love
Imagine
that.
being in a place, it's not like it's a big place, it's a battlefield, but 3 million dead. Imagine coming through that and surviving that. Imagine what
Yeah.
that would do to you.
Yeah. You wouldn't be the
Wild,
same.
wild shit that they would just throw human lives away like that.
Yeah.
And we're just going to be like, oh, it's the Europeans. This is like beyond like the European complex. Like the people of this era.
Yeah.
Their complex and regard for human life. Like, and you can look at it in like the context when they talk about slavery and colonizing the natives in America. Like they do not have the same like brain structure as us, right? It is just an alien society of how fucking awful they were.
Yeah. And to see how far it's come in just to like 150 years or so is wild.
Like they to frame like ISIS as the greatest evil or Hitler as the greatest evil.
Yeah.
It was like all of these people were bad.
Yeah.
Hitler
they're all
was
on
just the
same
most
scale.
successful at industrializing a
Yes.
genocide.
Yes, which is why he's seen as like the worst. But they're all on the same scale, which is half of the reason that I always troll people and
they're like
and
all
say
just
that-
as evil.
Yeah, like, and this is why I always use that fucking meme that I made, the one from The Office where I have the swastika and the
Hammer
and sickle.
Yeah, the same
Yeah,
picture.
yeah, that one. And I always use that, and it always gets people. It always works because they just get real salty. Or I send them the graph that has marks connected to Nazism.
I had this. I lost it, but I had this meme I made. It's like a cartoon worm in somebody's brain, and then it's just there's a speech bubble, and it's just Karl Marx's head.
That's hilarious.
To the highest bidder was probably a bad idea. And that's when this book came out in the
No
1930s.
way.
It was a part of a larger discussion and critique
Did he say
of the
1970s?
international arms trade. Some of these
30s.
critiques went so far as to say that it was the arms makers themselves that exacerbated tensions between countries and caused the war. Though most historians just say that the arms trade actually just exacerbated the violence by putting more.
They had
weapons
to
into
have
the
a
system.
customer.
But then in the conclusion of this book, you have this kind of prophecy moment.
Like,
The
they're
future may very
forcing
well
me
bring
to buy
fiercer and
these
more
guns.
destructive wars. Increased business for the arms makers. If war continues, it is not at all fantastic to predict that the arms merchants will grow increasingly important. Already, the stage of national affairs has been reached where the largest item on national budgets is for past and future wars. Already, war appears the greatest and most important activity of government. The economic consequences of
And
this
remember
new
when Dwight D.
nationalistic
Eisenhower said,
militarism.
"We've seen what these fucking industrialists have done in the past. We have to make sure that capitalism does not get its hands on a nuclear weapon." Remember when he gave that speech and everyone thought that it was about something else and still does?
Will soon be apparent in the arms industry. This new nationalistic militarism. It was new back then. It's not new anymore, but this is where it started. So now it's time to fast forward and see how right they were. All right, this is for MJ. This is a pass off for you to make a beautiful map.
Okay, so John just sent me over
Matt,
this
what
direction
was
for the next map.
The other map that he made, he didn't do anything with. He literally is like, I got this data. I'm going to make a pretty map, and he showed the pretty map. It was overwhelming. The links were everywhere, and he moved on from the map. He didn't talk about it at all. You're like, bro, do actual journalism, okay? Stop making graphics.
Yeah, a bit complicated.
I would lose my mind.
Yeah,
I find a very good map.
Like, make a report.
Today, the United States is
Like,
the
what do you
global
think, you're gonna win an
superpower and the
award,
country who
motherfucker?
exports
Get
more
outta
weapons
Maps. But maps.
than any other country, and by a long shot. And this is what we've been working to try to map.
What you mean? You mean
Google Earth. That was
America?
fucking Google Earth. I told you, bro.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. You mean America? The world's largest weapons sales? is the biggest. Whoa.
America line thick.
Time to
This
learn
data
about
hunting
weapon
and trial and error
styles.
is to try to see what this looks like. Today, private companies still make and sell the weapons, but unlike in the merchants of
Guess who gives them contracts?
Bro, guess who can just buy those weapons now?
Me.
Those machine guns and things that they basically had back then. I can buy a Maxim gun. It just can't be automatic. Or it can be disabled, right? I can buy it for a historic piece, right?
That's
if it
true.
doesn't function.
Yeah, because
right?
that would
I
be
can buy a
banned.
tank, Johnny.
Yes. There is a YouTuber who just bought a tank.
You can get civilian F-16s right now, bro.
Uh-huh. Very cool.
Like,
But
come
also
on.
these companies don't just make this shit and hope people buy them. They're contracted.
Yeah, but
They're
that's
literally
what I'm saying.
military
What I'm saying
contracts.
is like they literally like they do though. They do. These companies still do sell direct.
Oh, I
sales.
know. But like these are contracted. Like the jets, specifically the jets, are contracted. The small arms, the missiles, that sort of shit, that is all sort of made en masse and sold. Which whatever.
Well, they get orders.
Yeah.
Too. They're like orders that they fill.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have
So
them
they're
already made.
Yeah, they're made to order, which is why they're running out of shit.
death era, weapons sales go through a government approval process,
Mhm.
which means that weapons are no longer just a product that make money for businessmen. Instead, they are a currency that countries use to purchase influence.
Yes.
In this case, the United States being the
Okay.
top country. Thanks mostly
Yes,
to
correct.
the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, or SIPRI,
Yes.
we know where these weapons come from and where they
Nice.
go. This has been the
Mhm.
bedrock of our data hunting, and I'm happy to
You
say
should
that
have also looked at the
after
Cato
a fairly long
Arms Risk
process,
Index.
we have mapped this.
Really?
So
The
let
Cato
me show
one.
you what it looks
Yeah, they're the ones who do the arms risk index, the arms sales
Okay.
risk, right?
Interesting.
You really need both of these because they
Yeah.
really break because you need to look at where the weapons are going and
Mhm.
what the arms risk is for that to be evaluated,
right.
right? So when you compare those two data sets, you start breaking down where these like at-risk zones are
Mm.
and where
Okay.
weapons are going to be flooding in and where they're going to
Yeah.
start being trafficked.
looks like when the global superpower uses weapons as a currency for influence around the globe.
Uh-huh.
It's wild. That
Wow,
he's like,
crazy.
it's wild that he's talking about this, and then he
We're
won't,
gonna make
like,
a program
consider
to
this
draw a line to
on
every
the ground
country from the United States except for like
of
Iran and
NATO,
North
and
Korea.
how like NATO has played a key role in what he's talking about here.
This map
No.
is pretty beautiful.
You
and
should have
like,
drawn a
it's
map
team
to where
that
they
really make
don't
it,
sell guns.
yeah.
Come on.
And it's helpful for seeing one really important thing, which is the expanse of U.S. arms trade, how far it goes, how wide it goes. The
Oh
thicker
my
the lines,
God.
the more weapons flow. But this map
What do U.S. weapons buy? Regional stability, alliance, friendship, counter an enemy, vital resource.
Is he
Yeah, he's
reading
not
that
going to
somewhere?
fucking link this back to NATO.
I
map
think he's
only
reading.
shows us the first layer. In reporting this story, I've realized that there's a deeper way to understand this map. And it's going to take a
Yes.
little extra reporting.
There we
Which
go.
is why there's going to be a part
Cato.
2 of this video,
Hey.
which dives
Cato.
into the modern arms trade, what it looks like when the U.S.
Hell yeah, part 2.
Come on,
Can't
arms
wait.
index. Say it's the risk.
sells weapons all over the world and why they do it. The purpose of this video was to introduce you to the merchants of death.
There you
so that
go.
they could teach us
Was to
about
waste our
how
time.
the
That's what
business
this.
of
That's
war
what the
came
purpose
to
of this
be,
video
and what
was.
happens when that business goes
To waste my time.
This entire video is a waste of time. The real video is the next one. There you go. We found the
too
conclusion.
far. Part 2 will be coming out really soon. And in part 2,
Bro, please tell me, bro. Imagine he just fucking starts talking about. I realize he gives himself so much credit. That's probably what it is. Yeah, he basically will like explain a story as though he's the first to have ever come across this piece of.
All right, I'm done
information
with
and,
this.
like,
Who's ready to look at
No.
maps? You can like pull up some videos in the background.
Yeah. Can you take the next one? Just I typed it.
Well,
in
I'm
the-
pulling up maps.
Yeah. No. Can you pull up the next video? Can you host the next one?
Oh, I'm gonna be looking at these maps here, right? See, there's 2 maps, bro. Look at this. They don't even change. They don't even change. You tell me what changes in these maps. Nothing. Not a goddamn thing changed. All right. Get this out of the way. All right. You stare at this map. You stare at it long and hard, and you tell me if this map changed. Okay. That map change? No. All the same.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we waited for everything to be the same?
I think so. It's the big drop.
Oh, they now have a fucking change in freedom score for the whole world.
Ooh.
Democracy status? So that's still in Europe? Okay. Still in
Cool.
Europe.
All right, well, hold the maps. Can you do the next video and I'll be back?
I'm doing the maps.
Whatever.
I don't need you to look at maps, bro.
Fine. I'll be back.
Where's Turkey? Bro, they gave Turkey a point, like I said they should, because they almost kicked Erdogan out, so they should be getting a point. Mauritania has the highest score change. Nepal. Like Ukraine losing 1 point is obvious because of a war. Estonia. Liberia, that's crazy. Thailand is +6. That's wild too. United States, no change bullshit. The United States has like a terrible score. Like, what's the worst change? I was going to say Sudan, the Shahal for sure. -18 for Niger. That's not a surprise. Sudan is only -4. That's kind of horseshit. Russia being -3. They got to be already really low, right? John is getting too much power. Look, I have control. I just have the control of the maps. Russia is a 13. That's wild. What a shitty country. How's China? 9. Tibet 0. Afghanistan 6. So the big one I know, like Azerbaijan, right? Azerbaijan, like is now lower than Belarus. Yeah, Belarus has a fucking 8. Azerbaijan is 7. That's fucking wild. What a shit country. North Korea is 3. -3 for Nagorno-Karabakh. South Ossetia has 12. Bullshit. What's this little fucker have? Transnistria 17. Donbass 2. Crimea 2. Yeah, I'd say so. How's North Cyprus? North Cyprus 76. Not bad. They still don't have fucking they don't have the fucking autonomous region of Syria, which is like total bullshit, bro. Like total bullshit. Like what is that? Do you have Somaliland too? They have Somaliland, but they don't have the fucking autonomous region. Guys, what are we doing for EDH today? What is TDH? We stand Jack. Yeah, I'm going over a map. Jack said Jack doesn't care about you. He walked away. What is TDH? I don't know what that means. You're TDH. Here's a great
In
video.
European swordsmanship, spinning is almost, not quite exclusively the domain of the large two-handed sword, for a couple of reasons.
What a
One,
nerd.
it often presumes
Look at his fucking boots,
number
guys.
enemies who are in front of and behind you, to where you are turning your back to an enemy no matter what.
You're turning your back to the
It's sort
enemy.
of like this, because this is such a mass.
This is how you fight with a
that
great
it
sword.
actually kind of spins you as much as you spin it. Consider, for example, what a single will do. If I do nothing to stop it. And because of this massive momentum, there are situations where it can be better to let that sword carry you through the spin entirely.
Fucking Star Wars kid, bro. Ugh, what a nerd. Nobody's sticking up for him. Navy SEALs fear this man. Who do we want to watch next? We want to watch Hasan. We want to watch Vaush. Destiny, right? We want to watch Destiny. We like Destiny. Woke AI. Full dancer Archer will defend the sword nerds. Something Jack will hate. Well, I don't. That's the point. Is like I'm waiting for him to torture him. That's the whole point, you know.
What the hell? And so now in daycare centers, you can't touch the kids. It's like, what the hell? You know, well,
always appears to me that the more important the issue,
oh God,
the
it's
less
Bernie
it gets
Sanders.
discussed here in the Congress and in the media. More important, less discussion. And today I want to say a few words about one of those issues.
Nobody's got shit like this, all right? Nobody is pulling up videos like this. Bro, their mics aren't even on. Oh my God. Oh my God. They never let me down. They literally started streaming, their mics are off. Oh my fucking God. I can't wait to see how long this takes. How much of a delay if they like, because we do a 40-second delay, so it might be at least 40 seconds before he even notices that the mics aren't working. All right, 40 seconds. Somebody's got to notice now. Can't hear you, chat should be saying. Can't hear you. Can't hear you. She sees it.
Talking about
There we
today.
go. 1 minute.
There we
40-second delay
Okay.
took her
It's just
20
my
seconds.
Can you
voice.
guys
to
hear it
realize.
now? Can you hear David?
You're a little low. Could
Yeah,
be
if you
louder.
hear it, just give us a thumbs up, please. We'll appreciate it. So, as I
Okay,
said, the
thumbs up. We
nature
hear you,
of the
David.
topic, you can consider it sensitive or not. It's only the
consider it.
question is the timing of it and the source that it came from. And this one has to do with the CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, involvement of Ukraine.
The CIA is in Ukraine.
Why
No
should we
way.
be surprised?
Oh my
should
gosh.
be?
Okay, and not
Intelligence
just
agency. Yeah,
involvement
crazy.
in
Would
Yeah.
you believe it? They're building
but
them the fucking drones to fly into
involvement in
boats.
Ukraine.
Indeed.
So basically, so the New York Times came out with this bomb. Okay. So
Well, before you go,
okay,
though, we're not
okay,
gonna
okay.
yet, because we still
Sorry,
have to.
I'm just like
I
jumping.
know,
I'm jumping.
but
This is
remember to
crazy
keep
stuff.
that for the ramble also. Please make sure to type in where you are joining us from. If this is your first time here, just remember to subscribe. We would greatly appreciate it.
Let me
And
make
thanks
sure
to
that I
all
am
for your
subscribed to you
continued
because
support.
you
It
are my
means a lot
favorite
to us.
YouTuber.
Also,
Of
while
course
I'm
I am. And
remembering,
you're gonna get that
remember
thumbs
to
up.
join us
You
for
deserve that, David. That's your only real
locals
thumbs
on
up you've probably
Thursday.
ever gotten.
We did first reaction.
We did a
video.
reaction.
You can check it out
So
over there.
I would
So
be
we're
paying
gonna be doing
everyone
that
so
on a
they
regular
can't hear
basis.
it.
And
Fucking
they're the
pause
ones
them.
who asked for it, David.
Then that's it.
So
I'm
we
gonna
listen.
figure out how it works. Sometimes if it doesn't work for us to be together doing it, one of us will get on and just do that because it's only 5-10 minutes. So anyway, let's get
That kind of
into
really
our
good
topic because we
simple
got a lot to cover
business.
here. But again, we're gonna continue the conversation on our next platform where we're gonna detail a few other
This is what
things in addition to
Dracula's
some pictures. So I'll turn it over to
These
you.
news
Since you're
Borat.
excited about it. You start.
I am excited is an interesting word, but
Yeah.
you know, I have come to a place, David, where everything is so ridiculous
Yeah.
that you're either laughing or crying. And so
That's true.
I'm choosing to laugh.
Jesus Christ.
I don't want to live my life upset. And,
No,
and
no.
I'm just offering that to you guys. Like, do, you know, obviously pay attention and take things seriously, but man, you just gotta laugh
Man.
sometimes. And this is one of
Can
those
you
times.
believe it?
So
That
the
things are
CIA,
crazy right
apparently,
now.
according to the New York
Sometimes I get so
which,
mad at
as
it.
we
Sometimes
know,
I
is
just laugh
kind
about
of,
it. It's so wild, the world.
mouthpiece
Isn't
of
it,
certain
David? Yes,
organizations,
Yeah.
it's
perhaps,
very interesting
Yeah.
because
came
not
out with this
though.
very massive article that basically said the US has been waging a shadow war from Ukraine. They basically
Oh
militarized
my God.
2014,
Yeah.
which wow, I wonder who's been saying that for a really long time. And so this
Crazy. I
report
wonder if these
confirms that
arms
they're
sales are
that
fucking
the
public, too.
CIA built 12 secret spy bases in
Uh-huh.
Ukraine.
Sure.
Which is, by the way, one of the things that Putin accused
also
the West
tortured
of doing,
people in
accused the
Poland.
United States of doing,
Yeah.
Without
is
Poland's
basically
permission.
weaponizing
Remember when they did
Ukraine.
that?
And so all of that talk that we had
Actually,
had,
Poland might have
all
been
of
the
that
one that was,
story
like,
that we
they
had
tortured
gotten fed, that it was about democracy,
No.
it turns out there's some real there are some real threats that Putin had
Uh-huh.
identified appropriately.
Uh-huh. Sure.
And I think that that's really, really
Wow.
important
There's-
because out
did
of
you
the
know
two
there's bad
countries,
guys out
one
there
of
that
them has
Putin
been
doesn't
lying
like?
and one of them hasn't.
Well, we know which one
Have
was
you not
lying.
seen- have you
so-
not
Yes, we
seen
sure
these,
do.
Borat? Yeah,
But
this isn't
this
even the
whole
best
thing.
part. The best part is his comment section, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not real. See, it's all going to be like name 4 numbers, right? Name 4 numbers, name 4 numbers. Love your podcast. Watching from South Africa. He always says, go pipe in the comment where you are from. Watching from Uganda. Big up, guys. Well, you guys have one of the most insightful show. Keep working. Now, if we just fucking like, if let's see if there's stuff. It's sometimes you can just copy this and you can just press Control C and press Control F and then see if it comes up more than once. And sometimes it will. Once, you know, you never know. Oh, you know, thank you very so much for a great episode and education or listening in Granada. Pepe Escobar, Brazilian journalist. Try to get him on the show. They also have a fucking chat, right? Crazy.
Live chat.
Close this. Can I get to the chat? Live chat replay? Does it show me their chat?
This whole thing
There we go.
of the CIA,
Virginia,
you have
you're
to
up.
go back to almost 2007. That's how far back you have to go. I do
Oh
remember
my
I was still in
Lord.
Washington. I remember I left Washington in 2014, if I'm not somewhere around that time. So I was in the middle of knowing a few things regarding to this topic. I did spend some time in Uzbekistan. So if you know what Uzbekistan where Uzbekistan is,
Fuck
vis-a-vis
you!
Russia and so forth, and why we were there. But this is what I'm saying. You have to know the background, and the background goes back to 2007.
Yeah.
There are two main things you need
Oh
to
my
understand.
god.
First
Where's
is
that
who was
chatter
the
from
U.S.
from the last
ambassador
stream?
to
Here we
Russia at
go.
that time.
Orange Revolution. This is
You
all
know?
the
No, I
CIA.
don't.
Here we go.
Back in 2007?
2007, somewhere around that time.
No, I don't know.
It
I
was the
was
CIA director.
in
William
I
Burns.
just
William
graduated.
Burns was the CIA, was
No
the
way.
ambassador.
Mm.
Then after him came Mike McFaul, who is now in
Whoa.
Stanford. Well, if you know two things
Mm.
about this
Wow.
gentleman here, that will give you an idea as to
Yep.
why things progressed from 2007 to 2011, and from
Whoa.
2011 took a different phase to
Crazy.
2014. Because in
Because
2014,
people didn't want
you all know what
Russia
happened,
controlling
right?
their country. You
Can
think
you
that
type
might
that
have
in
been
the
what
chat box?
escalated it?
Yeah,
and people
type in
continued
serious.
No,
That
it
happened
couldn't
in 2014
possibly be
regarding
No,
that.
Putin. You know, it's like
Here's the
swiper, no
thing.
swiping.
It was a release
Right?
of a secret
But he
memo
just
at
keeps
that
coming
time.
back.
It
But
was
he gets
written by
brings
William
back more
Burns.
gadgets to
At that
steal your
time,
stuff
it was
every
through
time.
a cable. If you know the word cable means, that's where the sensitive
Oh my
classified
god,
information
bro.
goes
Yes, people.
into the
Okay,
system
Google
Yeah.
out.
between
People know
all
what
the
fucking
U.S.
cables are.
embassies around the world and Washington. So, well, in it was a conversation about
oh
how
yes, a
the urgent
need
need to ensure
a
that
CIA
the fall
cable.
of the
Definitely a
of the
trustworthy
Russians
source.
will have
They
to be
don't
done one way or
purposely
another.
leak
Yeah.
those.
So basically what
Don't
William Burns did
purposely
is
falsify those
starting
either.
to
You
map
know, other
out.
countries
That's why these things
falsify
evolve
Never,
over
not
time.
even once.
There are a lot
Never.
of people who are saying, "Oh, this Ukraine conflict
Always
just happened
Not the
when
best
when
source.
Russian military operations started." No,
it sure
no.
did not.
It goes way back when Obama took over in 2008, and this is why that
Now it's
that
Obama's fault.
memo
Here we
when it came
go.
out later on, Ambassador McFaul was appointed as the U.S. ambassador. Now, one thing about McFaul, which by the way, he put something on Twitter. And I kind of challenged him on it. Never heard.
My
back from him.
favorite part about this whole
I don't
thing-
trust the guy because
Pause
here
it.
is the reason why. And I have nothing against him. So if he's
My favorite thing about this whole thing is that they expect me to believe that not only from 2004 to 2022 the US has been involved, right? But on top of that, across 4 different fucking presidents who probably all hate each other. Or at least vastly oppose each other's
Yeah.
policy. Why
Crazy.
would they continue their funding?
Why would
of
we
Ukraine?
not? Why would we not be watching what the former Soviet Union was doing?
Yeah, like what the fuck? Also, the
We-
CIA is clandestine. It's not controlled by the government. So, you know, womp womp.
listening, whatever. He's in Stanford, and if you only know Stanford and Yale, 2 of them will link to Navalny. So it's all a web, and
Yeah.
this is where the agency comes behind the scenes. So just to go back to Michael McFaul, is the one who authored the 7-point
Crazy. You mean the
bullet points
CIA
for how to
communicated
change
with
regime
Navalny?
change.
Wow.
It was Michael McFaul.
Yeah.
And the deal was made at that time between State departments and certain entities inside Ukraine. That's how it's all evolved from 2007 to 2011. From 2011, he moved into 2014.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What was the nail on the coffin in
Wow.
2014? It was when the Crimean citizens wanted to identify with Russia.
Oh my
And
god.
right there at the time, that's
No.
when Ukrainian
hate you.
government
Yeah.
came to the agency, even though the agency was involved before.
Hey,
and said,
you want to
"This is a
make
golden
guys
opportunity."
like David
That's how it happened.
Ulalow, news
Now,
right
you
here,
shouldn't
look
ignore
stupid?
the role of
Help
MI6.
fund Ukraine. Look,
Absolutely.
there's
CIA
fundraisers
will never do
going
anything
across the
without
bottom of the
MI6
screen.
and vice versa. You go back to 1953.
Yeah.
What happened in 1953, if anybody can remember?
Christ.
Somebody put a comment, by the way, saying, the professor is here. He's asking you questions.
That's true. It's what happens in
And
class.
it's all about just sharing knowledge. I'm sure
The
you guys
professor is here.
a major event in 1953 in the Middle East that involved both agencies, MI6 and the Central Intelligence Agency. Now, the big question is like what you mentioned at the beginning, why all of a sudden New York Times is releasing that?
And I think that is
Oh,
a
wow,
phenomenal
I
question,
wonder
if not
Yeah.
the question.
Yeah.
Because I think that this report, right? Because this, like you said, the people who know what's been going on over
Yeah.
the last few decades, because most people in the world, if not the United States, learned that Ukraine existed in 2 years ago
Yeah,
in
after
February,
February
right?
22nd, yeah.
God.
That's when they realized that Ukraine was even a place,
Yeah.
right? More or less, and definitely not like even where it was on a map or any of that. And so they don't understand the history of it, the history behind it.
Yeah.
And you know,
Uh-huh.
there's even a clip that's circulated around the internet
Mhm.
of
You
Bill
hear
Gates
that?
talking about
They
how
are smarter
corrupt
than
Ukraine
you.
was a few years ago. And so people who understand knew that a lot of this corruption was going on, and,
Yeah.
and the people in the European countries that were next to Ukraine definitely knew that was going on.
I'm
And so
fucking
when it was
better than
touted as this like
Yeah, because
beacon of
they're
democracy
also
in
corrupt.
Europe, that was one of the craziest things to me. I'm half
No
Polish,
shit.
and so that's something that my family's in Poland, is what I knew about.
Yeah.
And
Also,
so
nobody was as corrupt
it
as the guy
just
they
what
kicked
is
out
the
in
reason that this is coming out right
2014?
now?
Oh my
So
god.
go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, just
Turned
the
his,
quick answer that comes to
turned
mind
his
right away is that
estate
it has to
into
do
a
with
museum
ensuring that
on
the
corruption.
story stays relevant for the American audience.
Yeah,
That's
I
but
agree,
but
yeah.
again, why will it that? Is to highlight how important Ukraine in
Mhm.
sort of forging this path of so-called democracy. The other thing will have to do with
Oh my
our own
God.
elections, presidential elections.
I-
That's a
yeah.
key point to all that. But again,
Yeah.
the timing of it can be ignored.
It can't.
It can't.
It absolutely
He's
can't.
But if you know the
hilarious.
role of the New York
He's
Times,
hilarious.
or
He
Washington
interviews
Post,
Scott
the
Ritter.
media outlet, which
It's
there's
one of
one
the
part here that
funniest
I'm not going to
things.
talk about here. I'll
So
talk about
he
it on
like
the
Scott
Yeah.
Ritter
and
is
I
late
know
and
this
he's
for a
sitting
fact.
here and
Pause
his
the
mic
video.
I
is
was working
blown
in
out.
Washington, so you kind of
His mic is
uh,
blown out and he's just like, we're gonna have that guy in. And his mic is so shit. And then Scott Ritter comes out and he's like, guess what, Scott Ritter? We went to the same college. I ran track and field.
It's like 10 minutes before they actually get started. It's hilarious.
It's literally
And
it's
Scott Ritter
literally a
was late.
show. Like you thought Rising, they just be talking. they just be saying shit. She's so funny though, because she's like, wow, because things happen. He's like, yes, and in 1953. How long is this video?
An hour. But we'll just jump through it.
Is there
Please.
peaks in it yet?
I think we can see. Told you.
Is there what?
Peaks.
No.
Shitty.
Boo.
Sometimes they'll have them. It's you have to go to the other Hasan uploader who's more watched.
He brings you in with all this other, and then he hits the notes that he actually cares about. Pure fascist demagogue right there.
He said very specifically, depending on the questions you ask Putin, you know, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has like control over my questions and they'll arrest me if I ask the wrong question. Like, how are we better than Putin if that's true? Killing Navalny during the Munich.
That is the most moronic fucking thing I've ever said. I've ever heard. Sorry. That was just dumb.
Security conference in the middle of a debate over 60.
Like, he turns that from Russia will arrest or kill you if you say shit, so probably don't. They turn that from Russia bad to America bad. That's some mental gymnastics.
That's if you think that's the dumbest shit you ever heard.
Oh my god.
I got something that's even dumber. Okay.
$1 billion in Ukraine funding? Maybe the Russians are dumb. I didn't get that vibe at all.
More advanced than we are now, or is that just
much more advanced?
This is much more. Was Atlantis more advanced than we are now, or is that just
much more advanced?
This is much more advanced.
Much more.
This is all conspiracy, but I think that there was a lost civilization on Earth that created things that we are I shouldn't say incapable of. Things that create. Let me give you an example so people listening can
This
understand.
is way dumber than I thought it was going to be. This is amazing.
Egypt in Luxor called the Ramesseum statue. It is 1,000 tons that was carved out of one solid piece of granite stone that was moved approximately 150 miles. 1,000 tons.
Crazy about
There's
all
a few
this stuff?
720.
You know what's crazy about all this stuff, like the pyramids in Egypt and all that stuff? You can see the older ones that failed.
Yeah.
Crazy. Would you believe it? You can actually be like, oh, here's the progress of how this shit happened. We're going to talk about that. We think Egypt is a comparison to fucking Atlantis being more advanced than society today. Bro, you need to stop watching Stargate.
ton stones that were moved 500 miles, or let's say 400, excuse me.
The same taste.
In 2000, was it 15 or 12? Doesn't matter. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art moved a 340-ton stone just over 106 miles.
Bro, have you seen the guy who just moves big stones?
Yeah.
And he does it to prove like history. Like he's just using it simple methods stuff. Also,
it's
the
leverage
way
and shit, right?
Egypt used hydroplaning, right?
Really?
Yeah. So they would use water to like hydroplane and like make so it would reduce the friction in like as they pulled shit.
I didn't know that. I thought they just used the method of like logs. Put a log.
No, because they used everything developed around the Nile in Egypt.
Right. Okay. Interesting. That's pretty cool. I didn't know that.
I learned how to mummify a cat.
Neat.
In Egypt class. And then we tried to make papyrus, but it didn't work out.
It took a year of planning. They had to custom build a 260-foot-long trailer truck around the stone, had 198 wheels, 44 axles. This was an unbelievable undertaking for us to move a 340-ton stone, and somehow the Egyptians moved something that was 3 times as heavy with primitive methods. It is a complete mystery.
They had big horns. You see this one? And they would all stand next to it and blow the horns.
That's why I brought
making it vibrate.
This rifle
and
machine
like
up the walls of Jericho's.
He's making fun of them, right?
Yeah.
Story.
So actually, I built I have this on my YouTube channel. I built a remote control can of green tea by taking a can of green tea, and then I put a block on top with 2 motors.
Brilliant.
And I put the bottom of a can of green tea on one of the motors, so when it spun, it created a wobble. And this would cause the can to vibrate, and the weight would pull it forward. And you could actually make it so the way you would turn it. I have the video on my YouTube. The way it would turn is you'd reduce the speed of the motor, and it would cause the can to spin in circles. And then if you increase the speed, it would drag in the direction of the motor. So it was just literally a can of green tea that would float across the table through vibration.
My theory of
That's
these
wild.
big blocks is that they attach them to hot air balloons. That they had gigantic. They had this thing called the Vimana, in the Indian Hindu texts, and it was a giant floating city on hot air balloons. So I think they attach these blocks to like a
My
1,000
theory
hot air
about
balloons,
these big blocks,
and then they
we don't give a shit about your remote control green tea.
would like with ropes just guide the blocks
theory
along,
about the
100
floating
miles and
blocks.
walk it to its destination.
This is how they did it. It's very obvious.
Something like resonant frequency. I mean, I've been watching Jimmy's expose on these for a while. You've been doing a great job with that on X, formerly Twitter.
Tim's like, you guys seen this video I made? Nobody's paying attention to its video.
The only thing I can think of is initially there were two ideas that came to my head. One, okay, are these cast somehow? What were they literally cast in place? That one's hard. I can't say it's impossible, but that one's hard to wrap your head around and hard to believe that's the answer. If they had a way to, through resonant frequencies, vibrate these stones, that's the only other thing I've ever been able to think of.
You guys ever? You guys should watch Dr. Stone. Have you ever heard of Dr. Stone?
No.
Oh my
It's
God.
a manga anime about
Oh
for some reason at some point every human turns to stone.
Okay.
And
All
then
right. Let's go. I can't. Okay.
Come
Let's
on,
hear
dog.
these
Yo,
idiots.
how does he hate America so much? How does he get away with hating America so much? His dad literally is the CIA. I'm kind of
Influential.
jealous that he can still come across as like an infinitely more patriotic figure and is received as such by the American audience. And he's like pushing Z.
Often controversial political commentator. When he was at Fox, Time magazine called him the most powerful conservative in America. After Fox, he has continued to host big, impactful interviews and shows on X, on the
Big,
Tucker Carlson
big
podcast,
interview.
and on TuckerCarlson.com.
Massive.
I recommend
Huge.
subscribing, even if you disagree
Don't.
with his views. It is always good to explore diversity of perspectives. Most recently,
Not this
he interviewed
guy.
the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin. We discussed this, the topic of Russia, Putin, Navalny, and the war in Ukraine at length in this conversation. Please allow me to say a few words about the
We
very
don't care
fact
about
that I
this.
did
Let's
this
get to
interview.
some good shit.
I have
Come on.
received a lot of criticism, publicly and privately, when I announced
Nobody
that I would be talking with
fucking
Tucker.
cares, Lex.
For people
Shut
who
the
think
fuck
I
up.
shouldn't
Let's
do the
get to the
conversation with
doofus
Tucker.
talking. Not Hasan, the actual doofus. I fucking hate you.
Offensive state where they give only shallow talking points. Instead, I'm looking always for the expression of genuinely held ideas.
Right.
But he was also
Bro, he is literally talking shit from outside of the room. Boy, look out for open windows, man.
probably prepared to give you a full lesson in history, as he did.
Well, I was totally shocked by that and very annoyed because I thought he was filibustering. I thought he would. I mean, I asked him, as I usually
Oh,
do,
God.
the
It's
most
Tucker being
obvious,
a normal
dumbest question
person
ever,
from
which is,
again.
why'd you do this?
He's so good at doing
And
this.
he had said in
When
a
he's taking
speech that I
too
think
much
is
heat, he
worth
just goes,
reading.
"Oh, I'm just
I don't
gonna be
speak
a
Russian,
normal
so I
guy and not
haven't
be
heard the
Tucker."
original, but
Yeah.
And be a human being on this interview.
Yeah.
People will like me again.
Yeah, that's literally all he does.
he had said at the moment of the beginning of the war, he had given this address to Russians in which he explained to the fullest extent we have seen so far why he was doing this. And he said in that speech, I fear that NATO, the West, the United States, the Biden administration will preemptively attack us. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I mean, I can't evaluate whether that's a fear rooted in reality or one rooted in paranoia, but I thought, well,
Bro,
that's
so-
an answer right there.
That is such Israel shit, by the way. That's literally
Literal
what Israel did.
paranoia.
Putin want to be Israel so bad.
And so I alluded to that in my question. And rather than answering it, he went off on this long, from my perspective, kind of tiresome, sort of greatest hits of Russian history. And the implication, I thought, was, well, Ukraine is ours, or Eastern Ukraine is ours already. And I thought he was doing that to avoid answering the question. So, you know, the last thing you want when you're interviewing someone is to get rolled. And I didn't want to be rolled, so I, a couple of times, interrupted him politely, I thought, but he wasn't having it. And then I thought, you know what? I'm not here to prove that I'm a great interviewer. It's kind of not about me. I want to know who this guy is. I think a Western audience, a global audience, has a right to know more about the guy. And so just let him talk.
What a pussy.
That
What
is
a fucking
pathetic. Pathetic. Like I said when I saw the interview on Twitter and probably during our live stream of it, pathetic. Truly, truly pathetic display of journalism.
Talk. You know, because it's not, you know, I don't feel like my reputation's on the line. people have already drawn
it's already
conclusions
gone.
about me, I suppose, to the extent they have. I'm not interested really in
Lex
those
reminds you
conclusions
of a
anyway.
cult leader. Yeah.
So just let him talk. And so I calmed down and just let him talk. And in retrospect, I thought that was really, really interesting. You know, whether you agree with it or not, or whether you think it's relevant to the war in Ukraine or not, that was his answer. And so it's inherently significant.
Bro really said he was too shitty to join the CIA. Okay, to your face, he rolled you.
Yeah.
Well, you said he was nervous. Were you nervous? Were you afraid? This is Vladimir Putin.
I wasn't afraid at all, and I wasn't nervous at all.
Did you drink tea beforehand?
No, I did my normal regimen of nicotine pouches and coffee. No, I'm not a tea drinker. I tried not to eat, you know, all the sweets they put in front of us, which is that is my weakness, is eating crap. But you eat a lot of sugar, as you know, before an interview, and it does dull you. So I successfully resisted that. But I wasn't nervous. I wasn't nervous the whole time I was there. Why would I be?
I was nervous the whole time I was there. They made me go to a grocery store.
Yeah.
You know, I'm 54. My kids are grown. I believe in God. You know, I'm almost never nervous. But no, I wasn't nervous. I was just interested. I mean, I'm interested in Soviet history. I studied it in college. I've read about it my entire life.
Hey, Hasan.
You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and read your competition.
And so to be in the Kremlin, in a room where Stalin made decisions, either wartime decisions or decisions about murdering his own population,
shit.
I just couldn't get over it. And we were in Molotov's old office.
My ear.
So for me, I was just blown away by that. I thought I knew a lot about Russia. It turns out I knew a lot about the Soviet period. You know, the 1937 purge trials, the famine in Ukraine. Like I knew a fair amount about that, but I really knew nothing about contemporary Russia. Less than I thought I did.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, what are you talking about?
He doesn't know about it, bro. He was just making shit up.
Yeah.
It turned out. And but yeah, I was just blown away by where we were. And that's kind of one of the main drivers at this stage in my life.
Does that soundbite
soundbite
even come from a stream? Or does it come from that video we made where I said, bro, we got to go back and we got to watch Hasan watching this video because it's so funny?
I'm not sure.
Oh, you know what? It's like Hasan discovers hacking exists.
Possibly.
Oh my God, this guy over here. Calm down.
Possibly.
He's jumping all around the walls like a little spider monkey.
And stuff. And I want to see as much as I can and try and draw conclusions from it to the extent I can. So I was very much caught up in that, but no, I wasn't nervous. I didn't think he's going to like kill me or something. And I'm not particularly afraid of that anyway. So
not afraid of dying.
Not really. No. I mean, again, it's it's an age and stage in life thing. I mean, I've 4 children. So there were times when they were little where I was terrified of dying because if I died, it would have huge consequences.
Now I have nothing to live for. So
I don't want to die. I'm really enjoying my life, but I've been with the same girl for 40 years and I have 4 children who I'm extremely close to. Well, now 5, a daughter-in-law. And I love them all. I'm really close to them. I told them I love them every day. I've had a really interesting life.
What was the goal? Just linger on that. What was the goal for the interview? Like, how were you thinking about it? What would success be like in your head leading into
we don't care.
the parent of the United States?
Yes.
Putting leverage on the negotiation
There we
to make
go.
sure there's a fairness.
Amen. Well, of course, and I should just restate this. I am not emotionally involved in this. I'm American in every sense. And my only interest is in America. I'm not leaving ever. And so I'm looking at this purely from our perspective, what's good for us. But also as a human being, as a Christian, I mean, I hate war. And anybody who doesn't hate war shouldn't have power, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Putin certainly hates war. Here's a guy who hates war. The guy I interviewed that's doing war. You might not know that he was doing war because I didn't ask him about it, really.
So I agree with that definition.
Did Hasan just have a good take?
A victory is like not killing.
Yeah, Tucker Carlson hates war. That's why he said Iraq is a nation of primitive apes that deserve to be bombed into oblivion. Now he's running the anti-Iraq war narrative now, but that's because he's literally a propagandist.
Killing an entire generation.
I got something for you, Hasan, because you made a
Please
funny...
clap. Of your population. It's not being completely destroyed to be eaten up by BlackRock or whatever comes next for them. So yeah, we were close to that a year and a half ago. And the Biden administration dispatched Boris Johnson, the briefly prime minister of the UK, to stop it and to say to Zelensky, who I feel sorry for, by the way, because he's caught between these forces, a little bigger than he is.
Yeah.
To say, no, you cannot come to any terms with Russia. And the result of that is not been a Ukrainian victory. It's just been more dead Ukrainians and a lot of profit for the West. It's a moral crime, in my opinion. And I tried to ask Boris Johnson about it because why wouldn't I? After he,
it's pretty funny that you want to ask Boris Johnson that, which, you know, it's worthy for sure. But like, why didn't you ask Vladimir Putin? You have more than enough to hire competent hackers and read your competition.
Swallow
why Tucker's a propagandist, unlike anyone else, because he's smart enough to put in little kernels of truth. That's what a good propagandist does. Like he's adding in the whole Boris Johnson part of the conversation, but then simultaneously, like through lies by omission or through not really interrogating Putin on this issue, making it seem as though this is like a purely one-sided affair. It's not. That's why you'll hear a lot.
And so I guess these are really, it's not just about Boris Johnson being a sad, rapacious fraud, which he is obviously, but it's about like the future of the West and the future of Ukraine, this country that purportedly we care so much about. All these people are dying, and like, what is the end game? It's also deranged that I didn't imagine and don't imagine that I could like add anything.
Do you think he genuinely doesn't understand that it's Ukraine saying that they're not going to surrender, or is he just that dumb?
Couldn't tell you. It's Tucker Carlson.
Very meaningful to the conversation because I'm not a genius, okay? But I felt like I could, at the very least, puncture some of the lies, and that's an inherent good.
Vladimir Putin, after the interview, said that he wasn't fully satisfied because you weren't aggressive enough. You didn't ask sharp enough questions. First of all, what do you think about him saying that?
I don't even understand it. I guess it does seem like the one Putin statement that Western media take at face value. Everything else Putin says is a lie, except his criticism of me, which is true. But I mean, I have no idea what he meant by that. I can only tell you what my goal was, as I've suggested, was not to make it about me. I watched, he hasn't done any interviews of any kind for years. But the last interview he did with an English-speaking reporter, Western media reporter, was like many of the other interviews he'd done with Western media reporters. Mike Wallace's son did an interview with him that was of the same variety, and it was all about him. I'm a good person, you're a bad person. And I just feel like that's the most tiresome, fruitless kind of interview. It's not about me. I don't think I'm an especially good person. I've definitely never claimed to be. But people can make their own judgments. And again, the only judgments that I care about are my wife and children and God. So I'm just not interested in proving I'm a good person. And I just want to hear from him. And I had a lot of, you should see, I almost never write questions down, but I did in this case because I had I had 3 years to think about it as I was trying to book the interview, which I did myself.
Jesus Christ.
But it was all about internal Russian politics and Navalny. And I had a lot of, I thought, really good questions. And then at the last second, and you make these decisions, as you know, since you interview people a lot, often you make them on the fly. And I thought, no, I want to talk about the things that haven't been talked about and that I think matter in a world historic sense. And then number one among those, of course, is the war and what it means for the world. And so I stuck to that. I did ask about Gershkovich, who I felt sorry
found
for.
another Cheerio.
I wanted
And
Putin to
he's
release him
gone.
to me, and I was offended that he didn't.
Hasan is gone. Everybody, Hasan is
trade
gone.
him for someone. I said, well, doesn't that make him a hostage?
He's gone.
Which of course it does. But other than that, I really wanted to keep it to the things that I think
he's
more
gone.
commentary than Hasan gives.
So crazy. Holy shit. Unbelievable.
Poggers matter most. People can judge whether I did a good job or not, but that was my decision.
In the moment, what was your gut? Did you want to ask some tough questions as follow-ups
Sure.
on certain topics?
You know what it would mean to ask a tough question.
Clarifying questions, I suppose they would.
I guess. I just wanted him to talk. I just wanted to hear his perspective. Again, I've probably asked more asshole questions than like any living American. I'm, as has been noted correctly, I'm a dick by my nature. And so I just feel at this stage of my life, I didn't need to prove that I could, like, Vladimir Putin answer the question.
Sure,
It's
for
okay.
sure.
I think if I had been
weird,
34 instead of 54, I definitely would have done that because I would have thought this is really about me and I need to prove myself.
Curious, you got in there.
There's a war going on that is wrecking the U.S. economy in a way and at a scale.
And he's back.
Understand the U.S. dollar is going away.
Cool.
That was, of course, inevitable ultimately because everything dies, including currencies. But that process of death has been accelerated exponentially by the behavior of the Biden administration and the U.S. Congress, particularly the sanctions.
I'm not going to go back to see another insane Tucker laughter moment. It already lives in my nightmares. Okay.
And people don't understand what the ramifications of that are. The ramifications are poverty in the United States. Okay. So I just wanted to get to that because I'm coming at this from not a global perspective. I'm coming at it from an American perspective.
So you mentioned Navalny.
Mm-hmm.
After you left, Navalny died in prison.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on, just at a high level first, about his death?
Well, it's awful.
can't even see him.
Imagine dying in prison.
Blends in,
I've thought about it a lot. I've known a lot of people in prison, a lot, including some very good friends of mine. So I thought instantly.
Who the f is he talking about that he knows in prison, bro? Dinesh D'Souza? Like, what? Epstein?
Geopolitical perspective, I don't know any more than that. And I laugh at and sort of resent, but mostly find amusing the claims by. Okay. Because I like to say what I think. In fact, I make my living doing.
Why is media focusing on an alliance with Russia to go to war against China? Oh, you're claiming that I got Vivek endlessly.
It's not quite European. And the way they think is very, very complex. Very complex. It's too complicated. Just don't get involved. And I would just say two things. One, I'm not sure. I mean, like, I don't know, but my strong sense is that Navalny's death, whoever did it, probably didn't have a lot to do with the coming election in Russia. My sense from talking to Putin and the people around him is they're not really focused on that. I mean, in fact, I asked one of his top advisors, when's the election? And she looked at me completely confused. She didn't know the date of the election. Okay. She's like, March? Okay. And I asked a bunch.
Yeah, because they don't have any real elections.
Of other people
Where are you
in
getting all
Moscow.
these
Who's Putin running against? Like, nobody knew. So it's not a real election, right? In the sense that we would recognize at all. Second, I was really struck by so many things in Moscow and really deeply bothered by a lot of things that I saw there. But one thing I noticed was the total absence of multi-personality propaganda, which I expected to see.
Oh my God.
And have seen around the world. Jordan, for
How
example.
where did you find that?
Jordan, go to Jordan in
How
every
do you
building.
keep getting Cheerios? Where are you keeping them?
They're tucked in his pockets.
How many Cheerios are in there, dude?
There are pictures of the king and his extended family, and that's a sign of political insecurity. You know, you don't create a cult of personality unless you're personally insecure, and also unless you're worried about losing your grip on power. None of that. It's interesting, and I expected to see a lot of it. You know, like statues.
My guy, he just kills them. He doesn't need it. He rules through fear. Are you stupid?
The Putin. No, there are no statues of anybody other than like Christian saints.
I used to write for this idiot's company.
That was like, I'm not quite sure. I'm just reporting what I saw. So yes, it's not in a political sense, it's not a free country. It's not a democracy in the way that we would understand it or want. I don't want to live there. Okay. Because I like to say what I think. In fact, I make my living doing it.
Why is media focusing on listening to fascists all the time?
Is underlying.
How?
I mean, this question about the freedom of the press is underlying the very fact of the interview you're having with him.
Right.
So you might not need to ask the Navalny question, but did you feel like, are there things I shouldn't say?
I mean, how honest do you want me to be? I mean it when I say I felt not one twinge of concern for the 8 days that I was there. Maybe I just didn't. And I feel like I've got a pretty...
Yeah, bro, of course you didn't feel concerned. What do you mean? You were doing propaganda for him. What? Like, yeah, he's not going to... I don't think he's going to kill you, dog. He was using you like a cum rag. Why the f would you be concerned?
Like strong gut sense of things. I rely on it. I make all my decisions based on how I feel, my instincts, and I didn't feel it at all. My lawyers, before I left, and these are people who work for a big law firm. This is not Bob's law firm. This is one of the biggest law firms in the world. Said, you're going to get arrested if you do this by the U.S. government on sanctions violations. And I said, well, I don't recognize the legitimacy of that actually, because I'm American and I've lived here my whole life, and that's so outrageous that I'm happy to face that.
Okay, dude, that was never going. He knows that was not going to happen.
Yeah,
and of course it wasn't going to happen, and it didn't happen. Like, that's the American government only has smoke for actual whistleblowers. That's it. Don't do it, Tucker. America's going to kill you, not Russia. It's like, yeah, of course.
That risk, because I so reject the premise. Okay, I'm an American. I should be able to talk to anyone I want to, and I plan to exercise that freedom, which I think I was born with.
That's actually a pretty good argument.
Like, what is lawyer?
If something did happen,
but that was it was let me put it this way. I don't know how much you dealt with lawyers, but it costs many thousands of dollars to get a conclusion like that. Like, they sent a whole bunch of their summer associates or whatever. They put a lot of people on this question, a lot of precedent, and they sent me a 10-page memo.
Looks like nobody.
Their sincere conclusion was
cares about this.
It's been low the whole time, really.
Huh?
That's fine. I'm happy to move on.
Oh yeah, I got this guy ready to go. Nobody's pulling up shit like this. No streamers pulling up shit like this.
Have you noticed how some in the media just suck up to some politicians?
I'm struck just in your presence.
Struck in her presence.
Looking you in the eye with your passion that you are displaying.
Republicans are treated differently.
If I may finish this answer,
Well, let me
this is
I-
really
I'm gonna-
important.
Vivek is who's treated differently. Vivek. Now keep in mind, these people are all in the same fucking Ayn Rand Institute. Like, they're connected to Malai and that one girl in what country was that?
Venezuela, wasn't it?
No. It was
El
like Colombia
Salvador
or something.
It was Central America. It was
Yeah,
one
it was
of
like
the
Panama,
Nicaragua,
Colombia, something.
Nicaragua, something like that.
Costa Rica, maybe.
No, it wasn't Costa Rica. It was like
Panama or something.
I'm pretty sure it was Nicaragua.
Yeah, I think it was.
Mm.
So weird that he's pulling this guy out of everyone.
I'm going to go ahead and interrupt you here.
On the DOJ
Are you
and
comfortable
the
with that term?
FBI.
Let's just...
Yeah, we're gonna try. We're gonna
Early
try to do
frame.
early
Oh.
on. God damn it, Jack. We're gonna try and do. We're
I
both
was
clicking
clicking
it. We're gonna try and do early on like the weekend. So whatever, because like we alternate. So it's either gonna be a Friday or Saturday, right? And we'll try to do something early, or it will be Sunday. You
Mhm.
know,
Yeah.
one of those days, and it will be like not newsy stuff, but just like garbage.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fucking Beetle, man.
Or maybe
I felt
games.
something on my mouse, and I was like, "What is this? Food? Beetle."
Maybe like games sometimes. We'll see. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we need to have the gear to do the games though, because they lag.
Yeah.
I mean, we have
Just
seen.
on my question though, Governor.
Excuse me.
Aggressive interviews are
Excuse
easy
me.
to notice, but some
Yes, because Kamala Harris never had aggressive interviews when she was running for president.
Never, not once.
Bro, crazy. She's the vice president, and she can accept the interviews, because her publicity doesn't matter, right? Because guess who
Yeah.
you're not voting for? The vice president. Nobody gives a fuck about the vice president.
Mhm.
Why does she need the fucking hype interviews? Why do you
Yeah.
think she's never on fucking TV?
some bias is more subtle. For example,
What a great campaign.
the media have always covered Iowa caucus victory
Yes.
speeches.
So if they deal with them all the time, you'll see them all the time. So it's an invasive species here. They're like these harmless like beetles, but like because I have big bay windows, they love these windows. So like when the sun's shining on them, they'll like flock to them. And like even in the middle of winter, there's still a lot of them. But like early fall, hundreds on that outside window. So they just like get in because I have an old house. They're like harmless. They're like these they're just a fucking I forgot what they're called. It's like I have to think about it.
A beetle.
They're box elder bugs.
You're gonna want to listen in
But I'm
very,
trying to
very
figure out
closely.
how we get them to have
But this year,
Pokemon
when
go
Trump
to
won-
the polls.
Thank you. We love you all.
CNN cut away from his speech.
Here he is right now under my voice. You hear him repeating his anti-immigrant rhetoric.
Actually, no, Jake.
Well-
you hear him. We don't. CNN
Good.
wouldn't let us actually
point.
listen to Trump and decide for ourselves. MSNBC showed none of Trump's speech. Rachel Maddow said,
We will let you know if there's any news made.
Maddow says it's not responsible to broadcast Trump live because he lies so much. But
Fair
we
enough.
reporters can point that out instead of cutting away when he talks.
Yeah, because
I've repeatedly
totally always
reported on
pointed out
Trump's
when he
lies.
lies.
Trump lies even about unimportant
gets
things
enough
like
balls.
the crowd at his inauguration, the ratings of his TV show. But Biden lies
Anyway,
too.
see these bugs? Look at that shit. Look how many there are in this person's porch. Isn't that fucking ridiculous?
I have never discussed with my son or my brother
Oh
or
my
anyone
God, we're
else
getting a Hunter
anything
Biden
having
knock
to do
in
with their
here.
businesses. Period.
I shouldn't be surprised that the media treat Republicans differently. For every Republican in newsrooms, there are 10.
Oh yeah, you guys are such a victim. Uh-huh.
I wonder why. It's almost
Such
like
a
most people get into journalism because they like it, not to be soulless shills.
Yeah. Crazy, right?
So am I also in Australia? No, I'm in America. That's why it's like that's why it depends. It depends on like Jack stays too on the weekends on what we alternate.
And now NPR has actually hired this woman to be its new CEO. She not
Oh,
only
no,
tweeted
not a woman.
Trump's a racist, but during BLM looting said, sure, looting is counterproductive.
Oh my God,
But it's
crazy.
fine because what they're
You mean
looting
she
comes
didn't
from
wanna
a
get
system
canceled
of
on Twitter?
oppression. She's now the boss of government-funded radio?
Good.
Yes. Here's another example.
The governor of
It's like
Texas
5%
refuses
funded.
to give in to federal law.
Recently, reporters suddenly got very upset about rule of law.
The governor of Texas refuses to give in to federal law.
The media can't believe that Texas politicians put up a fence and won't remove it even after the feds told them to. But when it comes to sanctuary cities, the
I
tone is
hate him
very
so much.
different.
Communities that shield
My
undocumented
sleep
immigrants
paralysis.
by not reporting offenses to immigration enforcement.
They choose not to follow federal immigration laws.
They simply choose not to follow the law. They don't refuse like Texas does.
The governor of Texas refuses to give in to federal law.
Finally, the way the media labels politicians is just biased.
I was not expecting
Argentina's new president is a libertarian who promises to take a chainsaw to big government. So the media call him far right.
Far right. I said I was not expecting it to be this stupid.
I'm surprised. It's John Stossel.
Like I said, my John Stossel impression. Isn't it crazy that black people exist? Hang on. My F search. We still have this. We don't have racist bake sale anymore.
Right, you take it
radical.
Far right, Javier Milei.
Far right libertarian Javier Milei.
At least she calls him libertarian, but libertarians aren't far right. Most of us support ending war.
You are
free trade.
You are
gay
your
marriage,
organization.
All sorts of things far from far right.
You're evil.
Milei supports legalizing the sale of human organs.
You're like
Maybe you oppose organ markets, but
Ayn
it's
Rand,
not far right. Conservatives are more likely to oppose organ sales. The shallow media just label anyone who doesn't agree.
Fuck.
Organ sales.
That's a weird statistic. Okay.
Well, libertarians, we support the free market of organs where people can just black market and sell organs. Republicans tend not to like that.
With them, right wing.
Argentina elected a right-wing former TV host.
Far right, and Trump-like.
Donald Trump of Argentina.
He makes Trump almost look like a conventional political candidate.
He's nothing like Trump.
Economist Daniel DiMartino points out
they
that
literally
Milei's
own this
policies
guy. John
are
Stossel
very
owns
different
him.
from Trump's.
The only thing that's similar to Trump is that he went against the establishment.
Oh,
He's
God.
funny in his
You know
speeches.
who
He's
would be next
charismatic.
part of these
He has
people? Who's
crazy
this
hair.
fucking nerd?
But that's it.
Pause the
I mean,
video.
this is a guy who's for free trade.
Sorry, I
He's a
forgot.
guy who's
I'm
very
posting
set
it.
on.
Who's this nerd? Who's this virgin?
Might be a libertarian
Principles,
guy.
who's very
Of course
smart.
They are. They
on
only interview their
guy.
own people. They're a fucking
Yeah.
cult, bro.
economics.
The media eagerly cover protesters who oppose Milei's cutting the size of government.
Oh my God.
Thousands are attending at demonstrations opposing his drastic cuts to public spending.
Media call most any budget cut drastic, slash and burn, astronomical, draconian. But at least in Argentina, the proposed cuts are big.
Yeah, so Argentina's economy is doing well, but their poverty rate is exploding. So he's
Yeah.
literally transferring the wealth upward,
Epic.
right? So this is like Thatcherism, Reaganomics trickle down, right? You transfer
Yeah.
all the wealth to the wealthy people, and your fucking economy looks good on paper, and it goes up while your people starve. It's like reverse communism, you know?
A lot of people don't like this. Unions are protesting.
In Argentina, it's very popular to protest and block streets.
It's the second protest against him this month.
Now we're pro blocking streets, I guess. What, are we saying it's cool to block streets, or are
But
we against
President
that?
Milei did something different because some union members get welfare payments.
He said that anybody who blocks a street illegally will lose all welfare benefits. Guess what happened? No streets were blocked.
Who knew that protesters blocking streets could be stopped by threatening their government handouts? You won't hear it from the leftist media. Libertarians get trashed. Republicans get interrupted.
Stossel. He said their unions get funded, right? They have it's called a union. Stossel, you know, when the workers, they have like a power, you know, they have like a political and lobbying power because they empower their workforce. That's what a union is, right? So these people have power so they can protest. Crazy. You're comparing this to us? How? Because black people get killed by police? Defunding a union is like black people being killed by police. What's going on? Like, what is the connection here?
Interrupted and their speech is cut off. But Democrats largely get a pass, even if you can't tell what they say.
Beer brewed here,
Oh my
it
God.
is used to make the brew beer in this fire. Oh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lake.
Yeah, bro.
There is some good news.
John Stossel, and famously, nobody criticizes Biden for his speech slurring and old age.
Never.
Never fucking happens. It's
Not
only
even
Trump
once.
that they criticize for his
Mhm.
speech slurring in old age. That one happens way more than Biden.
Today, more people
I
ignore
hate you.
leftist media. CNN's primetime viewership fell behind the History
New York
channels
Post,
recently.
not the best source.
More people now get their
Garbage. It's right at the top.
Not the best source.
news from independent journalists who publish in places like Substack and YouTube. Like us.
Hey,
It's a good trend because we're more thoughtful than
We're
the
just
silly
like you,
people on
John.
TV.
Chocolate chip.
Yeah. Why would you show his best ice cream moment, John Stossel? You fucked up. That is the best one. Now I like him again. He's got his dark branded glasses on and everything.
Our independent journalism isn't cheap, so if you want to help,
He's right. He's right. This is not cheap. You know, we have to do a lot of stuff to get funding. We need to help journalists around the world. But hey, look at that Patreon link going by. Much better than his. Okay, this is what you pulled up.
Yeah.
We might have people watching this show, but you can be the difference maker because we just need our audience to be paid members, and then this show can be around forever. So you can make that difference. Click join now.
There's no Joe Rogan behind these
Are
boxes.
you editing it?
Yeah. No Joe Rogan.
Do you think
here.
it's because there's people that are queer or LGBT, whatever, and they want other people to be a part of their group?
Dr. Phil went into the other part that I think is just totally fascinating.
Oh, it's
about
Dave
this.
Rubin. Oh my
It's
God.
become a social contagion. They now know that when one girl, an actual girl at a school, starts transitioning to be a boy, which isn't even, it's not gender affirming, it's the least affirming thing you could possibly do, chopping off someone's genitals, that it then starts spreading to the other kids at that school. It's wild. Take a look.
What do you think is behind it, though? Like, how did this? If this is so contrary to the way most people feel, what do you think is behind it?
It's a contagion, guys. Don't catch the trans virus.
Especially
Fell
the
over
push
and girl
towards
dick
children,
went in
affirming
my
children. Do you think it's because there's people that are queer or LGBT, whatever,
Oh my
and they
God.
want other people to be a part of their group? Is it they want more LGBT people?
You know what my favorite
Yeah,
thing
bro.
about this clip is? You know
The
what my
gay
favorite thing
agenda is out to get you.
My favorite part is Dr. Phil mouth breathing into the
My
microphone.
favorite part is Dave Rubin being gay and thinking the gay agenda exists.
They want to encourage this behavior. They think it's suppressed, and maybe there's more people that are gay or whatever, and they want to come out and they just get suppressed by it. So they're trying to make it like more enthusiastic. Like, how is this trans thing becoming a major point of debate with children where it never has in history? In your life, in my life, there's never all this talk about trans children. Like this,
Bro,
it seems insane that we've
come on.
forgotten. The kids don't know.
The Crying Game came out in the 90s. Okay, get out of here with that.
Are
Come
we betting on
Academy
him bringing up the litter
Award
boxes?
nominee, right? Today they would be like, "Oh, you can't make the Crying Game because it's not actually a trans person; it's just a flamboyant gay man playing a trans woman in your movie, right?" And the right wing would say, "This movie's woke. Oh, of course it got an Academy Award nomination because it's woke." You're that guy. You are exactly what you fucking complain about, Joe Rogan, where he says we can't do things like we used to. That's you. You did that.
What's going on yet?
I think a lot of it is owing.
Are we betting on him bringing up the litter boxes? What's What's the chance?
I'd say it's a 30 shot he doesn't. Or does.
To
30 shot
social
he
media
does.
platforms
70.
and the internet. I think this is what I'm talking about when I say the activists, I don't think speak for the community at large. I think they get an agenda that they're pushing, and I think they really get wrapped up in this, and it gets a lot of oxygen on the internet.
You know who makes change? Activists. The people who actually get out there. Funny that, isn't it?
People who kill people.
You know who doesn't make change? People like you, who sit here and criticize people who go out there and do
Oh,
things.
come on. Joe Rogan totally is respecting shit. This
It's
is
a lot
all
of oxygen on
Dr.
social media
Phil's
platforms.
new show because he's going to the internet and off of TV, I think.
Yeah.
Loser.
Now, they say there's no social contagion here, but the girls
Social
that are
contagion.
claiming to be
Okay, I need to
transgender,
Google.
that percentage has gone up.
Social contagion.
Some reports say it's gone up 800%, 1,000% over the last several years. And they say, well, that's because they feel more comfortable talking about it now. I think there is a social contagion effect. So people jump on the bandwagon. And if it's for a short period of time, but they've done things that can't be reversed. I think that's really tragic.
Yeah, it is really tragic for all the reasons that I just explained. Imagine what.
We don't care what you have to say. Let's see what else is on.
Here, I got this. This is your new favorite politician. I can't believe you haven't heard of this guy. He's the best. I have two of him.
I've got a new one. So you use yours.
Supreme will take away your
What in the actual fuck?
Well, you know, not all the people running for president are names you know are.
Come on, YouTube.
Well, you know, not all the people running for president are names you know are faces you've seen before.
Vermin Supreme will take away guns and give you better ones. Primary without my favorite perennial candidate, and again, he is real, Vermin Supreme.
They have all sorts of people listed here who got some votes. Vermin Supreme.
My name is Vermin Supreme. This platform includes
I'd vote for that
free
guy.
ponies for
I voted for him when I was in New Hampshire.
That's
all
hilarious.
Americans and using zombies to create energy by harnessing the latest in hamster wheel technology. All right.
Vermin Supreme.
What a legend.
Ballot.
I'm here today to actually endorse Vermin Supreme on the Democratic ballot.
Come out with your hands up and your pants down. We have you surrounded.
I'm a friendly fascist. I'm a tyrant that you should trust.
He's a presidential candidate college students are showing up for.
I came here for Vermin. Yes, I'm a politician. I will promise you anything your little electorate heart desires because you are the informed voting public and because I have no intention.
I love this
guy.
Any promise that I make.
We are not going to pass.
That's what I said. So this is the guy that I said I'm going to get him on the this is the guy we're going to interview. But I also want to interview him in and then out of character and put the out of character one on Patreon.
This border package, he better not pass funding for Ukraine.
Vote early, vote often. Remember, a vote for Vermin Supreme is a vote completely thrown away.
This is his channel.
You know who he reminds me of? You know in Far Cry 5?
Seeing if he's got a little thing at the end. It just goes out. Okay. Go ahead.
You know the stuntman in Far Cry 5? That's what he reminds me of.
No. I played about 10 minutes of Far Cry 5. Oh, no. Yes. Far Cry 5 is the one that's in America.
Yeah.
Dog shit game. Yeah, I turned that shit off so fast.
Lesser known candidate, at least here in New Hampshire.
This could be louder, but
my fellow Americans, as your president, I have promised to engage in hostilities only with powers that I deem to be a real and immediate threat to our peace-loving nation. And that is why I have ordered the Interdimensional Strategic Space Force Command to commence bombing of Narnia in 5 minutes. If we do not fight them in their
I love this guy.
we will have no choice but to fight them in our dimension here. The orcs are an excess.
he also promotes good oral hygiene. You know, that's important.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Threat to our way of life. We will not stop until we have reached Middle Earth and the last orc is dead. In this uncertain time, we must unite as a country. Let us all pray for our fearsome flying unmanned robot pony drones as they rain fire and death upon our subhuman enemies and innocent wedding parties and lots of non-combatant hobbits.
All right, we do have to wrap it. Appreciate that. Thank you very much, Mr. Supreme.
Abby Martin has been doing incredible work in this space for quite a while as reporting on Israel. And she went to a rally. It was an anti-immigrant rally in Tel Aviv. And this is such a good example of how Zionism is an extension of or a sibling of white supremacy and how interconnected Zionism is with these systems of oppression, because this isn't just about Palestinians.
I don't care. You know the old video? Oh, no, there's a new video. Okay, crazy. So let me get this straight. A known Hamas paid agent went to a Zionist rally where the crazy people are and put a camera in their face, and this is like groundbreaking journalism. Fucking Late Night does this with Trump voters. This is what's mind blowing here.
I guess so.
And you'll see here, I'll speak over if they're not speaking in English for the podcast audience, but this is
Emma,
sorry,
Emma mommy, read
okay,
me
but
the
we're all set here.
story.
So this is a clip that I think you might have some thoughts on, Amanda.
With so many politicians openly calling to expel these so-called infiltrators
So good, though.
and whipping up
She's so
xenophobic
good.
hatred against
Anytime
refugees.
she starts talking, I'm like, yes, Abby, I'll do whatever you say. She's so good at reading, man. She's so good. Nobody does it better.
We went to an anti-refugee rally in Tel Aviv, where demonstrators burned an effigy of the mayor for allowing the children of refugees into local schools.
And I'm a member of the Labour Party, and I consider myself left-wing, and I support this struggle because I think it's fair and it's just. They've come here with their practices and with their multitude of problems, and this cannot coexist. They must be removed en masse from here.
Okay, Jenna.
What are you doing?
Traveling around. You present somebody?
Huh? You cannot get inside.
What does that sign?
What does that sign say? It says kids are not permission as a bypass for a non-permitted way of staying. Kids are not visas.
It's not kids are not visas. So you want them to just stop breeding, yeah? This is not what I'm saying. If you stay inside
The gaslighting.
right of the way, kids are not being to bypass that. This is what we're But saying. doesn't use a condom mean literally stop having sex? Like stop giving birth? I don't talk about condoms. I'm saying do not want a child with a condom.
I think we get a sense here. So that's a great. I mean, when he says I'm left wing, within Israeli,
What wing is that?
There are liberal Zionism is a
it?
myth for that reason, because there's literally no
That's
way to
it.
be a left wing settler colony.
That's all we get.
They still platformed Abby Martin, which is funny.
It is funny.
You've decided, like, I'm going to blow up your weapons depot. Like, this makes no sense.
The Houthis attacked international maritime trade. Huh? I feel like every time I hear this get described, the impression I get from the description is that the U.S. like for no reason just
Why do we-
moseyed
like,
on.
These are the people that I just don't have time for. You know, like Vaush is here to defend capitalism and maritime trade. I'm here to say, yeah, it's America. Like keep crying about it. Like, what do you like? You think that the Houthis can just bomb ships? Like, come on, bro. Like, why are we gonna fucking debunk Hasan on this and like talk about how great global shipping is? Like, shut up. Just let him be in his own little fucking goblin verse.
10,000 miles east to like bomb Yemen. Like nothing happened prior to that.
They're not even doing this for your security.
No
They're
shit,
doing this to
bro.
flex for Israel, basically.
Dude, man, God, you guys are gonna end up making me sympathize with the like liberals in the UK who like the Labour Party's anti-Semitic
Cringe.
or whatever. Dude, come on, holy shit.
My goal is to hurt my neck.
I really
Every
do.
week
There's like a
my neck's
horseshoe
gonna get
theory
blown
thing
out.
or whatever, where there's like a group of people who understand that America is the big dog here and that Israel is like we keep around and we defend because of like a regional proxy wedge against Iran and like other stuff or whatever. And then like on both the far right and the far left, there's the belief that Israel is actually calling the shots. You know, I don't know. It's very frustrating. Our lefties just incredibly uncharitable. Well, it's just that lefties can't do foreign policy anymore. They used to be able to.
You see two of some of the worst genocidal superpowers historically come together and like start bombing Yemen, a country that they were, dishing out.
What
The
happened?
two most genocidal superpowers? He's talking about Britain and America. Okay, I'm with you.
They're regional actors to do genocide in.
Israel.
Shortly after that genocide is ended, that blockade is ended, and you're like, I think the guys that were doing the genocide are the
Speeches like this are meant to sound good to lefties because they appeal to the vibes
Are
that
they?
people on the left are
Is it meant to
sympathetic to.
sound
You
good?
know, there's a bunch of like vague allusions to the imperial, colonial, and genocidal tendencies of the U.S. and the UK, which exist certainly. That's why the vibe impression works. The truth of the matter is that this is purely about international maritime trade, and precision strikes were taken against Houthi targets. This has literally nothing to do with genocide. It has nothing whatsoever to do. Even points, you're misleading people on the actual cause and like consequences of this conflict. It's very much like an aesthetic position. It's very aesthetically
complain about the supposed America is bad takes you have. Isn't there enough proof to show that they are bad? Yes, because they You know what the reason why?
See, that's it. That's the vibes take that I'm talking about right there. Why are people contesting your belief that America bad? Isn't America bad? Like this has
Hasan. I think Hasan does believe that Israel is controlled by the U.S. Vaush does not.
Yeah.
Kyle Kalinske, I think, has said. Vaush also says some dumb shit sometimes. I don't know.
nothing to do with what's being discussed, but like that's the important aesthetic point that they feel the need to constantly reaffirm.
I think
you know?
among pretty much anyone, an American commentary and even some European commentary is I don't really watch that much European stuff, but anyway, I think one of their main issues that they can't get over is the idea of sovereignty. Like there's this whole like oppression complex that's like, you can say that it's the what do they call it, critical race theory woke teaching, right? They made us have this oppression complex, right? So there's like this need to like have something that's like bad and something that's good. It's this like like the whole balance of good and evil. It's just weird. It's like evangelist shit that's been crammed into our politics.
No, it's like a big like drum circle where everyone's chanting like, well, America bad, America bad. Like you have to remind yourself always, hey, talking point A, talking point B. Okay, okay.
CIA.
America bad, right? Yeah, America bad. America bad.
You can't just meme away from the Houthis have done. They've been trying to.
Okay, I think we've seen this before. It all seems familiar to me.
Maybe.
Ah!
And I don't think these people who have been supporting the funding in the war in Ukraine know anything about supply chain economics, fuel costs, energy costs, energy return on energy invested. I don't think they understand any of these things. I don't think they understand food requirements. You know, when Joe Biden famously said, what was talking about, like a civil war or whatever, and said, you're going to need an F-16 and nukes to go up against the United States. And I'm like, tell that to the Taliban, to the Viet Cong. I mean,
people don't understand that people need food.
Come on. But at the same time, when you see these memes talking about, and I don't mean to bring it back to domestic stuff and civil war, but I just mean military conflict in general.
You're talking to Erik Prince about fucking memes, bro. Tim, did you Google this guy before he came here? He's a war criminal.
A hardened war criminal, too.
Yeah, who's like high up in our government. You know, you know who he did a lot of dealings with?
Saddam?
No, our government. He worked for us. Who do you think he was working with a lot in a recent ad?
And the dynamo of energy and excitement, Jared Kushner.
That's funny.
Mr. Kushner, all of this must have a cost.
He said it never happened. He said the Holocaust never happened.
Thank you, Jared Kushner.
Ukraine, for instance, food. If men are not eating, they are not fighting. And your multi-million-dollar rocket systems may as well be a brick sitting in the middle of the field.
Novices argue tactics, professionals plan logistics.
Yeah.
So you talking about Magic Gathering? And I used to
Ukraine has food.
So they made novels that go along with the story.
Feed the world, you dumb fuck. You're the one. You're saying other people don't know about the supply chain and how they get the food to Ukraine.
Jesus Christ.
We should be sending corn, like fucking Hellfire missiles, shooting corn cobs out of the drone to feed Ukraine. What a fucking moron, bro.
In like the Urza Saga stuff,
fucking exporting
all the novels were about building the artifacts. It was all about logistics, all about mining, because they wanted.
When he was talking about how people don't understand food, right?
Yeah.
I immediately was like, people don't I can see like, oh, maybe people don't understand that they export their food. You know, people might not understand the whole like bread basket of the world thing. You know, they might not know that much. That's like intermediate knowledge, I'd say.
Yeah.
But come on. To say something that dumb and for Erik Prince to sit across from him and be so stupid that be like, yeah, that's logistics. This man,
really impressive.
This man like literally tried to go to China to basically sell them contracts for their police force. China basically was like, nah, get out of here.
And the artifacts and stuff. And it's
makes it fun.
It's something that people don't think about. Everyone thinks about the guys that are on the ground that are getting into the gunfights. That's what
to Egypt. He trafficked weapons. He trafficked like He's like connected to a huge armed trafficking case. I mean, what hasn't he done? He's a war criminal.
Yeah.
military is when they think about it. And really what the military modern military is bringing modernity with you. Just like you said earlier, is like the concept of just drill where you are, get the oil that's there out, refine it there, and make the fuel that you need. Like, that's something that your average person would never think about. Like they don't.
Libya.
Yeah, so he was fucking importing arms from Egypt to go to Libya to arm like war criminals in Libya.
Great. That's fantastic.
So he was indicted for that.
Cool.
Think about that kind of logistics, that type of infrastructure being built on the fly.
It's funny when we talk about, say, the Civil War, Gettysburg. I've got a Union Civil War rifled musket right over there that I got from an antique store. And I was watching a documentary on the battles of Gettysburg when I was in Gettysburg.
What?
Like, he's on fucking Timcast, bro.
Yeah.
Erik Prince is on fucking Timcast.
It's only 40 minutes away. And it was really fascinating to hear about the Confederates' use of breech loading rifled muskets versus the Union at the time. They had begun using Confederates were using
muzzle loading to breech loading. Yeah.
The Confederates were using muzzle loaders, and the Union started using breech loaders, which rapidly increased their speed. And we're also fascinated by, wow, the Confederates never saw it coming. The Union soldiers had these paper cartridges they could breech load and very, very quickly relative to the muzzle loading. And then no one ever.
What?
He's talking to a fucking arms trafficker about how like it's crazy that breech loading weapons came along and they didn't even know what to do. This dude like sells fucking missile systems to people.
Tim's an expert. Tim's an expert.
Bro, they literally Blackwater in Iraq, like they had choppers, right? And they would fucking harass other rival companies, like land the choppers on top of them and shit. And,
what the fuck?
Like teabag them with the helicopter.
That's hilarious.
And stuff. It was fucking dangerous, is what it was.
Of course it was, yeah. I'm surprised
they were like known for having their helicopters in the air and just gunning people down.
What the fuck?
They would just go out there with helicopters.
Epic. Great people, obviously.
Yeah. And then there's that.
Talks about.
And what?
Where the youngest kid killed was like 8 or something.
Yeah. Fucking crazy.
And they would run over people in traffic. There's video of them running over people in traffic and killing them and laughing.
Yeah, of course they were.
Literally,
how did any of these guys eat?
Wagner. It's literally America's Wagner.
Yeah.
He's literally talking to Prigozhin of the West about breech loaders in the fucking Civil War, bro.
Food, because that's substantially more important when you've got how many soldiers? There's like 100,000 or something.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That's a lot of people to feed. Where's the food coming from? Who's making it? How are they getting it to those lines?
200 years ago, when you didn't have refrigeration, and
why railways were so important.
You're bringing a farm with you.
That's why railways
are fascinating.
So important.
That people grossly underestimate the most powerful weapons in war. They assume it's weapons and bombs. And I love giving. I've been watching this Dr. Stone. It's an anime manga, but there's a really great line in it.
No, you're not talking to a
the story is simple.
About anime.
You're starting civilization from scratch.
You're not.
And there's a conflict between two tribes, but they have modern. One guy has.
Jesus fucking Christ! It gets dumber every time.
Modern scientific understanding because it's a post-apocalyptic kind of scenario. He says, we're going to build the most powerful weapon mankind has ever created. And the other guy goes, don't tell me, we're going to make nuclear weapons. And he goes, no, radio. He said cell phone. I think it's silly, but he builds a radio. And he's like, once we have the ability to communicate at the speed of light, we will outflank and defeat our enemy and engage in information warfare and control them outright. And people don't realize these things. They assume it's like, yeah, well, he's got an F-16 and nuclear weapons. You can't win. Yeah, China is sending TikTok over here to turn your children into a bunch of morons. You will not have a fighting force.
Doing a good job of that.
Absolutely. So that's people don't understand what.
It's funny because he's almost close. He's just missing the wider picture. It's not just China.
He said
what fighting and what war is about. Well,
what?
He said information warfare. He was there.
Yeah.
Let me throw it to you this way. How would you define war? Like, what does war mean?
A lot of people want to define war as only when the actual shooting starts. The reality is, it is a spectrum of conflict that goes from disagreement on an issue to all the steps, all the continuum of leverage that someone can apply, whether it's soft power, sanctions, economic leverage, etc. That an opponent can apply, call it a pressure point even, to get you to submit before there's even a punch thrown in a boxing ring. So we are very much in a war between a I would say two things. One, against the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party.
Sure.
Yeah.
And I would also say we're in a war, Judeo-Christian Western civilization is against an Islamic Sharia supremacist mentality. The likes of Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, etc.
Well, I mean, the
Those
CCP,
are the ones you listed.
I suppose the
This-
Judeo-Christian values,
this
it's an ideological war
Libya
between
fucking
these factions.
motherfucker.
It's more than just territory. It's more than just.
And I say Judeo-Christian, I mean a
Muslim Brotherhood, bro. And then Hamas. Both of those are the same thing, idiot. Fucking moron.
public government with Magna Carta, U.S. Constitution, that kind of society where the man's role in the state is defined, that an individual has rights, and the government has limited power to affect that person.
Enlightenment
right?
philosophy.
Yeah, exactly. That philosophy is very much in conflict with the Chinese Communist Party, which wants to rule everything and make it and reimagine, not remake the societies in their image.
Are we winning or losing?
We are. I would say it's been a scrum, and we are slowly we're losing losing yardage right now. But leadership can turn that around quickly. And I think back to, you think about the 70s.
How's ISIS doing?
Lose the Vietnam War, helicopters off the roof of the U.S. Embassy in Saigon, 75. Iran hostage crisis, oil embargoes. The President of the United States is on television, Jimmy Carter saying,
Crazy, are you mad that wars ended because it means less money in your pocket?
It was bad.
That's literally what it is. Yeah.
Did he say that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just a little.
Magna Carta.
He literally wore a cardigan sweater and said, turn your thermostat down, save electricity. That's when they mandated 55 miles an hour as well.
Yeah.
Oh, was it? That was
forcing fuel savings.
I don't think that's correct, by the way.
What's that?
That 50. It used to be, I believe, 55 miles an hour was the most efficient speed to maintain based on like gear ratio or whatever. But I don't think that's true today.
Oh,
it could be.
Probably not. No, but again, there's a bias because insurance companies lobby for it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, seatbelt laws.
But Reagan came along and said, enough containment. We're going to fuck the commies. He said we're going to go at them economically, politically, culturally, socially, everywhere.
No, Tim, you do not.
He unharnessed, unshackled the U.S. economy.
Tim
taxes, cut regulation.
In Atlantis, an anime brained that he doesn't he's like, yeah, people don't understand. And this guy is literally just saying the most basic shit. And he's like, yeah, like stamps. Bro, he's talking about that they were limiting the amount of fuel that people were burning. That's the point of having these laws, the speed limits, and companies lobby for them. Companies do not lobby for like seatbelts and shit. That's not like
done.
Insurance companies want lower speeds on roads, is what he's saying.
Yeah.
Right? Because if they get lower speeds on roads, that means they make money. Because accidents don't happen. That's what he just told Tim. And Tim said, yeah, like crazy. Airbags. They make me ride a helmet when I ride my bike outside.
And went after the Soviets, and the Soviet Union collapsed. So leadership matters. And fortunately, we don't have much left right now.
Do you think Trump would do a good job?
I think he is.
The leadership that collapsed the Soviet Union. Bro, there's only one guy, okay, that collapsed the Soviet Union.
Zagarbachev!
Yeah, but seatbelt.
He certainly has to have learned lessons from,
which is true. They do. Also, Tim does have a point. It technically, you could say that yes, the seatbelts and the safety features, like with insurance. Like obviously, like, but if you're dead, the insurance company doesn't have to pay for the car, bro. It's going to be, you got life insurance.
And he knows.
Yeah.
Look, I think the real constitutional crisis is that we're supposed to have 3 branches of government in America. The reality is we have 4. We're supposed to have an executive and a legislative and judicial, but we have a permanent, unelected, unaccountable bureaucracy that does whatever the hell they want, and they must be brought to heel.
Okay.
And even if that's going back to an Andrew Jackson,
fired,
even if it means going back to an Andrew Jackson style spoil system, because effectively,
Andrew Jackson,
can you lay that up?
Andrew Jackson collapsed the
early on before the
economy,
civil
bro.
service. It was the paradigm that
What?
civil service were above politics and would never.
Are you going to expand, or we're just going to let him cook?
I don't remember the fucking specific policy, but he basically deflated his own currency.
Sweet.
Like he made the currency collapse with his fucking policy.
Ever tilt towards one party or the other. That's kind of the rules that made it so that civil service can't be fired. Andrew Jackson, before that, said, well, if a government's elected, they should be responsible for everybody that's in the government and should be able to hire and fire anybody.
True.
From bottom to top.
That's an
Probably
awful idea.
Yeah, but I mean, look, what Milei is doing in Argentina is so exciting. I mean,
huh?
He said now Milei in Argentina, he's got the right idea. Okay, so here's what he did. So he took out America's second central bank. Because he was like, you know what's bad? Central banking. So he took out our entire fucking. He literally took out the economy. He fucking torpedoed his own economy. What an idiot!
That's awesome.
I mean, any man that takes a chainsaw to a political rally, I can identify with.
Absolutely, that's what I'm talking about.
So
as a symbol, there was no chain on it.
No, true. But
yes,
but message delivered.
Yeah.
But yeah, the guy is literally he just unshackled the Argentine economy. In fact, he even went back to
and
you can use any.
All states having their own economy and bank.
Oh, okay.
Epic.
Sweet.
Now nobody gets that New York money.
To settle a debt now.
Wow.
So
I mean, afuera. that I think like Vivek needs to start.
Imagine aid from New York having to go through a currency exchange. Wait. Imagine New York currency having to go through currency exchange to go help a poor country. You could send like $500 and it would help Alabama because it would be like worth about $10 million there.
Saying that it's a meme. Everybody gets it.
Cut.
Yeah, and Milei's doing it.
Yes.
Well,
it's amazing. I mean, his first day in office, immediately after inauguration, he zeroed out.
Actually did that though, because the main reason we centralized the currency is because Rhode Island did that. So Rhode Island basically like was a renegade state, and they basically devalued their own currency to like give the finger to like the government, and then they have to write the Constitution to centralize the bank. So Rhode Island couldn't do it. Okay, cool.
Hilarious.
Yeah. Rhode Island's epic. Anyway,
a whole bunch of agencies.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that he seems to be having the success that he's having, because
and the longevity of life.
Yeah, I'm a whole continent away, and I'm not super familiar with Argentina's political situation.
You got one pulled up?
No, but I was starting.
Now the things work on the ground, but from an outside perspective, it is surprising to see someone make those kind of dramatic changes. And I hope that he continues.
Well, let's continue with war criminals.
Why would I work for you instead of staying in the military? I'm assuming as a private contractor, you probably have way more to offer.
Hey, we have an episode about
this.
Because they like the chance to do it right.
What does that mean?
In a non-bureaucratic, non-nonsense way.
I remember being a Hummer mechanic, and we would order parts, and I would look at the number, and I'd say, yeah, this part is $800. I'm like, why is this $800? And you go look it up, you talk to Mercedes, or yeah, it's a $70 part.
Yep.
We're spending $800 on. Yes, we are. What are you talking about? It's kind of what happens here. So is that kind of what you were talking about, where money was being wasted?
Yes. Like our first State Department job, which didn't come until probably 03 or 04.
I find it so funny that he puts his own stickers over water bottle labels instead of just removing the label.
Bro, he puts stickers on his own fucking microphones, man.
It's so funny.
High-end special operations units. We knew what we were doing. We knew our costs.
Yep.
The first price we submitted to state, they said, we can't accept this. I said, why? It's so low.
I mean, look, if Road wants to sponsor us, I'll make sure that this is
it's so funny. It's so funny. Eric Prince being here, like, yeah, because we can do it for cheaper than the state. Bro, you were literally sued for being criminally negligent because you caused the Blackwater Bridge incident because you couldn't give your fucking guys a map. Like, who are you to talk? You literally caused the incident that turned into the first and second battle of Fallujah. You dumb fuck. Shut the fuck up.
The facility in San Antonio,
Drive tanks? Well, no, I have. I used to have tanks on my farm.
Have you heard of Drive Tanks?
No.
Okay, so this place called Drive Tanks. One day, crazy story, I'll tell you.
I had
Oh,
kids.
how
I
have
had
you
two
not heard of
British
Drive
personal
Tanks?
carriers.
But I'm going to
Yeah,
tell you
Some people
something.
go for hay rides. We had tank rides.
But you see, you look American, you are American. I'm from Iran. So one day I take my kids, these guys from Drive Tanks reach out. They say, Pat, we love the content. We want you to come out and bring your kids. We're going to have a lot of good time. We're going to drive over cars with tanks. We're going to blow things up. You're going to do 50 cal. You're going to say, I'm like, all right, let's go. We get, we get a big sprinter. We get the guys. We go. I take both my boys at the time. This is 5 years ago. So my oldest would be 7, youngest would be 5. We go there. There's Navy SEALs. There's Delta. There's Special Forces, 5th Group, everybody. They're there. And you're making bombs. You're driving on tanks. You're doing all this stuff. It was an incredible experience. If a person's never gone to Drive Tanks, you got to go to it. It's a great experience. My kids come back. That next week, my son goes to school.
What's
the
up with the
young
Western
one,
coverage of
5-year-old.
the null and the
Teacher
human?
says, how was your weekend?
You'll notice like none of the coverage I've done, like that I've selected, has been about Navalny. I don't care. I could care fucking less. Like, oh no, they're having a funeral. People showed up. Crazy. Can you believe it? Oh my God, a basic human right was accomplished in Russia today. The people sure are defiant, doing one thing that a regular country can do any day.
Yeah. That's all you need to say.
Like, come on.
So it was great. So what did you do, Dylan? My daddy and I made bombs and we blew buildings up. I get a call from school. The teacher says, your son can't say stuff like this because I'm from Iran, so they're freaking out. So, well, what did my son say?
Yeah,
So,
yeah, bro.
Your son said you and him made
it's
bombs.
because you're from Iran, not because he's mentioned bombs in school.
Yeah, totally.
Blew up buildings. I said, my son's not lying to you. Well, sir, what do you mean you guys made bombs? I said, man, we went to this place in a military facility. These are trainers, Drive Tanks. Here's the video. Oh my God, he scared the kids off. I said, this is an innocent kid. He's just giving you experience. Anyways, we had a great time with it. I ask you this because was this kind of like a hobby or was it a business? Did you see it being $1 billion business? Was it kind of like, let's see what it's going to turn into? Was it a clear vision? You saying,
the school, instead of disciplining him, called you as a parent and said, hey.
I mean, they did the right thing.
Hey, crazy. It's like have you seen the picture about the mom on the selling the last snow shovel and everyone wanted to buy it?
No, I haven't.
I think we can turn this into $1 billion empire.
Another formative moment was seeing the incompetence and corruption of the UN in Bosnia, right? The Yugoslav Civil War.
Fair enough.
And UN forces letting people just get slaughtered at Srebrenica.
Let's see if Snopes.
So yeah, I had
real. Snopes says it's not real, which is fine. Miscaptioned.
Miscaptioned. How? Miscaptioned how?
I'm reading.
Okay.
And even seeing the nonsense what happened in Rwanda. UN run their mouth, and the Houthis kill. Sorry, no, the Tutsis and the Hutus. Yeah, the Hutus kill 1 million Tutsis with basically farm tools in 4 months in Rwanda. Come on. So I definitely saw a need for private peacekeeping as a way to displace the UN, which was, in my mind, and proven corrupt, immoral.
Okay, so
useless.
basically, what Snopes is telling me is that this origin of this drawing, it's too good to be a child's drawing, right? And it's like basically something that was from being sent around by your mom on email and stuff, like the email jokes. My mom would look at those all day and laugh, and then be like, "Come here!" And then it was like something about fucking reindeer and Santa, and we're like, "Okay, we interrupted Halo to show us this." Right, so it says, "When I grow up, I want to be like mommy," but the thing is that she has the last snow shovel at Home Depot, and so people were saying, "We'll pay you for it," right? So that's the joke.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I haven't seen that. That's funny.
Are you sequencing the process of how this is going to work out? We're going to start off as a training facility. We're going to get the word out there. We're going to get the right training in, and then all of a sudden, we're going to be a contractor, and we're going to do it better than the military is doing it. Did you kind of foresee that happening?
Yes, and seeing what Executive Outcomes did, which is a South African PMC that was formed in the early 90s, the great work.
We, I think we speak about those guys in our recent episode that we just released. Yeah,
I was reading.
Executive Outcomes. We speak about them, right? We speak about the South African guys. The
yeah. So on that social contagion page, there's literally there's a section that says mental health. Inside the scientific community, influence of social contagion of mental disorders, anxiety, and depression is a topic of debate. Claims about social cognition and gender dysphoria have led to rapid onset gender dysphoria controversy.
Do they say that that's a real thing?
The field of social contagion has been repeatedly criticized for lacking clear and widely accepted definition, even though any area of research is marked not distinguish between a contagion and influence, command and compliance.
Okay.
Social network analysis, network science fields, blah, 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 behavior and emotions, blah, blah, blah. Basically, it's a fucking mumbo jumbo term. Doesn't mean shit. Just like fifth generation warfare.
Work they did in ending the war in Angola and literally saving Sierra Leone from an almost an ISIS-like force called the Revolutionary United Front. They cleaned it up in 120 days and then were forced to leave by idiots at the State Department, only to have the country retaken again by the same bad guys. I knew there was a place to do peacekeeping and stability operations infinitely better than what the status quo was.
Are you
and in doing so,
and then you caused the
millions of people
first
from
and
unnecessary
second battle
suffering.
of
when you're talking to the
Fallujah,
military
bro.
guys you hired, are you selling them that vision?
No.
Okay, so they don't know. Their simple wanting to come over to you is the fact that
5 and 10 meter target was we're going to run a fantastic training facility and you get to innovate tactics, techniques, and procedures. And we wanted to be a place where, because at that point,
This
the
is
SEAL
actually
teams-
someone who's on the caliber for Erik Prince, though. Like Tim Pool talking to him.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
the JSOC units were not doing a whole lot of close quarter battle and door kicking and that stuff. Actually, the people to really learn from then was LA SWAT. They taught the best hostage rescue.
SWAT.
Yeah. So we brought Ken Thatcher, senior guy from LA SWAT, out to teach courses at Blackwater. And so we wanted to make Blackwater the repository, the crossroads of tactical expertise.
Got it. Okay, so
No.
400, 800,
No.
1.2 million, 1.6
The
million.
reason you got LA SWAT is because you were more like a fucking police force, right? Because you didn't have like full government weapons. You couldn't just call in airstrikes and shit, you know? You had to use more of police type tactics than military type tactics. That's why you called in LA SWAT. And that's probably why you killed so many civilians, because you got trained by police.
Yeah.
And also because you have
12
no
million.
fucking overhead. You know, and
35 million.
Yeah. Completely
risk,
independent.
you know?
And when did you get the contract where you said, guys, this thing's about to change? What I know you said 9/11, but when was it when they actually
No,
made?
it was actually after the USS Cole was blown up in October of 2000, right? Navy ship blown up by a suicide boat, killed 17 sailors. They were holding unloaded weapons that they hardly ever fired before because the Navy viewed firearms training as too dangerous. So they're shooting laser simulators.
Lol.
So the Navy came to us because we were training lots of soft units. And they said, could you train sailors to protect their ship, retake their ship, all the elements of small arms, which the Navy had basically abrogated knowledge and responsibility of.
So this is still training though, right? You're still not deploying.
No, correct.
Okay, so when
But that was a $7 million a year contract.
I got you.
That's which is real for us.
Now it's official. Now you're sitting there saying, guys, something happened, but it's still training, right?
Yep.
At this point, how many former military vets, SEALs, I'm talking high-level soldiers, do you have? When you got the $7 million contract. How many
High
now?
level ideas.
For that kind of training volume, it's probably 30 instructors.
30 instructors. Okay.
Because we had to stand up facilities in Jacksonville and Groton, Connecticut, and San Diego and Bremerton, Washington.
Okay. So now that's happening. You got the $7 million. What's the next call to say, hey, we actually need a private military contract to send soldiers out? When was that?
After 9/11, a high-level job for the CIA in Afghanistan.
How big was that?
For the CIA?
That was 18 guys.
18 guys.
Yep.
Got it.
18 guys because the military didn't want to do it with less than 250.
The military didn't want to do it.
They asked the military to do that,
and they wanted 250 people.
They said we will not do it with less than 250 people.
You were able to do it with 18 people.
Yep.
Okay. So when that call comes in,
and then the next one after that,
18 people and the ability to
very
conduct
important
war
base,
crimes.
that enabled a lot of GWAT activity, and there was 166 soldiers there, and we replaced it with 25 of our guys.
106 with 25.
In that case, they had 28 soldiers, an infantry platoon, and 138 people supporting the 28. And we could send 25 guys, 5 of which were dual-hatted to keep the power, the water, the sanitation, the comms, and the food running. It's a different model. I can send 30, 40, and 50-year-olds that have a lot of experience and can fix a generator, run a radio.
One of the things you do is fucking make sure the cafeterias are running. Yeah, they gave you the fucking contracts to keep the cafeteria running. You know, it's there's a lot of footage of like the people who were just driving trucks for the military, like getting ambushed by Al Qaeda in Iraq and IAI. And there's just they're like on their phone, like trying to hide in their truck, being like, "Help, help!" Nobody's coming to help you, bro. Nobody's coming for you.
And fix a desal pump, versus the military sends lots of 18 and 20-year-olds that can do barely one thing.
So at this point, what percentage of your business is intelligence? What percentage is muscle? What percentage is protection?
The cost of deploying guys to weird places, that cost gets high.
There you go. We're not doing our job.
You have the Houthis, which are basically behaving like long-range pirates armed by the Iranians, have closed the Bab el-Mandab, the waterway, and is really choking off Egypt. Egypt is in danger, grave danger. 40% of their GDP depends on Suez Canal traffic, which has now dropped by 90%. Last week, the Egyptian currency devalued over 25%.
Insane.
So you have 110 million people, a very poor population, prone towards Muslim Brotherhood, Ikhwan attitudes. The only reason the Ikhwan is not in power there is because Sisi took over. You talk about danger, all the equipment of the Egyptian army in the hands of a Muslim Brotherhood leader, that's a big problem.
Yeah. So again, I'm asking this question maybe for my own self-interest, and I think there's other people like me that are interested. Meaning, there's a group of people that will sit there and say, "Well, they're all doing it for money." The NBA plays the game for money. People make movies to make money. If you can do it with your passion and you make the money, even better. Capitalist builds a business and does it better.
If you're not getting paid a wage, you're not a free man, you're a slave.
That's right. And that goes back to the message you said earlier. I get it.
And people join the military and you have to pay them well to do so.
Well, we're not even giving them a raise. I mean, according to what's happening with inflation.
We're blowing a lot of money that we should just be paying guys directly on lots of nonsense that's
could it actually work if the US government, just like you're talking about the 5 contractors we have that were buying stuff through Boeing, General Dynamics, all these guys, would it work if we had 50 PMCs that the government hired to work through? Could that work?
Think of it this way. In the continuum of statecraft, you have diplomacy.
He's like, what if we ran it like Russia does their military?
Yeah, how's that working for Russia? It's doing well? Now they're sending waves of conscripts and prisoners?
It's not even just like Ukraine though, they have PMCs all over.
Yeah.
On one end. So you have embassies and international conferences.
Right.
And on the other end, you have a military that is big and conventional, aircraft carriers and tank divisions and nuclear weapons. You really don't want to leave. You don't want to have to deploy that ever because it's very expensive. They should be there, fearsome, with maximum deterrence, like a big snapping dog waiting to be let off leash. But the middle is the intelligence world. And that's where we've fallen down because the agency, CIA, is not doing anywhere near the covert actions using the authorities that it was designed to do to solve some of these problems internationally.
You didn't fucking know
and even more so, you have the Pentagon trying to
Bro just
into
said
all
the
these
CIA
small
isn't
conflicts.
breaking as many laws as they were designed to break.
That's pretty
Crazy.
much what he's saying, yeah.
I wonder if it's because playing fast and loose like they did led them to empowering Al Qaeda and the rise of the Islamic State.
Yeah. I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
And they basically crowd out the private sector from helping and correcting these situations. Like Guyana. Guyana is
Venezuela, the oil.
Correct. Yeah. So Venezuela wants to take 70% of Guyana's land, the Essequibo area. And that is a perfect example of Guyana needing a PMC. They need surveillance. They need some specialty manpower to train and advise them.
Wagner.
They need some lift aircraft. They need some maritime interdiction.
Wagner is on Venezuela side.
All of which a PMC can do.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Send Blackwater in. Have a Wagner Blackwater battle. Fuck yeah.
But the Pentagon goes waiting in there, backed by the Big Five, to say, we're here to sell some helicopters and we're going to sell an aircraft. And it's all nonsense. And Guyana is going to get rolled. And I predict they'll get they will get pressurized hard here by April or May.
Okay, so
So now you have another country that's going to get damaged due to a lack of American credibility and success.
I don't disagree. But so if
what an asshole.
If an expat goes to PMC, when you join the Army, you join the Navy, hey, I solemnly swear, and you're kind of giving your oath that you're going to. Is there
the world's going to get
oath
fucked up
when they
because we
join
don't
the
have
PMC?
more mercenaries, dude just said. And the CIA isn't breaking more laws.
Just a job. So meaning,
why would I? When guys went to work for Blackwater,
he's got something about an Iranian communist in there. Did you you click that.
I know.
How much
It's
do you
about
know about what
fixing
happened with Iran?
Iran.
Do you know a lot about Iranian history or no? Okay, so what really happened with, how the Hezbollahs, how Khomeini, how these guys came in with the Shah, the revolution that took place with the Shah. How much do you know what happened there?
I know that I think it was Mossadegh.
Mossadegh was before the Shah.
Yes, but he was going to nationalize BP, their oil fields, and so there was somewhat of a sponsored coup, which ousted him, put the Shah in place, and
British. He's correct that it's more the British fault.
The Khomeini definitely got help from the Soviets to stir up and to oust, right? Because they hated that there was an American friend on the border of the Soviet Union.
Anyone who missed that, BP is British Petroleum.
Yeah, we also helped Khomeini, though.
Yeah.
Erik.
And,
he played both sides.
I think the
yeah.
U.S. largely let the Shah hanging and didn't give him the help.
Bro,
again, the CIA.
He was
in the 70s
dying
was
of cancer.
Troubled weekend.
He was dying of cancer, and Khomeini
hamstrung
was saying, "Hey,
organization
I'll give you a
between
better deal on
Church
oil."
Committee
Of course, the United States
Stansfield
did.
Turner just kind of threw out all the sharks, and they were left with minnows. And what a strategic error to let it go.
Destroyed an entire region. Now, a question for you. Let's just say hypothetically.
And you know what? Someone just told me that the Shah converted to Christianity before he died.
Did he really? I've heard that story.
Yep.
Yeah, this is his last book he wrote before he died, Answer to History. I just had his son on a couple months ago. We did a 3-hour podcast.
Reza Pahlavi?
Yeah, we had one of the very, very longest podcast he's done. We had one of the best conversations. Everybody around the world was talking about it in the Iranian community. But I got a question with this one. Say somebody was to call you, okay? And they said, hey, Erik, we would like to hire you as a consultant, and we would like some ideas. If we wanted
we need to know how to get away with war crimes. We know you got arrested for them.
My first idea is to break all the law.
Come on, man.
How would you go about doing it?
We need war crime advice.
You think I'm going to talk about it on camera?
Give me 3 things. I mean, it's just this. First of all, we have a small podcast. Probably 17 people will watch this. Okay, and the 17 people that watch it, they're all going to be Iranian, just so you know that. But if I know you can't, do you in your mind know? Like, do you?
I know exactly what I do.
You know exactly what you would do.
Absolutely.
Go on, tell us.
Who else knows?
Some of my friends.
Okay, good. So what I'm saying is,
so if I get clipped, the mission will continue.
That's not what I'm saying.
Sure.
What I'm asking is like,
no, look, think about it this way. Reagan took office in 1981.
Yeah.
And he sat in the Oval Office because we'd had a policy of containment for 35 years. And he said, enough. We're going to fuck the commies. We're going to go at them economically, politically, culturally, socially. In all ways, we push back.
I remember that speech. Fuck the commies. It was
no.
I get what you're saying.
Watch my podcast.
Yeah, it was really bad.
It caused a lot of human suffering, and it didn't bring a further end to the Cold War. Killing million people in Cambodia, did bombing those people in Cambodia end the Cold War faster?
I guess so.
Did the fucking wiping out villages in Vietnam, did that end the Cold War faster? Did fucking arming Iraq and Iran to fight each other into oblivion end the Cold War faster?
Obviously.
Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Idiots.
Imagine this, right? Imagine it, because things got kind of good. Like Khrushchev, things lightened up a lot, even though there's the missile crisis, right? By the end of Khrushchev, things had lightened up a lot, right?
Yeah.
And then fucking Eyebrows comes in, irrelevant ass dude, right? If we weren't fucking around, nothing would have fucking happened with the Soviets. And basically, Reagan would have set it up so when Gorbachev came in, those policies of perestroika and what's the other one that collapsed the Soviet Union? Glasnost and perestroika. They're the policies that collapsed the Soviet Union because it's a government collapse. It's not caused by a war or the United States or capitalism. It's caused by Gorbachev, right? So that period would have came into effect a lot sooner. There would have been less chaotic of a fall of the Soviet Union as well. So you would actually have those anti-communist results sooner without those actions that Reagan took. He was counterproductive to his goals. He extended human suffering to a great deal.
Prince, and you see Jack Wheeler.
Put the link below, by the way, so the audience can find it.
Jack Wheeler was the guy that went abroad and brought back all the ideas which became the Reagan Doctrine for all the places to push back on the Soviets. And I mean, he's the closest thing to a real life Indiana Jones. Anyway, I digress. What they did, what the U.S. working in concert with the Catholic Church and MI6 in Poland provided communications equipment to the shipyard workers, the Solidarity Movement, students, farmers.
Yeah, and
church,
it did nothing.
All sorts of communications.
Nothing.
And that, the means to communicate is essential. There's a fantastic book called The Dictator's Handbook.
Great book.
You've read it.
Small. It's a phenomenal.
Yeah, but it's a college study on how dictators stay in power.
Book. Yeah.
So identify who that selectorate is. Who keeps the supreme leader in power? Okay.
The IRGC.
Obviously, the sad thing is, I think the Arab Spring started in Iran in 2009 with the Green Movement. Lots of people in the streets, and the regime was so threatened that they had to call in Lebanese Hezbollah to crack heads because they didn't trust the Iranian internal capability anymore. And crickets, nothing from the Obama administration. Not we support Iranian freedom, we support your right, nothing. Not obviously no direct help or kinetic help, but not even the equivalent of a tweet or a statement.
When was Obama in office? The Green Movement? We talk about this in our Iran episode. We do mention that where it's the start of everything.
Yeah, 08 to 16.
Okay, 2009 is when the Green Movement was.
Okay, so it was right at the very start of his presidency. Yeah, Djibouti.
Yeah. So like if we show that we talk about the Green Movement, we show about the Green movement in our episode on Iran. It gives you the entire history and context to why the protests take place. Like more of just like everyone knows, obviously, like she was killed because of how she looked. She was killed because she was how she was dressed. But we go through even like how the IRGC functions, and there's this great part where she pulls up the clip. And like the joke is that this guy's dead now because you cannot say the truth in Iran. Because he literally says the IRGC were set up to prevent a counter coup in the clip that she pulls up.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that guy's dead now. But yeah, this is honestly not a bad take.
Okay.
And you have the Women Life Freedom protest where women are protesting. They want to show their hair or wear a skirt or drink a beer, or listen to rock and roll, or drive, whatever.
No. The chant of the protest is not just women life freedom. It's I will kill, I will kill, I will kill the one who killed my sister. Okay? It is a chant for the downfall of the entire regime, not for their hair to flow in the wind.
Very important distinction.
Be normal and be free. And you'd think the women's rights groups from around the world would be supporting them, but it's, again, crickets from them, crickets from the left.
Of course.
Yeah, because it's the Kurds.
Empowering those movements
it's more,
with communications tools.
It was more than the Kurds, yeah.
Well, I remember I used to say this.
Very,
like, before COVID, the Iranian regime was the next regime I would predict to fall.
Yeah.
Nothing has changed. It could go tomorrow. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah.
Vulnerable. Now there's a lot of stuff before that I'll tell you about after we're off camera, but
yeah, it's I was talking to Pierce 2 weeks ago and he asked me the question. I said, Iran, Pierce Morgan, and I said, what Iran fears is not what you fear. Iran fears.
Here we go.
Oh, I was enjoying that.
What I truly tried to get the Trump administration to accept, and even the Biden administration, was a rationalization, a stay behind plan for Afghanistan to keep the lights on, to keep the Afghan government in power, put the Taliban on their knees and make them take a deal. Yeah, that would have been a full spectrum PMC.
But instead, $8 billion.
And now billions of dollars every year in whatever aid. I would not do a PMC to just play defense and be a bodyguard for the State Department. No, I would do it if we could actually do offensive combat units that could go and do small scale counterinsurgency kind of stuff. The Russians contacted me in 2011. I went to Moscow, November.
In Afghanistan?
Said, please come and build the Blackwater here. Here's the land, all the rest. I actually went shooting with their Alpha group. And that was, this was before they went into Ukraine, even in 14. So there was a reset and peace, love, and happiness with the Russians. Obviously, I said, no, I can't do that. But it was interesting. They fully embraced what the private sector can do. And
are they doing it?
The Russians have never really integrated air-land battle and maneuver and fusing that surveillance. I would argue, I think I could have built a better PMC than Prigozhin did, but
Wagner Group.
Yeah. Because it was a very, very conventional force.
Did you guys ever do anything? Did you ever meet him or no?
Never did.
Never had a communication, nothing.
0.00000.
Lie.
Because somewhere it talks about Blackwater offered service to Wagner Group.
Yeah,
Lie.
that's a that's a newspaper, if you can call it that, funded by an Iranian communist.
From the Today part, you got to give them credit. It's actually a pretty good spin. If it's
fuck those guys.
Who is this company, by the way? Do you know?
It's
Can you pull this up? I'm actually curious.
It's funded by Pierre Omidyar.
Okay.
Whose parents were Iranian communists, which they stayed in Iran.
Yeah, that's from the Mossadegh camp. Al Jazeera wrote it, or who wrote it?
Intercept.
Intercept wrote it. Okay. So,
would
so
do
you're
it
there,
for-
you're
yeah,
in Russia.
I
They're
think
wanting
if
you
they
to
gave
create a
him the keys
PMC.
to
Deal. This is a
overthrow
year
a
after you,
country,
so
Erik Prince
2011.
would do it.
So this is a year after
He
you
also-
sold.
he also probably
So
organized the
13 years
Venezuela
ago,
vote.
you're 41, I want to say, 40 years old. Okay. So
The
you
Bay of
still,
Piglets.
you have a lot of the stuff is fresh in your mind. If you really wanted to do it, you could do it. Did you ever meet Putin on your trip there, or you never met him?
Never
okay. So let's stay on this
Why?
point too with the PMCs, but also a little bit with Russia. So the House and Republicans pushed back on this border deal that was disguised as a border deal for $118 billion, but only $20 billion was going to the border, $60 billion was going to Ukraine.
Oh
2
my
weeks later,
God.
they just come out and they call it the $95 billion bill.
And all those numbers you're throwing around, it's disgusting. They say, "Oh, we're going to spend $20 billion on the border."
Right.
It's all
Patrick,
nonsense. It's all a game.
Patrick,
and
you're
that's the
talking to a
problem.
man who's implicated in crimes with Trump. You know that, right?
Say the Republicans are in charge of Congress, then if they really are, starve the beast, be thalidomide, cut everything down to size. We cannot afford all the nonsense that we're spending money on. And the best thing America could do as a society, as a government,
give
as a
it to
people,
me.
is put the whole thing on a very severe diet.
I think a lot of people
look at what Milei in Argentina has done.
Oh
in
my
like
God.
2 months in office.
That's right.
It's the equivalent of him cutting a $400 or $500 billion out of American budget. That's what he's done in Argentina.
That's right.
God bless that man.
Yeah, you saw the
Oh,
meeting with
wow.
him.
Any man-
I don't know if you saw that.
I was
God
there.
bless that
Look, anybody
man.
that campaigns with a chainsaw, I
Yeah.
can identify with.
Yeah. So let me stay on this. 118, then I go to 95, 60 going to Ukraine, 60 billion going to
He
Ukraine.
just be
They
saying
say no,
shit.
but hear me out. Let me get my question. They say
He's
no.
he's so
After
amped
they
up
say
about
no,
the chainsaws and stuff and
Yeah.
the money.
the
He's
media blames the
excited.
Republicans. All of a sudden, Navalny dies. Okay. Whether it's a blood clot, a Ukrainian spy says it was blood clot, but everybody
COVID.
else says no, Russian spies killed him.
COVID.
Whatever the story is,
COVID.
recent event that just happened.
Yeah,
AT&T,
but
a
like
couple
the
days
thing
ago.
is, we were
I don't
just
know if
saying
it
like
happened to you.
Yeah, I think that was a Chinese cyber.
the actual poverty rate. The more like the he just basically made the lower class and the fucking struggling people extend and the rich get richer. Like his policies suck. Like what are you asking for? Fucking this guy. Isn't
You think
he
so?
the
Yeah.
best, bro? Isn't he fucking insane?
Why do you say that?
Yeah, there's so much.
I would predict that was a warning.
There's a
trial run
great,
before they
Mehdi
go do
Hasan
more
debates
aggressive things on Taiwan.
Mehdi Hasan.
Yeah. He debates him on Al
people are mad.
Jazeera. It's like a whole like
Is that
hour
a way
long.
to-
I would expect provocation by their maritime militia or some of the islands. So because there's Taiwan Island, Formosa, and there's smaller ones like Quemoy and Matsu, which are right up against the Chinese. Actually, the Chinese
Erik
mainland.
Prince loves
I can see
Reaganomics
some incidents.
because that because that was all about fighting and war and making money go to war to kill communists.
there where they
He's
seize those or
bloodthirsty.
stage an
Wants to
incident
kill
or an
Muslims.
accident, and they end up putting hundreds of Chinese maritime militia, which are just PLA troops called maritime militia, and they'll see what the West does. Is Biden going to roll an aircraft carrier if that happens? And so they will test and see if there's consequences. Test and see if there's consequences. They now do hundreds of Chinese Air Force aircraft that overfly Taiwanese airspace all the time without consequence. They shoot missiles over Taiwan, over Japanese territory even, without consequence. If you allow them, China is an ancient society, and
let's go to war over boat bumping.
they will salami slice. They will keep pushing. Right, you can cut it really thin, and they might take 3 little slices, but they've moved the ball in their direction.
They have nuclear weapons, bro.
And Trump was the first president.
They
that came
get
along
to
and said,
do
hey,
this.
they're like a neighbor that
Just like
moves
how
the yard.
Russia gets to invade Ukraine.
Yeah.
It happens because they have nuclear fucking weapons.
Fence into your yard 6 inches a year. And Trump was the first one that said, hey, get the hell back on your side of the line.
Oh,
I can tell you, I spent enough time in China during the Trump administration. They were spooked by him. They were
Oh my
the
God,
trade
no, they weren't.
policies and the controls on certain technologies not going to
I
China.
imagine that they were all laughing at him.
They were. That's
Yeah.
what was happening.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Pompeo pissed them
What's
off,
your
though. Once Mike came in, and
Yeah.
that was not economic stuff. That was like the
Mm.
Quad stuff. Mike Pompeo
Yeah,
did
yeah.
really. Mike Pompeo was effective at doing damage to enemies, for sure.
Mhm.
But also, he's like involved in the Doha talks. Like,
Yeah.
Level of speculation on this being China. If you were to say, over under, I'd say 70% is China, 50% is China. What would you say on the AT&T incident?
70%.
Okay, so let's just say that's 70% China. Are they doing it
Yeah,
and telling US that
everyone
we did
knows
it? Like,
this.
are they doing? Okay, so they're doing it and they're
Did
saying,
it break contact on Taiwan or more to follow?
got it. To say we are capable of doing way more than this if you screw with this. Okay, so let me go a little bit deeper with this because when
With
that
lots of asymmetric capability inside the United States already.
what does it look like? Give us paint
Threaten
a picture of how
China.
ugly this could be. What China's
Okay.
capable of.
Look, China
Why?
from a
Why would you do
counterintelligence
that?
perspective, they've had the Confucius
When
Institutes
did
at
the
American
United States
universities for
ever
decades,
make a threat?
which are
Right? Like these Houthi ops, for example,
Mm.
right? They made a short threat there, right? They said, we have a list of targets. We're ready to go. And everyone reported it as the US was starting to bomb them. And it's like, no. They just said they're ready to bomb them. Like, all right. They literally said one more motherfucker, and the Houthis did it, and now they've been getting bombed ever since.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's not like China where they say don't cross that red line, but it's
well,
never
unless
the
you're
actual
Obama,
line.
then you love when Assad crosses the red line.
Yeah.
they're Chinese government funded interest in communication
no.
centers on campuses. They have the 1,000 Talents program where they would task smart
Hey,
Chinese.
you want to learn more about this
go
from people who
1,000
not an
1,000 talent
idiot?
program.
We just did an LTech on this with Sino-Talk or
Yeah.
Sino-Talk, depending on what dialect you speak of English. Two-part
There's two
episode, but I think the
episodes.
first one
Yeah.
is really more about the university stuff because I
Mm.
open with the universities.
Yes. Yeah.
Where they would task smart Chinese to go study in a specific university to gather intel on a specific thing. So they're tasked to go
Yeah,
burrow
and
in,
they've gotten
learn,
nuclear
do, follow,
secrets
take.
from this.
Yeah, that's also not how it works. 1,000 Talents is paying people in the West to go to China and give them the secrets. That's what it is.
Well, they also do both. They
Mr.
do
Genius.
both.
Yeah.
You can learn all about it in our episode.
Mm-hmm.
That tech back to China.
China doesn't.
Okay,
we
they
don't
have
know if China can even fight a war.
Mm-hmm. Chances are
Like-
they can't.
I mean, have you seen their fucking carrier, bro?
Mm.
It's a fucking
Yeah, no.
mess.
Taiwan.
Like
Taiwan.
it's like fucking styrofoam level carrier. Like
Yeah.
that thing will get ripped apart if they try
Mhm.
to fucking actually launch and do a full mission off of it. I think it's catapult, right? Don't they do a
I
catapult?
think it
system
is.
on
Yeah.
too?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ,
Mhm.
idiots.
It's gonna be great.
Just go ahead. You were saying something.
I can't remember. Doesn't
You were
matter.
saying something about Taiwan.
The United Front.
Taiwan's defense systems are as good as Israel's, theoretically. China will have a hard
Supposedly
time.
better.
Also,
But they're
Taiwan is
untested,
basically a
unlike
fortress.
Israel's. Israel's are tested. They
Yes.
have the crew, like.
Mm-hmm.
But
That's the big difference.
well, I was just talking with Sino Talk, right? And we were laughing because you know how there's the two helicopter prototypes, right? And they went with the like Osprey type version.
Yeah.
So the other one that was like built by the Swarovski, the guy they built the Blackhawk. They paired with a different company, but how much do you know about that helicopter, the one that failed? Right?
Nothing.
So that helicopter, the main reason they didn't pick it is because it was still like not a finalized thing. They had an idea for a solution for something, but
Okay.
it literally had Chinook engines in it, so it's fuel
Oh my
economy.
God.
shit. So that's
Yeah.
the issue, is that they were going to upgrade and like build its own engine to have better fuel economy, but these are ready now, so they went with those.
Yeah.
But China, they did a prototype of like their knockoff, right? So this helicopter has a redundant part because the tail's like a fan, right? It's not like a horizontal rotor.
Yeah.
And it's got like the cross lattice and then like one that goes down like this. So it's like a T underneath that rotor. That redundant part at the bottom is theoretically, in case it's stormy weather, it could like bump and damage the tail. And so I was laughing at how much they ripped off. They literally took a redundant part and even put that on there. And like the whole thing about the fuel economy, right there, I would love to see China figure out that fuel economy issue.
That would be
literally was,
funny.
like, cutting edge, right?
Yeah,
they
that
were,
would be
like,
funny.
Still developing. Like they need to be able to, and like also like the stuff that the design in that helicopter, insane.
Yeah.
Like I don't know, but you know maybe they'll get Israel to sell them a helicopter again.
Maybe we'll see.
Works Department, all through the United States. So you have a lot of Chinese diaspora that are here.
Here we go.
That
Wikipedia.
The Ministry of State Security still has their hooks in.
TTP.
And because there's family members back in China that they can hold in danger to make that person in America do what they want.
True.
If the FBI was serious about CI, the Communist Party members have to check in and go for training at least every 6 months. So there's it's called the General Management Department. It's like the HR department of the Chinese Communist Party, and they oversee the training you have to do every year. It's almost like reserve duty, where they have to come in and get their party indoctrination. If they were smart, surveil every consulate, every known Chinese facility, and see who's going in and out of there. Those are the CCP members that are here in the United States,
not necessarily
working, living, studying, and some of them even working for the U.S. government. So yeah, they have a massive installed base of influence. And
sounds like he's advocating for.
Why didn't we think of that?
It sounds like he's advocating for racially targeted surveillance. Interesting.
Like we don't fucking surveil embassies in our own fucking country, bro.
That's been happening since embassies existed, probably.
Here's the thing. You know what the issue is? So you want to detail all that resource into that surveillance program. How much is it going to yield?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? A majority of the data that comes in is garbage already, right? So you're talking about maybe an increased 1% chance, right?
Yeah.
To have like yieldable data.
Not a good
waste
investment.
of money, bro.
Yeah. And Mr. loves reducing spending. All right, buddy.
How about we just send them to prison when they sell fucking China's secrets? And that works as a deterrent.
Very long prison sentences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And covert action already. And that's mostly on the collection side. And because of the massive illegal flow of migration, there's a lot of Chinese males, military age males.
Yeah.
They're not all Chinese soldiers. They're not all Chinese spies. There's a lot of men. There's like 40 million males of marriage age in China with no prospects of marrying a female.
Like, have we looked at the fucking gender chart by year? You know, the fucking population demographics of China. Crazy.
It's wild.
Chinese boys are coming over here while their fucking economy is in free fall.
That's crazy. Wow. Who
and
would
they're
have
buying
guessed?
up all the farmland around the military bases. That's Dr. Phil talking about that shit. So dumb.
Because of sex selection abortion. When they had one child policy, the parents would abort a female baby and have a male. So these dudes are in China with an economy not doing great, with no prospects of a female. They say, hell, I'm going to America. Now, if only 2% of those millions are bad, still really bad. So again, that is a serious CI problem that needs to be mopped up.
Okay,
On the
so
cyber
I
side,
think, again, we go into this a lot with our interview, right? But one of the main issues is like these like foreign police stations and stuff. It's not really an us issue. It's the fact that China itself is pressing these people. Like they like you need to come back every 2 years to like prove your loyalty and stuff. Like they have their family. Like it's the Chinese surveillance of their own people that's going on in this country that's causing that. So instead of like watching every Chinese person and spending all this money, how about we just make sure that the enemy is not like harassing citizens or residents
people under your
in our
protection?
country?
Yeah, under your protection in your
How about
borders.
we stop letting the Iranian regime kill people in this country?
Yeah, that'd be nice too. You know, it's almost like fixing this problem specifically with China would help with a lot of things. Crazy. Insane. What a crazy thought.
Yeah, see, they just need that. This is a plan, though. That's how we stop it. Sex workers, our private military sex worker
Western
company,
pussy.
right? And we deploy them, the sluts. Tactical slut.
Everyone sluts.
Goes out, right? So can they
knocked out 911 service?
That's right. So can they? What is their cyber attack capabilities look like?
The number can be 699.
How, like, if you were to paint a picture, what could it look like?
Quite significant.
Dial
And if there's
699
Huawei
in a
switches
sexual
and
emergency.
any of that Chinese telecom infrastructure in the United States, which is what Trump was right to ban and to push other allies to ban.
When the daughter was trying to come in from
are we
Canada,
gonna
and
mention
she
the
was doing business
microchips,
with
though?
Iran, and
Are
it's
we
like, oh,
walking
we
around
want
a
to do business here. I remember that.
Yep.
Chip tax? No, we're only going to
before
talk
that,
about our
there was a
criminal
lot of
buddies.
Huawei switches installed, and so who knows what backdoors that Huawei was started by a ex-PLA colonel from the intelligence business. So yeah, there's no shocker there.
Fuck
So,
Huawei.
but
Should be
paint a
banned
picture.
from the
Meaning,
world.
for example, do they have the capability of the week of the election to have 300,000 phones, you know, in make life challenging in certain zip codes, certain areas?
It's a good
Hilarious.
plan.
It is a good plan.
Honestly, our joke plan is better than every other plan that this fucking war criminal has proposed. Dude, the Mehdi Hasan interview is mad funny. Oh, this is a dark turn. We can't laugh at this. This is going to be so funny.
Okay,
He's
so
going to have
7,
terrible
12
takes,
kids.
right?
That's not what I picked.
He's got to have terrible takes on this. He's going to... Why would you die for another country when you're already in the military? Who knows what
Okay, so 7, 12.
Okay, it's broken. You're gonna have to do it.
Probably because it doesn't want you to watch it. It's probably like restricted.
I don't know,
Actually,
it's
that's a
not
good point. Let's not get age restricted by watching this.
It's
'Cause they
literally
age
not even
restricted-
letting me play it.
It's
Okay,
probably
so
like
7, 12
yeah,
kids.
it's probably deleted
Mm.
because it's about it literally has a guy on fire in the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Probably get us age restricted.
Hmm.
I got a thing here.
Okay, you pick something because I'm looking.
I got something. I've been wanting to show you this for a while because like
Uh-huh.
you're a more gamer than me, and I think this is really dumb. I looked at this and I said, "Wow, this guy, he is dumb," because it's like he's gonna blame the reason why bad games are is because one person came in and said, "Hey, make a black character."
Mm.
That's why the game's bad. You think that's why that's where it went wrong? Okay,
That's
hey,
definitely where it went
can
wrong.
you shrink the boobs a cup size? Oh, suddenly the game is bad. Suddenly the budget crashes. Work crunch goes over. It becomes a live service game. It's because it's woke, right?
Of course.
That's that type of take.
Love it. Can't wait.
A lot recently, and there has been a shift in the mindset of the people. Forspoken last year came out, and it was a tremendous failure. It was such a failure that Square Enix shut
Evil
down
Charlie.
the entire studio.
Crazy. It's almost like games suck,
Yeah.
and they continually to make shitty games, and studios go under. Because it's in a fucking this is capitalism. It is not.
Well, okay. To be fair, Square Enix, this is an interesting case because you don't really see Square Enix producing average games. Square Enix games are kind of at a higher level. They don't really have shit games, and you don't really see them shutting down subsidiary studios. However, this is a big deal because they did shut down a subsidiary studio. This is the norm for places like EA and Activision, who constantly buy up indie studios.
Oh, EA is the worst, though.
Push them to make games that they have to produce on small teams in very fast times, producing shit games, and then they can the studio that they just bought. They literally buy them, set them up to fail, then fucking can the whole thing. Fuck these companies. Fuck them to death. They should be broken. They should be the first ones broken up with antitrust to give these indie companies a chance to actually make games again. Fuck these companies. Fuck EA. Fuck Activision. They can die in a hole. Fuck them to death. All right, I'm done.
So also, okay. So I want to be clear. A subsidiary of Square Enix is not the same as Square Enix developing something.
No.
So to say like, oh, Square Enix made this, no, a subsidiary of Square Enix made this. That means this is basically a company that they gobbled up, crunched them to death, and that's why
Yeah.
the game is bad.
Yeah. So it doesn't really happen with Square Enix, so it's kind of interesting.
That it's a subsidiary, though. It's not them.
No, I know. I'm saying that it's interesting that they've bought this company, whatever company it was.
It was
and
another
have then-
Japanese company.
Yeah. And then have done what EA and Activision have done forever. So it's just interesting because Square Enix doesn't really do that.
They
But-
own Eidos Interactive, Crystal Dynamics, Taitos, that one studio that just closed down, Square Enix Image Studio Division, Square Enix Collective, Square Enix Europe, Beautiful Games Studios, Smile Labco. That's just the ones that show up at the top.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they have subsidiaries. I don't know.
But not many.
My question is do they actually put their logo in the game? Because
I think they put it on the cover and on the launch titles. Because they'd be
It's
a
sad
producer credit.
for them.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rev here. So over the past couple of years, there's been an increasing level of complaints about fan service in video games. These complaints not coming from gamers, rather they're coming from a loud minority of people from social media platforms like Twitter. Now, unfortunately, a lot of game developers, including those from Japan, have been listening more and more to the Twitter users than the actual gamers interested in their products. And
Yeah, that's what happens is you listen to people that don't buy your products. This is what people do. This is what streamers do too. Is that like how many guys do you know that just streamers in general, like they listen to people on Twitter and
yeah, because people are asking for more live service games, guys.
Yeah, that's exactly what
that guy
people
is a
want.
fascist and a pedo. You don't say it. I couldn't tell by the fact that he's fucking literally somebody who uses a fucking lolly-esque vampire baby as his fucking VTuber. No shit. Of course.
they decide what they're going to do with their stream
You see
based
something
off
and
of
you're like,
like a
fascist
very
pedophile,
small
you know right
subset of
away.
people, and they end up hurting their
They
stream
all
because
love
of
it.
it. I've
all
seen this
those
happen a
fascist
lot.
pedophiles, they all love lolly.
is reflected in their sales because as they've injected more woke nonsense into their games, their sales have gone down. However, this conversation has been re-explored once again with the recent talk about Stellar Blade. We talked about this on the channel.
Yet again, this is a standalone complex. They're two unrelated things that you're connecting through imagined connections that are not there. Touch grass. Go outside. Go talk to someone. Fucking hell.
Bro, honestly, he's a fascist pedophile. We should keep him inside, if anything.
You're right. Grass are in parks. You don't want that.
They just made a new Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, guys. They made that last year with all those woke games. I think it might have been a remake.
But as more trailers and previews have come out for this game that's coming out in a very short while, we've seen gamers get what they've been asking for, and that is conventionally attractive characters with fan service. That is something a lot of games.
Whoa, crazy! You mean Tifa or Tifa from Final Fantasy, the like most known Square Enix fucking fetish character who they all want to fuck, is going to have fan service in a Final Fantasy game? Wow, they're finally listening to the men who play their games now.
Gamers enjoy, and people have been praising Stellar.
Well, it's not really as
hot take. Aerith is better.
What?
Aerith is a better character.
Oh yeah, but
A better character
Tifa
model
or
too.
Tifa is the
Tifa.
famous one for being
No, I know.
the sexy one.
I know.
She's the
I
one.
know.
She's the one that's drawn in all the porn.
She's in short shorts and a tank top.
Yeah, and she's got titties. And the
Titties.
tank top goes out, and it's like it's under boob. You know.
It is a lot of titty.
Look, they're like, wow, all right, with this new great game where the girl has no titties, it just shows they're listening to us because they put titties in another game, even though this game doesn't have titties.
secret that people like looking at hot girls. I mean, even other girls like
True.
looking at hot girls.
True.
Like it's really not a surprise. Like I don't know why. It's kind of a shock to me that it's taken this long for people to wake up and realize it.
True.
Because this has been going on for years now.
point.
It's so annoying.
And their developers for delivering justice.
Wow, they've been taking the boobs out of our games for years.
It's an outrage.
This is the same game studio that made Nier Automata. Are you serious, bro? Are you like, do you have actual brain damage? The fetish thong robot game where she basically is like, and the thong is like the same color as her. Let me tell you,
Hilarious.
I've seen some hung lady boys cosplay Nier Automata, and it is hot. They're like actual like cross like dressers, you know, like they're
yeah. Like
you know,
the tactical
Destiny.
guy.
Destiny.
Yeah.
He's the best.
It's so good. It's so funny how many milsim chuds are in there. Like, oh, this is fucking great. Not realizing it's a dude. And as
Now,
soon
I
as
don't
they
know
find
if you
out,
guys
they lose their mind.
have had a similar experience to me, but my Twitter timeline over the past couple of days has been nothing.
That's
but
weird.
Tifa from Final Fantasy.
That's weird.
I wonder why.
So basically, all it took was a spoiler of Final
Hell
Fantasy
yeah,
VII
titties.
Rebirth,
She got the
where
big
Tifa
booba.
is in a
Big
swimsuit
booba.
to basically lead us what feels like a new renaissance in gaming. That's all it took.
Nice.
People are going absolutely.
My friend, he likes the penis. Like a worker was like harassing him and shaking him down, and he goes, "No, thanks, I'm gay." And they go, "I am dick, I am dick."
Why are you gay?
Rabid for this Tifa design here. All it took was the swimsuit.
I actually don't think that it's really.
You know what's funny?
Thing,
You know what's funny about this? You know what's really, really, really funny about this? The first game that got me into Final Fantasy type games was Final Fantasy VII's remake.
Does she have big tits in that game? Massive tits? Whoa, crazy.
Gigantic.
Big old boobas in a Square Enix game.
2016. So
oh my god, it's almost like the studio that you're complaining about that made the bad game wasn't Square Enix. Because all their games have the big booba.
I think that a lot of people,
except for Tomb Raider, because they own that now,
are tired of. It's kind of like what I said before about how I think people, like the people that make media, have lost the trust of the audience, and so the audience no longer looks at media and just consumes it. They always look at it with a sense of distrust or distaste, and I think that's what happens a lot.
Play a little clip of it. I don't even know if it's translated. It doesn't matter. You'll get the point.
This is how I enjoy movies that are even really bad, because I go in and forget that politics exists because that's what you're meant to do. This is how I enjoy terrible, terrible, terrible content. Fun fact. It's really not that hard. Titties.
You want to see something crazy, right?
Titties.
This is like the hottest series coming out of Japan right now. This game, the game that did this.
The Yakuza. What is happening?
This is gonna get us funny.
The titty bounce. Soundbite time.
Yeah.
And then we're going to Washington, D.C. to take back the White House! Ah!
Why are you gay?
I'm not gay no more. I am delivered.
This is a mini game.
A mini game.
Yes.
Hilarious.
You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me, searching for honey that would not come for you.
Anyway, let's learn about. Oh, look, she has small tits, Jack. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh no! They both don't have big booba.
Believe me when I'm telling you, I'm not exaggerating. Combination of Tifa in a swimsuit has consumed Twitter over the past.
Oh yeah, I
years.
won't lie.
All everyone's talking about. It's all over everyone's.
What a
timelines.
mystery!
And it's really not that surprising. The formula is simple, ladies and gentlemen. All you have to do is take Tifa, a character everyone likes, and
Well, you just have to do the things that normal people like. So basically, if you see a thread on Twitter that's really popular from a person who has mental disorders in their profile, their bio, do the opposite of what that tweet is complaining about. Just do the exact opposite of that, and you will be successful with normal people.
And add anime titties.
It's that simple.
Boom. Success. The
Easy,
formula is so simple, and it was working for so many years until recently, where now game developers are shying away from these things because they want to appease people on Twitter, for example. And it's very strange.
No, they don't.
Back to the very simple
Doesn't
formula.
happen.
And a lot of people have looked at this situation and said,
Nice. Is that it?
Shut up. Anyway,
my turn.
I cried.
Do you like K
Cassie.
or are you?
I'm going
this is
you.
a
Go ahead,
mini
use the
game.
mouse.
100%. Wow.
We're only
Of
friends here.
course.
This is a hostess club. See? It's a hostess club.
Good to see you.
So, what would you like to buy her?
I'm gonna go Red Bull cocktail because
Graphics are great.
long enough for
It's a real person.
Wait, is it actually?
Yes.
Long enough to what?
What the fuck?
that I need to talk to a woman.
It's like a casino
right off the
host
bat.
on
It's like,
an automated casino game. It's funny.
Look, you buy her, you keep going, you spend all your money, you go back to her
Mm.
100 times, and then she comes home with you, and then the screen
Right.
turns black.
I gotta hook up with this guy. I
Awesome.
gotta grow on
Because
them.
they see your weak
Sounds like a
chin. I
great
get that.
game.
They've got to see my.
Bro, Yakuza is a this. Let me remind you again. This is just a mini game. All right. The new one, it's like a turn-based RPG. You
Mhm.
literally like to get like the best experience, you go to like the fucking like tourism place and you like book
Yeah.
like safaris and stuff. And you like go on vacation to get like ability points and stuff.
That's hilarious.
And like you can get like a lobster on your team that you can summon. And like there's just a bunch of like zany characters you can get on the team
Mhm.
and stuff.
Razor like wit.
That's not a Red Bull cocktail.
But like the other Yakuza games, it's like a Grand Theft Auto type game.
Mm.
Oh, what dedication! Make me want to tempt you even more.
Told
How
you.
did you know?
I told you.
All right, go ahead.
Hottest game series out of Japan, by the way. Games are totally games are just not the woke stole our boobies from us.
Australian with a video for Americans. So we'll see how this goes.
This video is for the Americans watching. I love your country. It is fantastic. I thoroughly enjoy going there. But can I just ask for a second? Why is there a man with all of the dementia, sprinkled in with a bit of Alzheimer's and possible brain damage, allegedly, in the White House? Why does someone's crazy granddad have access to the nuclear codes? And I know what some of you people would think. Oh, Isaac, you're so right-wing. You're so right-wing. No! It's got nothing to do with political leaning. This man's insane. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's not just people on the internet question.
You want to explain why he's in the White House?
Democracy.
There you go.
Biden's the leader of the free world's intellectual
hard.
abilities. This is a document from the special counsel that's looking into the classified document
Oh my
case
God.
that Biden was involved with, that everyone had a crack at Trump about last year, and now no one seems to give a shit about it when Joe Biden does it. But anyway, in his interview with our office, Mr. Biden...
He's not right wing though. Can you tell what content he consumes? Only.
Libs of TikTok.
Yeah, pretty much.
memory was worse. He did not remember when he was vice president. That's terrifying. He also did not remember,
That's
even
funny.
within several years, when his son Bo
Didn't
died.
happen.
For some
This
people,
didn't
this is
happen.
new
We've been over
information.
this.
For most of us, though, the ones who are paying attention, it's not new.
It's
at
a
all.
funny
Let's have a
lie
look.
though. Like what a fucking lie to make up that it's like in what 8 years he's just magically forgotten that he was in the White House for 8 years. Like, all right, sure.
Look at the best of crazy Joe Biden.
Let's go lick the world. We cheer for Muslim athletes like Kareem and Joan.
That's a hard
and
name.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah, I mean that's hard.
If you say so.
I mean,
I'll take him. I'll take him from you.
I mean, from Biden, it's hard. You know,
Sure.
he doesn't have good word.
He's not very good with his mouth.
That's right. Shanga. Ban on transgender Americans. Transgender Americans.
The transgesters, now they are a group to watch. Very
Crazy.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much. It's great to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's
Don't go
the
anywhere.
fact that it's like they want to make Biden
Ladies
look
and gentlemen.
delusional and dumb, so but they only can show 2 seconds
Yeah.
ever. They
Because
like
he talks
3 or
normally
more,
every other
and
time.
suddenly it gives too much context, and people are like,
Mhm.
"Oh wait, he's not a dope."
Yeah, exactly.
This is just the start of some of the fantastic clips that come from Joe. And you know, to be fair, we all say things if we're on camera that, you know, may sound a bit silly and would perhaps make us look, you know, like our memory is fading, but not as much as this dude.
Right next to me. There you go. And then we're going to have.
There you go.
Got it? Okay.
Yeah, see, this
That's
is
a very
before
old
the
clip.
memory started to fade. This is the weird shit he does.
And there goes our viewers dropping off.
Mm-hmm. All right,
So,
great.
Like as I predicted, nobody cares
Fair
that.
enough.
Back to Cringe Charlie and Wokeness.
Incorporated. This is in my opinion, I think that water. I know, yeah. Well, I've said before, right? If I'm ever drinking water, you know I'm down bad. I got maybe 2 hours of sleep. Okay, so yes. Anyway, let's get back over to this. Sweet Baby employee. So Sweet Baby Incorporated. This is the. Let me see if I can I find this to the Twitter page here. Yeah, let me see if I can find it.
Oh
So
my God,
working
close all
at
those
Sweet Baby
fucking tabs,
Incorporated,
bro.
this is basically, in my opinion, and this might be a very unpopular opinion, but I feel like this company is being used as a boogeyman. And people view this company, it's kind of like the World Economic Forum on a smaller scale, where like I don't think
It
the
has
World Economic Forum is
2,000
actually the
followers, and you have
Illuminati
them
in plain
blocked.
sight, and they're actually trying to like kill everybody and do all these things. They're kind of like a representation that people can see, and because people see this example of it, then they latch onto it, and they're like, these are the core people that are causing all of our problems. I totally understand the problem that people have with this, but I don't think that these people are the only symptom of that. Now, obviously, I disagree with like what their kind of like their goals are. I disagree with these because I find them to be antithetical to the nature of what art is. But of course, obviously, art is decided by the artist. I think the issue is whenever people feel like they have to do this instead. So anyway, yes, these are an easy target, and these are people that are working at the company. And basically, this happened, I think, 2 days ago. I didn't cover it then because I just didn't really think.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
It's definitely worth talking about. What ended up happening is that there is a Steam group, and there is a person looking for any game that used Sweet Baby Incorporated as a consultancy, and they wanted to put that in like some sort of review, so anybody who goes into playing this game knows that basically the people that made this game like consulted this like inclusion agency to try to tone down any sort of things that could be issues. It's basically like a like on cigarettes where it says like this will give you lung cancer.
No,
it's like it's a warning label. It's really simple. And obviously, big surprise, the employees that work at that company are not happy about that. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to look and get somebody who get all of their followers to come together and basically like come together and like
okay.
Fuck, sorry, I got 2 hours of sleep, so it's a bit hard for me. Come together and mass report and ban the people that are running this different page to silence the people that are trying to hold them. Like, and I don't even understand the logic in this either. It's like if people disagree with what you're doing, like, isn't that their right to disagree with it? I mean, if people think, yeah, I don't.
Bro, it literally says harassment group. They're saying these people are harassing us. Can you not harass us?
Don't want to play this game because I
Maybe
feel like it doesn't have an authentic
maybe if it
sense
was
of art
actually what
because
you were saying and they were just curating like, hey, this is a list with these specific tags, but that's not what's happening. And if you actually believe that's what's happening, you
it's
can't
being,
blame that on 2
decided
hours
by
of sleep,
people
bro.
that aren't even making the content. Yeah, I think so. I think that's pretty reasonable. And it's also like not that they're calling for harassment or anything else, but let's read the post. And this is a post written by an employee of Sweet Baby. This team curator harassment group, Sweet Baby Incorporated, Detected, and so that's where it is led by this person, Krampus Rambo. Here's them trying to be slick so they don't get
Funny
reported.
name.
Even with the discriminatory language filed off, the group itself still fails the code of conduct. So it fails the code of conduct. Well, let's go ahead and let's read what is cited here and see if it actually.
Oh, they're just
okay, this person
protected 'cause
clearly
they're
made their
in the
their
middle
tweets
of a
private
harassment
because people
campaign
disagreed with
against
them.
them. Okay, well,
Yeah,
they
that's
weren't
what
blocked.
happens. This is really what the problem is here. Is that these people have no problem privating their own narrative. They have no problem privating their own Twitter.
They're being
whenever,
harassed.
they're receiving negative feedback or they're getting criticized or whatever.
No,
and whenever people aren't
no.
okay.
This is negative feedback. What I'm doing. I'm not harassing you.
With their narrative. But whenever other people aren't okay, whenever people disagree with their narrative, they immediately put themselves on protected mode and they exercise discretion in what they want to see. But they don't offer that same ability for other people if they want to do that through.
You see, like one of the games that they called them in on was Spider-Man 2, where you play a black character. So they called in a consulting company. Oh, crazy. Would you believe it? Like Assassin's Creed, they have a multinational consulting company developed with those
Crazy.
games. Why do you think they do that?
Insane. That would never happen.
Steam page. You understand how this is effectively the same thing. Like, you're allowing people to censor content. And I am a big advocate of self-censorship.
Not only that, Assassin's Creed literally boots up and says, hey, we're a multicultural team here. We passed it through multiple people.
I'm a big advocate of it. I think that if you don't want to see something, you shouldn't have to see it. So I think that it's very problematic that this.
Okay, well, that's enough of you, dipshit. Let's look at this video.
It'll be funny if you end up mostly agreeing with this one. That could end up happening. Totally. Totally end up happening. Look at the like to dislike ratio, man. People really did bomb these. Okay. It's too loud? Really?
Oh no, feminist frequency. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Your butt is
Re.
probably not going to give you that information. It won't tell you much about who they
Oh
are
no.
or what they're
Anita
thinking or feeling at
Sarkeesian,
any
my
given time.
nightmare.
Okay, right off the bat, I disagree with the implication of this statement. Sexuality, fashion, presentation are all pretty big parts of character design and the way you project your intentions and personality to the audience. Like, obviously, literally, moment to moment, a butt isn't communicating thoughts and feelings with you, unless it's like some pretty special magic, I guess. But the right off the bat, the implication by this seems to be that like the butt is like an unimportant element of one's character design, which I strongly disagree with.
Man,
I don't think
pause
that's
it.
true.
Pause,
In these early
pause,
Tomb Raider games,
pause.
Lara's butt
Look.
is typically right.
No. Shut up, Anita. Shut the fuck up. The walk cycles are very important. It is the biggest thing that you do in the game is walking and running. It's very important. And if there's no swing, there's no love. Fuck you.
How come The Sims makes me have sex with women in it for the goals? Are we sexualizing The Sims?
In the center of the screen. A camera orientation which, along with the sexualized clothing the designers choose to outfit her in, places
That's
a
a block.
tremendous
Oh my
amount
God.
of emphasis on that.
They're
part of the
short
body.
shorts.
I think this is an insane thing to say. It's a third person like platformer. What would the difference be between the camera focusing on her butt and on her like shoulders or something? Like the camera is where it is for a pretty good reason. I've played these games. There's traps
negativity, that's such a
everywhere,
good
and you need it
word.
to be like really far back.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
heard
you could
that.
argue maybe it could be like 1 foot up. I don't know. Now they definitely emphasized it. I guess having played these games, I don't know where else they'd put the camera on this. The cam is too low. I always felt like they needed to do that so you can see the ground around her because this game is this game focuses heavily on like trap placement
Well,
and like
maybe if they focused on that trap placement just for an excuse to put her butt in the frame.
stuff around your
Well,
feet
they
that you
could have
have
made
to
her
jump in a
butt
specific
bigger
way
and
to
at the
avoid.
top,
Whatever.
the
It seems
camera
marginal
from
to me.
higher up would give you a better angle.
The sisterhood will never forgive me.
Damn, Golden Axe. This game sure bombed. Nobody knows what this even is. We're
I
going to
have
talk
no
about
idea.
Beast Rider, Golden Axe Beast Rider, all 14 copies that were sold of this game. Guess what? This game was criticized for making for the too skimpy and too sexy. Like they were like, "Can you just make a game, please?" Not because of
That's
Anita.
funny.
Like this was all this game is a fucking tits. It's not. They didn't develop a game behind the tits.
Interesting.
If I am late.
Golden Axe Beast
Look at
Rider
her
makes
fucking. Did you see that run cycle?
Yeah.
That was in cinematic, bro.
Mhm.
Garbage game. And these games ruled on the Sega.
extremely sure that we notice the protagonist's butt
Yes.
just before we take.
So
Nice.
this is an example of what I would call like unjustified sexualization. This isn't like a character element.
can
The
summon a
way
whole
the
fucking
camera pans
dragon.
across the character isn't an
Old
element of their personality or design. It's just ogling. That's why I have a lot more respect. If you have a sexualized character design but normal camera and panning, that
Yes.
seems much better to me, because then it's like, okay, it's a normal game. The character in the game just happens to dress like this, you know?
Mhm.
Like if she's some kind of like barbarian lady, right? Like Conan barely wears anything, but the camera doesn't pan across Conan's ass like this. So this is usually what I criticize. This is the stuff that I fucking hate. It's when the camera pans over, when the game feels like it's being creepy.
And here in Tomb Raider Underworld, to say that Lara's butt is being emphasized.
Oh my god! You moving the
Okay,
camera!
In fairness, you're the one
Fuck
doing this with
you!
the camera. Like this isn't a cutscene, like forced camera movement. You move the camera. I mean, it's a skimpy outfit, but I don't know. Girls dress like this sometimes. If you go to a beach, you will see women wearing like this panty line in their swimsuit, right? I know it's a ridiculous outfit, but she's supposed to be a character that dresses in skimpy outfits, right? That's not like an innately bad thing. Bayonetta!
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Let's contrast the way.
Again, like this is what I mean with Anita Sarkeesian, man. They just show a fucking example, and
Hold
she
on,
just
pause
shows a
it.
fucking example, and then.
So the thing with Bayonetta is like the whole thing is meant to be overly sexualized on purpose, isn't it? Like that it's that ridiculous. Like it's supposed to be that sort of ridiculous game. If I remember correctly, unless I'm wrong, which I could be wrong. It is ridiculous.
Dragon.
What the fuck is this?
Badass. Yeah. Golden Axe. Great game.
Ah.
Fucking, I told you, you can summon a fucking dragon, bro. New game, you
Then
can't
she
even
doesn't
have a
do
walk
anything with
cycle.
Okay, like
That's a
Bayonetta
vagina.
showing ass is not.
That's not us.
So her design isn't just a character thing; it's a game thing. I don't know what game this is.
Does it have to be that?
I don't know what game this is.
Heavenly Sword, I think, right?
This is Lollipop Chainsaw, which is meant to be like an over-the-top, like splatterfest.
Mhm.
Okay, to be fair, I do think this game is very sexist, but I want the argument to be made. Isn't Lollipop Chainsaw popular with lesbians? Of course it would be, because lesbians get to be creepy about women. They're allowed to.
Let's contrast the way that women's butts are emphasized with the sometimes absurd lengths taken to cover up or hide men's butts.
This is fair.
If some of this footage looks jerky,
I agree.
maybe
Show
in
more
some
men
cases,
ass.
Trying to get a glimpse of male characters' butts can feel a bit like wrestling with the camera. Common ways men's butts are hidden are by preventing the
Oh my
player from
god, you
being
are
below the
literally
frame
against the
waist
wall.
level,
You
or employing a more
disingenuous
over-the-shoulder
cunt.
camera angle,
Oh my
which has the
god.
added benefit
I
of keeping
fucking
the
hate
character's
this
butt
person
safely
so
out of the
much.
frame. The most amusing solution is to simply include a cape, tunic,
Some of these aren't really valid. Wait, hold on. Wait, you're just throwing any fucking example out there. Hold on.
which has the added
Gears of War doesn't count.
Fuck! That's what I was pulling up. Gears of War. I was gonna pull up a big donk on Gears of War.
Gears of War is an over-the-shoulder game. An over-the-shoulder game. This doesn't count. Over-the-shoulder games aren't going to let you scroll the. That's not how the rotation of the camera would allow.
Yeah, but when you run, it's just donk bouncing. You know, they get all down and shit, and they bounce that donk.
There
What
are
over-the-shoulder
female
game would
cog
have like
soldiers.
you hold down on the camera like movement stick, and the camera like pans down to the butt. You know,
benefit of keeping the character's butt safely out of the
like this isn't. This is not a butt being kept safely
Is
out
that
of view. This is
Cyberpunk?
just an over-the-shoulder camera angle. That's what she's saying. Vaush, women are not in over-the-shoulder games.
Pause
If there's
it.
a woman, it won't be over the shoulder.
What is that game?
Looks like Star Wars.
Star Wars. It might be.
Jedi Outcast, whatever. Jedi
Yeah,
Survivor. What is that
yeah.
game? Force
No, no,
Awakens.
it's
That's a good
Force
point, but
Awakens,
she's
yeah.
not saying that. You're being overly charitable. She's saying the camera doesn't let you, not that there's a difference
Mass
in the chosen
Effect
perspectives in male versus female characters. If she
has
did
a
say
man
that,
butt.
this would be a completely valid point. But hey, you know, she only got like $1 million fucking dollars.
Not
to make
only
these
does it
videos.
have man butt, like one of the bird aliens is specifically like one that like a lot of girls like in the game.
You know?
For the purposes of this video, I tried to get a glimpse.
This okay, yeah, I will say though, shit like this is insane. The butt is a muscle. Like this is this is a decision being made by the modeling team. Like this is ridiculous. His entire body is rippling with muscle. His ass should be huge. It's ridiculous.
They
like,
had
it's,
to
it's
take this
genuinely
precaution
silly.
because of
This is
that
being
one
done
Batman
entirely
movie.
by insecure dudes for insecure dudes.
Tried to get a glimpse of Batman's rear end, but it's as if his cape is a high-tech piece of Wayne Industries equipment designed to cover up his butt at all costs.
Well, it also just isn't
I
there.
like to jokingly refer to this aspect of a male character's costume as the strategic butt covering. Of course, not all games.
It comes across as very reductive to me. Like Batman's had a cape for like 5 trillion years, man. I don't know.
Yeah.
Is that really what
Forever.
we're like? Are we really making the argument that they gave a cape to Batman so they wouldn't show his butt? Like, I don't know. It just seems like we're literally just throwing this shit out, man. I mean, this fucking guy, what is it? The tech game, the Watch
She is
Dogs.
just
Thank
throwing
you.
shit
Like
out.
he's
She's
just wearing
picking
a trench
things out of a
coat.
hat.
I
Today,
mean, this
what are we
guy's an
going to be mad
assassin,
at?
so
But
I don't know. This just feels like a weak example to me. So this is one of those things again where it's like she could be making a much better point. Why isn't she talking about how their butt should be bigger? I think that'd be much more interesting. Like she didn't even talk about Batman not being modeled with an ass. They just talked about the cape. Why not say like, hey, why are these professional 3D modelers designing these male
how
characters?
come I don't get caked up, boys?
Ass.
Yeah. Fallout,
Ass.
Fallout also like the dude has in his vault suit looks nice and sexy.
Weird and doesn't exist in real life, you know?
There are a few.
That's a Solid Snake has always had a very emphasized butt in his game. This is an objectively emphasized butt. There's
But
no getting
also
around that.
quiet
Is she
is
going to
in these
pretend that
games.
it's not?
Few examples of
Yeah.
male protagonists who are wearing clothing that calls attention to their
Okay, she is.
butts, but for the most part, men's butts, even when visible in the frame, are de-emphasized. Plenty of male heroes wear baggy pants or jeans. Uncharted's Nathan Drake among them.
Isn't his butt just as emphasized
Cheeked
here as
up.
in the Tomb Raider example we just
Cheeked
saw?
up.
Right? In the Tomb Raider example where I said women just look like that, I feel like this isn't that different. Like it's just slightly less. Yeah, but don't guys tend
looks
to
like
wear
you're
looser
always
clothing?
you think women
I don't
just
know. It
look
doesn't seem
like
that different to me.
objects, I
The
guess,
camera
Vaush.
angle is also pretty low. I know that they're showing the devastation of the buildings up above. I feel like a woman with this exact like design in this camera angle would be cited as an example of sexualization the other way around.
Nathan Drake among them. But nothing about his visual design or the jeans he's wearing encourages you to focus on his butt as some sort of defining aspect of his character.
Except for
Okay,
the cheeks.
next to her, I'll admit. Look
up.
at that.
By contrast, this emphasis on the butts of female characters communicates to players that
This emphasis on the butts.
this is what's important.
Hold on,
This is what
pause
you
it.
should be paying attention.
You know who thinks about this? Fucking nobody. Not a single goddamn
This
fucking person.
emphasis on the butts.
To. It communicates that the character is a sexual object designed for
Oh
players
my
to
God,
look at
shut
and
up.
enjoy.
It is a video game with character designs. That is true. That can be a way
They're
to
not
design
real.
characters. Yeah. I've always said, like, I remember way back earlier in my channel where I said, I don't want less sexualized women in video games. I want more sexualized men. It's because sexualization, it just needs to be done in a way that's more even-handed and less exploitative, you know? But like Anita Sarkeesian's arguments aren't
Okay, that's Vaush is going on a tangent. All right, let's see what's going on here.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back. I guess. There it is. Good God. Initial reactions, it doesn't look great. By all accounts, it's just a
I need the fuck out of that.
piece of fried chicken with pizza toppings. Listen, I know that I make stupid food for a living, but if I made an NSC and called it chicken pizza and this is what I made, I'd be laughed right out of the business. Que bonita. So it's 3 pieces of pepperoni, some cheese of unidentifiable nature, and some red sauce. Come on, KFC. What's going on with you? I handed you chicken is the waffle on a silver platter. This is what you run with? Perhaps I'm judging it a bit too harshly. It is all about the taste after all. Here we go. Yuck. It tastes like if the lunch lady showed up to work drunk. Don't get me wrong, I love fast food gimmicks.
A Pringles crocodile.
Not now! I'm in the middle of a rant! Well, what else is there to say? It's a piece of fried chicken
Just
with
make
pizza
a chicken
toppings on it.
parm.
They could have at least
and
gone...
put pepperoni on it.
Yeah.
That should have been your goal. To make a chicken parm and then be like, hey, if we put pepperoni on it, we can market it as a pizza.
Yeah. Yeah. That's all you need to do.
for gold and make it a supreme chicken pizza. And to add insult to injury, I DoorDash this. It was $13. I mean, seriously, I gift wrapped you Trix fried chicken, and this is what you went with? I know some executive's son had to come up with this BS. Clear signs of nepotism happening at KFC. Oh, Jimmy's so smart. He came up with the pizza toppings on fried chicken. Next year, he's going to Harvard.
He really hates this.
It's not proper pizza etiquette! In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage! And that is the perfect amount of casing. Is anyone else impressed when I do this? I eyeball this. It's not curing cancer or anything, but still, to eyeball the length of the casing based on how much fried chicken I see? Come on! Give credit where credit's due. With special thanks to today's Mark Boxalo box artist, this guy. Look at that attention to detail. Oh, I'm the guy on the box too. So will it blow? We cut a little bit of it. So I'm gonna have to give that will it blow 1 Mark Ruffalo's. Here we go. All right, I think we're done.
I reckon
Let's
it's
open
gonna
it
be
up
pretty
and
good.
see how we did. Well, it looks like fried chicken. Okay, here we go. You know, despite all my rage, KFC can still make a great fried chicken sausage.
I told
It's
ya.
great. The marinara, the cheese, and a hint of pepperoni. So really, this made a fantastic sausage. It's crispy, it's delicious, and it's still juicy. So
There you go. We gave you guys an idea for food. There you go. Let's bring something else. Oi!
You are thereby exercising authority using force. And force is violence, the supreme authority from which all other authorities are derived. My beloved constituents, my name is Joseph John Donald Robinette Triben Jr. Sr. III Jr., and it has come to my attention that some of you are
Is it parody?
misinformed.
Must
Some of you say that you're not going to vote for me because of silly little things like supporting war crimes and human rights abuses.
What's happening?
Don't let a thing like that stand in your way when
Are you
go
supposed to be
the
Joe
polls.
Biden?
Do not let your morals influence you at the
What
voting
is going on?
I've
I
brought
have
you
no idea.
record
You put this video on.
a booming economy,
Are you
lowered
are you
inflation, and
supposed to be Joe
all
Biden?
while keeping our climate a top priority. And besides, if you think I'm bad,
53K
you
is
haven't
used.
seen
Chat, we can do better than this. Okay, you see this garbage, right? It's got 53,000 views. Chat, what are you doing with us? You know, you got to be like, hey, sister, cousin, auntie. You know, you fucking make them. You sit there, you sit them down, you make them watch it. You make them learn the proper pizza etiquette.
other guy. That guy is a threat to our very democracy, the foundations of
The
our
thumbnail on
entire
this was like the
world.
greatest thumbnail I've ever seen.
Since ancient Greece, we've cherished
Oh,
the
no, it's
opportunity
another
to
fucking
defend the
English-
rule
yes.
of many, collective power over our society, unless you have a job. And now that other guy is threatening
just
all
an
of that,
intro.
unless you go out and vote.
Wow.
I don't know what I'm doing anymore. This year,
Hilarious.
more people than ever before in history will go to the polls.
True. Somebody else knows it. Wow,
Mhm.
crazy. A communist knows it. Now they're going to explain why you shouldn't vote. And
In the
let
same
democracy
year.
die, right?
Elections for European Parliament,
Yes.
the Indian Lok Sabha, and
Yeah.
the President of the US of A
Uh-huh.
are all scheduled to happen this year.
That
as well as
India
the promised
election
one
never
in the UK, but I don't trust them to do fucking anything at this point. Voting is a very important decision that many choose not to do.
It's not. First of all,
It really isn't.
It's not an important decision. It's a civic duty, right? You know what that means? You know what also is a civic duty? Right? Like helping old ladies cross the road when a fucking person who has disability needs help getting off a train. You help them. That's a civic duty, okay? There is nothing is going to happen if you don't oblige, right?
Yeah.
If you just walk away. You know, smiling, even though it's your job, like, you know, like smiling at a customer and like not being shitty, that's kind of a civic duty there too. Like if you own the business, you can be as grumbly as you want. Maybe people won't come back to you, you know, whatever. All right. Secondly, voting is not a way to express your personality. If anything, you should look at it as a communist, as something that you're doing for a collective that is going to yield the best results. And if you think as a collective yielding the best results means Donald Trump, you're dumb. That's just how that anyone else but him, I'm fine with. You know, if he wasn't there, I wouldn't care at all.
Every election season, there's always a lot of discussion about whether or not voting actually works.
Also, that's my
and
argument
if
why
there's
Australia
inequality,
isn't a
and
democracy.
specifically you.
Yeah, but it's
Because
a dumb
we're
argument.
we're forced to vote because we can't walk away.
Yeah, well, for you, it's not a civic duty.
No, it's forced.
Not a
which
right.
is as bad as
No, it's not. That doesn't mean it's not democratic. Forcing a vote.
It is.
No. You're still
Fuck
voting.
you! I will die on this fucking hill.
No. You're still voting. That's a democracy.
It's vote under coercion. At
So,
worst.
Isn't all voting?
No.
Look, man, it's not my problem. Like, and it has its own issues.
Going to the polls. Everyone has a take based on their opinions, and
especially in America, the federal branch specifically changed with Trump. But really, they're like they say it all the time. Oh, two parties are the same. They're so similar. They both do things I don't like, right? Well, that's because it's the federal government. It's going to be it should be the most center, right? It shouldn't be able to go to fascist Trump.
Yeah. Shouldn't.
Like Bernie Sanders should not win a federal government seat. I would like that to happen, but that's just not how the system is designed. That said, with us being a union and having the autonomy we have, it's a lot different. You know, like AOC can represent a lot of people.
Yeah.
And work for them specifically. Like the president doesn't do shit for us. Why do we care? The only time we care is when it's Trump.
Ideology, but this is a Mia Mulder channel, and here we do the boots on the ground research. So to find out if voting works, I ran for office.
Okay.
And I won. Kind of. We'll get into it soon enough. But if you're wondering why I haven't been able to make as many videos this last year, or why the ones that I've managed to do are riddled with editing mistakes, this is why. I suddenly have constituents to be responsible for, and a real office, and real political issues that I have to vote on every week. That impact thousands of people's lives. And that gives me precious little time left to make YouTube videos, despite being promised before the election that this would not happen. I now have my current position thanks to voters making a democratic decision. And
This
now
is
I'm going
still
to
the
make their
intro.
mistake
They
your
have
problem
outfit changes.
by rambling about it for God knows how long this video is going to be.
An
And
hour and
that
20 minutes,
makes
but
me
we won't be watching that.
incredibly biased here. Because of course, voting works. It gave me tax money. But I do also think it gives me the inside scoop about the impact of the votes that actually got me here in the first place. I want to start
Yes, vote local,
saying
not federal.
Hang on,
Fuck
question
me.
What do we
voting,
what do we
democracy,
say? Does voting work or not? What does this mean? What is the definition of working?
elections, what they are, and
good
if
question.
they work or not, are perfectly valid questions to ask. And that I'm not going to encourage you to vote for any specific candidate in any specific election in this video.
Okay.
Except for maybe myself. Ladies and bees, they, them, and gentlemen, this is democracy manifest.
Oh my god.
Look at here's 2 headlines.
Hi, welcome to my actual act.
Okay. If you're a politician, jail for that background. No. And the fact that are you booting that off your laptop? Is that just a monitor and your laptop is that looks like a netbook. Yucky.
Actual office. I actually am an elected official. This is not a shitpost, and I am recording this from said office. I don't know how that was allowed. Also, to brag, isn't it wild how I've never failed any career goal I've set my eyes on?
Jesus Christ.
Modeling, done. Acting, did it. Becoming a YouTuber, crushed it. Become possibly the first trans woman ever elected as municipal councillor in Sweden.
I hate this person.
No problem. You think I'm arrogant? That's because I got a good reason to be. You think I'm scared of you? I literally cannot fail. I'm stronger. I'm smarter. I'm better. Can you tell the power is going through my head a little
Why
bit?
are
I
you
have
gay?
mentioned an election and a party, but the vast majority of my audience is not from
I'm
my
fucking
country,
better than you.
Sweden, and especially not from the municipality in which I hold office. I have more followers on YouTube than there are people in the municipality. So I can't expect any of you to know either our
Oh my
system
god. Oh
I
my
don't give a
god.
fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
in it, both of which are extremely relevant for this video. At least the personal parts. But it is also a joke in Swedish political nerd circles that we are way more aware of American political systems than we are of our own. Because you Yanks are in the news all the goddamn time. So for everyone's benefit, let's go over some basic, both on the
here we
national
go.
level and here locally. Sweden is a constitutional monarchy.
It all
We
makes
have a
sense.
king. Everyone loves
She's Swedish.
historically pretty decent and explicitly socialist, and they were instrumental in building the workers' movement in Sweden. They have ruled Sweden
You're
with
gonna
an
break
iron
down
fist
all
for
the
most of the
parties in
20th
Sweden?
century,
Oh, there
when
we
they
go.
just
I
kept
got-
racking
I
up
saw
win
someone.
after win
there he
after
is.
win, and they managed to. Because it's YouTube, that's going to happen anyway. But I'm going to impart context upon you, like it or not. So the Left Party was founded in May of 1917.
You
Due
didn't
to
have a
split
different
in the
sense of
Social
humor.
Democratic
Bro, they eat rotten fish out of cans. I don't want to talk about what Sweden does for fun or finds funny.
Party because people couldn't agree on whether or
hold
not
on, pause
to
it, pause it,
support
pause it.
all
They
the
fucking
Bolshevik
eat
Russian.
shit like fucking whale blubber. You fucking for
look.
real? Get out of here.
Listen, guys. There's a reason Sweden is the lowest of all the Scandinavian countries on our European tier list. There's a reason. There's a reason it goes Iceland, Finland, Norway,
Lenin!
then Sweden. Emphasis on
And
then
whether or
Sweden.
not the Social Democrats had the right wing turn in recent years. This is often framed within Swedish discourse, even among many of my own party members, as
I think that that anime background that they have on their computer there, I think it's worse for Swedish politicians to have that.
How so?
communists.
Weebs are an American thing. Okay, stop stealing our culture, Sweden.
Weren't satisfied with the Social Democrats and left to follow in the steps of the Soviets. But this was in May, before John Lennon had his revolution. The Social Democratic Party at the time had a policy in place called the Resolution of Unity.
Hour and 40-minute video, and it's just yapping the entire time. Yapping. Okay.
That's
let's learn about representative democracy, okay? Okay.
Because our party is not communist. But let's hold off on any judgment, positive or negative, until you finish the video. First, we need to stick to the basics. Sweden is a representative democracy, and all of these levels have independent election that just happen simultaneously, meaning that if a party has enough votes within the geographic area of government, they will get a proportional representation in that government, even if they don't secure.
Okay, well, that was a waste of time.
Right.
Okay, what's this? Is it she's got H bomber guy memes in here?
I got elected. Suckers. So how the fuck did that happen? Hi. Over BreadTube of us. I stole this.
I hate this so fucking much.
Also,
Fuck me.
Red
Ah!
console.
Chat. 53,000 views. What are you doing for us? Look, oh, this is the Karl Marx shit. Now she's by Karl Marx.
Classes
Oh my
of people.
god.
Not those two. We talk about the electorate and the elected. So the amount of political propositions that I have goes down. Debates happen less. The always remain. And then there's also the question of what we can do. And
Another
what we
costume
actually
change.
do.
No, we're
Let's
back.
say that the system we have
Back
is
to the
perfect,
start.
and everyone has the right and opportunity to go and vote. There will still be to democracy that is almost impossible to avoid. If you want to make a difference in a two-party system, it becomes extremely difficult to have.
No, it doesn't.
Hmm.
No, it does not. No.
Any diversity of opinion, because you need to fit into the already two existing options.
Well, I believe I'll vote for a third-party candidate.
Go ahead. Throw your vote away.
Making issues around party.
I love
It's a
this.
funny
So,
cutaway.
so to recap, this is an hour and 20 minutes of them explaining how great Sweden's democracy is and how well it functions, and then being not understanding America's system and thinking it's a
Epic.
two-party system.
Epic.
Loyalty more
the
pressing
hubris.
than maybe we would expect from a democratic system. At least in my representational system, we have 8 options, and
You're also a constitutional monarchy.
Giving me harder, daddy.
You're not. We are not the same. We are not the same system. Okay. Like you're looking at America as equal to Sweden when you should be looking at the EU and African Union as compared to the American Union. Okay, it's not. It's like
more locally, which isn't like an infinite amount, but it's at least more than most people maybe need, and most people can find something that's close enough to want to support.
And then they build coalitions, huh?
Like me with the left party. Another major danger is risking power, becoming entrenched into the parties themselves. And
again, this is the like Schumer is like might be in New York, but he doesn't do our policy here. He's in the Senate. That's different. It's a different system. You see, we have two systems, and that's what you're being stupid and forgetting about. You're thinking we only have the fucking Congress and president that matter.
They can often choose to act in ways that benefit
Chuck
the party
Schumer has
over
no
democratic
fucking power
principles.
or influence over
Why
my
would
life.
you want to
He's a
change
New York
anything if
representative.
the goal of
How
the
does that
party is simply to be in power? I guess I could also just replace the painting with whoever I wanted. It doesn't need to be Karl Marx. Sometimes, despite all of the
go back to the
neat
Saddam joke
and reasonable issues and how democracy is supposed to work, I sometimes
how
feel
democracy is supposed
like
to work. How it's supposed to work is that you're supposed to have a say, right? That's all it is. Okay, it doesn't say how much of a say or what you get or what rights you get.
I have lost hope for it. Not because of anything that doesn't work, but because of the fact that a lot of the time, most people don't seem to value it as important anymore.
'Cause
For
it's
the
not.
majority of my life, I had no idea who represented me in the municipal council. Most people don't, despite being fully aware about the electoral makeup of multiple American government bodies. For a lot of people, politics is entertainment and
No,
a show
for Americans,
rather than what it
it's
actually
a
is,
fucking show
which is
to get federal votes.
you
and then you vote
taking
down
your
the line.
own vested interest in the goings on of your society, which is not
Uh-huh.
something you can do if you don't take that active interest. That's not to say that you can just look up whoever is in charge and call it a day, but you need to actively think about your own thoughts and ideology and the changes that you would like to see in the world. What kind of society would you like to have? And what steps?
If your solution is government to bring about change, no, that is so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. Governments don't change anything. They maintain the status quo. You fucking idiot.
Steps do you think should be actively taken right now in order to build it? A lot of people who are very politically aware online will have the end goal in mind.
How do you get it to change then? Every civil rights movement was led to, every civil rights, like granting of civil rights, was started by a fucking protest and riot movement. Violence is the only reason we have civil rights.
Communism. But how do we get there? There is a gap, but that gap is politics. If you don't do that part, you don't care about politics. You daydream, and that is difficult. It takes work. Again, you can only really do that if you have the resources and time and dedication to do it. But maybe you think, I don't have to care that much because there's not that many important issues that happen. And when they do, then I go vote. But do you? And do you care enough at those specific issues?
Most
2
people
years
know
ago,
because it
in
won't
February of
affect their lives.
2022, the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine in a
Correct.
war of territorial aggression, leading to mass panic in Europe now that a war between two sovereign nations was once again raging in Europe. As a politician, I have met multiple Ukrainian refugees whose towns and villages no longer exist due to this war. I have personally always believed that war must be avoided whenever possible, and when it happens anyway, it is the responsibility of those who can help to do so.
True.
And to make sure that the aggressor is not rewarded in any way for the aggression as a result of this invasion. And the now warmongering nation right on my country's doorstep, our government applied to join the military alliance NATO, a decision I do not think will lead to better security for our country, which I live in. Already, leading politicians have bowed their heads to authoritarian leaders, harassed personal friends of mine because of their opposition to said leaders. They have downplayed the human.
The politicians wouldn't fucking care about those laws if it didn't happen. The only reason women's suffrage happened is because the president ordered police to disfigure women, and people were so horrified that there was enough civil pressure that it passed. At the end of the day, the politicians still do have to have the votes. Without the movement behind it, nothing changes. The status quo is maintained. You do not do anything by voting. It's all about pressure applied to the state by acknowledging that the state does not have a monopoly on violence.
Human rights violations of said authoritarians, and all to secure the unilateral support of NATO. I am against that, and I am against the prospect of American military bases on Swedish soil, of nuclear weapons on Swedish bases, and of sending people to die in wars in the interest of international shipping. This might have been a reasonable move. I don't personally.
You do not have to go bomb Yemen. It's almost like they asked for a coalition. Wait, is she against Sweden joining NATO? You tell me, is there a Karl Marx portrait behind her?
Personally believe it, but my voice didn't matter in this issue because during the election prior,
because I'm trans,
2018, a majority of parliament parties were against Sweden joining NATO, including the Social Democrats. The Social Democrats formed a government after that election, and in May of 2022, 4 months before the next election, and as a direct response to Russian aggression, the Social Democrats changed their view, and the government applied to join the military alliance. Voters did not have a chance to have any input on this issue. There was no referendum, and frankly, very
crazy. Did you protest it? Did you fucking like throw Molotovs through windows and shit, or did you just sit around and let it happen?
little public debate about it in the chaos.
You're
of those early months of the
is your
war,
country not like
the
a free country
consensus-
where you can stand up for your own rights whenever you want? You let it happen. You voted for it. That's how you voted.
Was that democracy doesn't matter. Now we are on the verge of joining, and might even have
Democracy
joined by the
doesn't
time
matter
this
because
video
I didn't
comes
get
out,
to vote to join NATO.
due to the application of a government which promised that they wouldn't. Swedish neutrality is dead. In order to protect our apparent values of cherishing human rights and democratic
How
values.
is it? No. How is it dead? I want to. No. All it does is guarantee that you have safety
Will be
from
safe.
invasion.
Yeah.
Article 5 is not a fucking obligation. You do not have to join in Article 5.
Yep.
You do not have to join in on these fucking battles or anything. You're in a defensive cartel. You do not have to export any force or violence.
No, at all. You don't even have to let NATO troops into your borders.
You do like you have to do like some training. You have to
Training,
convert
but
to military gear.
Yeah, but like you don't have to have NATO forces outside
You're so
outside
afraid
of your
of this
country.
fucking defense cartel.
It's
Like,
wild.
oh my god! Now we're part of the blood machine. No, you're not. You're not. Okay.
We have now sold weapons of death to politicians previously described as authoritarians.
No way. I'm sure Sweden has never fucking had risky arms sales besides to
Never.
Turkey and Hungary.
Democracy and human rights and values are all important. But protecting those demands the price of freedom. Protecting yourself against authoritarians who don't value those values by selling out those values to other authoritarians is, in my mind, nonsense.
What values?
And the fact that we had never even had a vote or a voice on this question. That
you're elected politician. You didn't have a voice. Okay. Is protesting not having a voice?
I guess so. Only
bothers
voting
me
means you have a
lot.
voice.
So, does democracy work? Sure. Until the people in charge decide it shouldn't.
This is why power should be horizontal.
So here we are. What do I have to say about
Why are you
voting?
hugging a pot plant?
At the end of all of this? Well, I think the voting is flawed.
Why are
It
you
is not
hugging a
going to
pot
produce
plant?
The results you might
No
want,
Are we just not
either in the long
going
term
to
Oh my
address
god,
this?
would you believe it that there's not a perfect
that doesn't
system
take
to
away from the
represent
fact
millions
that
of people in the
it's
country?
effective.
Crazy.
If
Break
you
up
want
the
it to
nation
be.
state.
I personally think that you should vote, and I think that you are leaving power on the table if you don't. It doesn't take a lot of effort to
There's
go and
fucking
vote,
documents in
but I
Swedish.
also
How am I
think
supposed to
that you
see
shouldn't
where
be
you're
reliant
fucking
on
selling
voting
arms?
to solve the problems that are
Goofball
facing our
language.
society. There are other ways to fix things, and you should do those also.
Yeah.
Your vote does matter.
True.
Weirdly enough.
Walmart
But I say
country
this
points.
within my own voting system. Because my opinion here could be radically different if I lived in a place with a first past the post voting system. And when splitting the vote could end up with a bad person in power. The real problem with the first past the vote system is that voting at all risks legitimizing a truly bad candidate.
Crazy. Would you
simply
believe it?
because the other candidate
Right
is
here.
even worse. I don't
This
think the
this
democracy
here it
works
says
well.
you
We
have
can
a
pause it.
detailed description of military license here. You know, this is from 2019. Would you believe it? From before you joined NATO, and you have the Philippines under Duterte, United Arab Emirates, India with Modi, Jordan, Kuwait, Qatar,
Epic.
Saudi Arabia. Wow. Now it's downhill though because of NATO.
All NATO's fault.
Argentina, Pakistan. Like that's crazy. Look, you don't even you don't even sell them to the poor countries. South America and South Asia are like big market shares of your arms industry. So, okay, anyway, Dingbat. On to you, Jack. What's this?
Talk about the Jews, which is dedicated to far-right commentator Nick Fuentes.
The Jews!
We've seen this, I think, though.
Yeah, we've seen this. But there's a different one apparently.
Oh, okay.
A video leak.
He played it. He played it. Oh, you can see she was not waiting for that. Oh, that's so sick. You know who this lady is?
Oh, wow.
Just Pearly Things is like, she's like some misogynistic lady that like pops off on like men's rights shit.
I don't equate for. I don't think men and women are equal until.
Okay, the title has nothing to do with this video. Great.
India is their 6th
Dislike.
biggest. Germany is 8th. Or not Germany. Pakistan is 8th.
Jesus.
Saudi Arabia is 18th. UAE is 21st on their arms sales. You sell arms to fucking Venezuela. Well, she'll like that.
Oh my god. This will have to do because that video had nothing to do with that title.
What a dingbat.
Yeah, so I disliked it and moved on.
Typical Hasan uploaders. Am I
I've
right?
been seeing an insane amount of news about this. Or like, maybe I should say, I've been seeing the far right being very loud about this specific piece of information. So we all remember the wonderful, wacky land of contrasts known as Argentina, right? Remember Peronism, rapid descent into fascism for like the 3rd time in the country's history. Yeah, right. We all remember mass protests. Well, Javier Milei has shown us all up. I'm really sorry to say, guys, we're going to have to take the L on this one because after only having been in power for a few months, for the first time in a long time, Argentina has a monthly budget surplus.
Ministerio de Turismo y Deporte, afuera. Ministerio de Cultura, afuera. Ministerio de Ambiente y Desarrollo Sostenible, afuera. Ministerio de las Mujeres, Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera.
Oh, we're not going to do voice coverage of this. We're just going to use text. Why do they do that? Why do they got to do that? This
True.
video.
Why
Afuera.
do they do that?
So wait, is there any vocal coverage of it?
Argentina, under its libertarian president Javier Milei, achieved a budget surplus in January, the first full month of his presidency. Argentina recorded a budget surplus of over
up is fucking India. That's what's up.
$620 million in January. This was Argentina's first budget surplus since 2012. The budget took into account the country's latest interest payment on public debt. The surplus follows Milei's focus on cutting expenses and debt burden
probably
in a bid to dollarize the economy. Meanwhile, poverty levels in the South American country hit 57.4% in January.
I appreciate this.
Oh, that's high. Holy shit.
What was the rate? 47?
Like 57%.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit.
This channel not padding those two pieces of information, like really really like sandwiching those directly together. The budget surplus and 60% of the population being in poverty. That's good.
The highest in at least 20 years. The devaluation of the peso was a key reason for the rise in poverty rate. The currency was devalued shortly after Milei's inauguration in early December. The devaluation led to a rise of food prices, leading to an increase in poverty. Reacting to the rise in poverty levels, Milei pinned the blame on the previous Peronist regime's policies. He said, and I'm going to quote him here, the true inheritance of the caste model. 6 out of every 10 Argentines are poor. Milei took office in December, promising to dollarize the economy, tame an annual inflation rate of over 200%, eliminate the fiscal deficit, and end benefits for Argentina's political dynasties, which...
Look, I say 6 months before we see actual results. I feel like this is potentially short term, or it could get very bad very quickly.
Like their economy is good on the books in theory. It just has a fucking most of the population in poverty.
Yeah. So, and this is why I'm saying that 6 months, give it a little bit of time.
If anything, this is libertarianism working.
Yeah, and this is what I'm saying, that it could, in theory, if libertarianism works,
it's gonna just transfer wealth to the top, though.
Yes, well, realistically, that's exactly
libertarianism.
what's gonna happen, right? But in theory, if libertarianism was to work and minimal government was to work and the trickle-down theory was to work and they actually did, and you give it time to right the ship, then theoretically it could become good. Or you could get 95% poverty and the entire country's fucked.
I mean, come on. Like, Ayn Rand didn't even write theory, and we're gonna fucking base our fucking ideology on her.
He's an objectivist?
She literally... Yes, he's part of the Ayn Rand Institute. He's John Stossel's boy, man. Yeah, we talked about this earlier on this show 4 hours ago.
Yeah, it didn't register.
Yeah.
It didn't register. Okay. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, Vivek
and then
to him too.
Yeah. Okay.
Which he called the caste. In December, his government rolled out.
This video isn't very informative. Okay. So, what is libertarianism? Libertarianism is a made-up ideology. It is an
Ideology
internally
is made up.
contradictory ideology where you simultaneously prioritize the abstract concept of freedom and the very real, like policy-driven aspect of letting businesses do literally whatever they want.
Yes,
And the problem with that is that when you give businesses whatever, the power to do whatever they want, invariably your freedom is
Economy
restricted.
go up.
Evidence to this point can be found in all of human history. As it turns out, businesses are essentially just little governments with power over you. If you work there, if you need their pay in order to pay your rent or get your food or whatever else, your medicine, they have a lot of power over you, and they can weaponize that power. When they work together, they can effectively control the government and sway it into making decisions that benefit it at your expense. So, as I say, libertarianism
didn't
claims
write
to be a
theory. I'm now an objectivist.
pro-freedom ideology. In practice, it very, very, very rarely is. One of the reasons, it's very important to understand this is because it allows us to understand
Ayn Rand is the Yoko Ono of theory.
That's hilarious.
It's making some noise, generally irritating. I guess it's music.
I don't know. The books were fine. They're fine books. I just like
The
don't
Fountainhead.
take them seriously.
The Fountainhead is a book that I would legitimately ban.
They're fine. I thought they were fine.
Atlas Shrugged is like, I guess because the movie adaptation wasn't horrible, but come on. Have you read The Fountainhead?
Yeah. I don't remember it much. I remember the train one more. Is that which one's that? I think that's Atlas Shrugged. The train one.
I don't know. I haven't fucking read any Ayn Rand books.
curious phenomena where libertarians and fascists get along really, 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 really well.
Yeah, it's kind of like 1984. They just need to stop.
I think Ronald Dahl wrote better theory.
Like all the time. Basically, every libertarian is one unanswered hypothetical away from explaining how massive state crackdown on dissidents and protesters using the police, military, or privatized police forces is necessary.
Lottery,
like, immediately.
Right?
Like that
libertarian ideology functions exactly the same as the ideology. Business owners at the top who make the profit off the suckers love it. Right? And the stupid people at the bottom say, I just need to scratch one more ticket and I'll make it. Right? It keeps them in the game, never gaining any wealth, just constantly in the structure of buying those lotto tickets and never getting it.
It's leapt to very quickly, very robustly. This happens all the time. And it's one of the reasons why fascists like libertarian economic arguments. Because what fascists will often do is, many fascists understand that openly proclaiming that they want like a removal of rights is bad optics. So instead what they'll do is say, we don't want a removal of rights. We're in favor of rights. We're in favor of the right to treat people how we want to treat them. And if they don't like that, they can go elsewhere. The problem is, of course, that this is functionally, as we talked about earlier, a revocation of Civil Rights Act logic. A business owner's freedom to not provide service to a black man is not really a decision that enhances the freedom in society, right? Like people will sometimes say, oh, well, market forces will mean businesses will be good to black people because that means they get more business. Then why didn't that happen during the Jim Crow period? It's almost as though
because
there
the
were
government
other social biases that make
Vaush
it in the interest.
Vaush, those were laws written by the government. You think that a business owner wouldn't fucking sell goods to a black person to make more money?
Yeah, of course they would.
Not only that, they had entirely like black economies because
that
they
would then
only
burn
had
to the
black
ground.
banks, black business owners.
And they would
Not
then
only that, well, that's
burn
just
to
a
the ground.
success story. I'm talking about in general. Like the dollar stayed in the black community longer because they couldn't spend their dollars in the white community.
Yeah.
So even the dollar circulation was segregated at the time. Now they just have nothing. So it's just, so by libertarian logic, Jim Crow is good for that reason. You can make these fucking libertarian fascist arguments whatever you want.
Yeah.
Vaush can't hear you. Oh my god, it's almost like we're talking to an audience and doing a fundraiser.
Of the racist business owners to not provide services to black people. This is just a roundabout way of reestablishing apartheid.
In a libertarian society, in theory, the government is there to restrict corporations in favor of the people. That's the only reason it would exist. It doesn't exist because realistically,
Well,
they
that's
want
not
an ANCAP
libertarian because
society.
then they can't do their economic freedom.
Maybe. I don't know. That's why it always ends up being fascist. Because they can't justify protecting the people because the businesses are more important, I guess.
Did I ever tell you the story about when I told the Taliban about Ayn Rand?
No.
It's not a story. I just made a joke. I just said, "Hey, had you had read Ayn Rand?"
That's
And then
funny.
I briefly explained what the theory was.
So the reason I talk about all of this here, okay, is because since libertarian economic policies are a good way for fascists or reactionary.
No money in government. Problem solved. No money in government means the government can remain objective in its opinion and standing. Independent.
Yeah, and like you think about like they do all these fucking campaign funding and stuff.
Yeah.
Bitch, get on that webcam. You're gonna be a fucking cam girl to get votes. Okay? You shake those vocal cords and do your fucking speeches, right? Right?
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Like,
I
come
think
on.
it should be
Like,
that
what
way.
are we doing here? Fucking doing these stages and shit. Okay, fuck
Yeah.
off. You're not fucking Robespierre. Okay?
Yeah, fuck your
Fucking
money
God
right off.
complex. God
Yeah.
complex needing stages and cheers and stuff. No.
Ridiculous.
Marine
Idol worship.
Williamson basically did it, just online.
Yeah, how'd she go? 1% less?
Well, yeah, but that's because all the other people get Coke funding.
True.
To quietly front their discriminatory policies, there are a bunch of people all around the world who are looking at Javier Milei as a source of inspiration.
What he's saying,
There's a Sky News
is
Australia
that
video right here.
businesses cannot lobby inside governments to pay for their campaigns and their election campaigns because
Which is exactly what's happening.
right now in America, the one who has the greatest budget has the greatest advantage at any elected position.
Yeah. And especially a president.
Yeah, it's not like a surefire. Like it's just a shortcut.
Yeah.
There's plenty there's underdog candidates that have look at John Fetterman, right? He spent nothing on his campaign.
Yeah. It does happen.
But so under libertarianism, all that exists, all right, is cyberpunk. Okay? It's cyberpunk. Corporations run everything. That's their society, right? That's why it's funny explaining it to the Taliban because I just explain it how it's capital tribalism to them. That's the joke.
That's a great way to describe
They
it.
hear it and they're like, "That's stupid." You guys do the same thing. Even they know it's stupid, but yet they don't see that they're libertarians.
I will look at that next. Why not? I looked up articles on this phenomena. You know what I found? Here's an article praising his budget surplus from Emerging Real Estate Digest. I want you to picture in your mind what kind of person might read Emerging Real Estate Digest.
Yeah,
whatever you prefer. I saw some of it on US News. I've seen some of it being covered. Oh, here we go. The FEE. That's something. I saw it being covered on Fox
and what
News.
Do you do with the surplus?
I pretty much only see right-wing or
give it to the corporations, obviously.
Yes, that's right. That will grow you more money because we don't exist in an actual society where the surplus of food and stuff meant that people's lives improved.
Yeah.
And
instead it's hoarded.
Or at least there's a bias there covering this information. And a lot of that is because the information itself isn't very impressive. So only the right wing is going to consider it noteworthy because they can use it as an example of the successes of this particular set of economic policies, right? It's not difficult to achieve a budget surplus if you enter the government and then just cut spending everywhere. The problem is that cutting spending everywhere leads to negative consequences. What's the point of maintaining a budget surplus if you've made everyone's lives worse? That's obviously, right? That's like going into a house that's spending too much on its power and water.
They don't care about the people, bro.
That's the entire point. And now
they cut the money out of government to grab that budget surplus. Steal underpants.
Yeah.
Stage 3 is profit.
And then going I have a solution and cut power and water. There, now we're not spending too much in it.
Yeah.
Okay, it's great. You need to shower though.
That's libertarianism. You're proving it does
Look at this
work.
video
He
up here.
succeeded in
Milei
getting
takes
the surplus
charge.
while people
Argentina's
died.
president fights
That's
socialism with free market.
That's what they
reforms.
believe
It's
in.
not exactly subtle the kind
that
of
John
person
Stossel?
who's promoting.
No.
That is John. No, he's got a John Stossel recommendation right
Oh,
there.
it does. Yeah, no, the video is John Stossel.
He just clicked on John
Milei.
Stossel.
Media bias, subtle.
Oh my
Jobs
God!
versus
Yes,
machines, the rise of
yes,
artificial
the worlds are
intelligence.
crossing
Flooded in debt.
over.
Rand Paul's fight to fix federal flood insurance.
Oh my God!
The full
please.
Rand Paul on
This is
COVID,
only
the
a
lab
day
leak,
ago.
and
We
Anthony
need
Fauci.
John
whatever.
Stossel era
It's a type
Vaush.
of guy.
It will be
Man,
so
they
good.
call the
Damn it.
Argentinian Trump.
Oh,
President
he's still got
Javier
it up
Milei
there.
has
He
The
doesn't
tab
know
is
what
still
he just
open.
missed out on.
The tab is still open.
Bro, he doesn't know about the racist bake sale.
No, it's just this
been
one.
in the job.
Is this too rambly? Is the point that I'm making trying to come across? A lot of people have their eyes on Milei
Everything you
because
do
they
is
want some kind of positive example they can point to support their plan of tearing apart their own country's social structures and implementing pro-business policies in a way that also makes it possible to legally discriminate against people. Like, this is like a two-front approach. It is reactionary and it is pro-business. That Venn diagram often overlaps. So they're looking for anything here that they can celebrate, but a single monthly budget surplus is extremely unimpressive if you got there by cutting a bunch of social policies.
A couple of months, but he's taking some bold action to fix what has gone from.
Pause real quick. I just want to re-get one of our best sound bites, so I'll get it clean right here.
Cupcakes for sale.
This week at a Manhattan mall, I held a bake sale, a racist bake sale.
We have different prices here.
So good.
Well, Argentina's gone from being one of the wealthiest nations to an absolute economic basket case with inflation running at 250%. And now, incredibly, Ralph, there are reports that he has just overseen the nation's first monthly budget surplus in over a decade. And I think I've got an idea how he did it. Do you remember?
Is it only a short-term success but not future-proof? It's like keeping a monthly budget and
The goal is
realizing
to
you're in
make
the
poor
red.
people,
So
Vaush.
you think,
It's
oh, I can cut spending, no
libertarianism.
problem. And then you don't buy groceries for a month.
It's
And
just
then
like
in
see,
your
this is the
apartment, you're
thing-
looking over.
This is the thing with these theory bros, right? They actually think the theory that they're reading works, and it's supposed to be like intended. That's why they believe in things like communism, right? This is it. Communism is when you invade Poland. Libertarianism is when you make people poor and businesses rich. That's how it works.
For that month's
Joe
budget,
came
it's like,
over
I
and gave
saved
me
like
2 weed
$300.
sodas.
Awesome.
I'm
While you're
drunk.
I didn't know weed soda was a thing. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
I mean, you can put the oil in anything.
That's epic.
your stomach grumbles loudly. You know, it's we're looking for long-term
Guess what?
consequences here.
When they starve to death, that's going to be a food surplus, less people to feed.
I do. It's the one clip that keeps getting shown over and over again. Isn't it interesting that when
afuera means out. Got it.
foreign media
learning Spanish.
Abuela.
Thanks, Argentine
Abuela.
president. Afuera.
Abuela means grandma.
I thought that was, yeah.
decides to positively depict Milei, the way they do this is by showing him like a lunatic discarding social programs. Like, isn't that interesting that of all the wacky things he's done and said, this is by the way, he's already walked this back. Since being elected president, he's already said he can't cut all these programs. This is already, by his admission, a lie. This isn't what he's doing. But they love seeing a far-right strongman take charge and then cut social programs because they don't want social programs, because they want to enforce, at the very least, austerity, and at the most, like outright apartheid, against certain groups of people. You can guess which ones those are.
Afuera. Ministerio de la Mujer.
Did you know not all lawyers tell the truth?
Ministerio de Obras Públicas. Afuera. Aunque te resistas. Ministerio de Ciencia y Tecnología e Innovación. Afuera. Ministerio de Trabajo, Empleo y Seguridad Social.
Yeah. Ministry of Science and Technology is a good one to get rid of. Cool.
Agriculture.
Ralph, how do you
Yeah, fuck agriculture. Burn it to the ground.
judge Javier Milei's performance thus far? I know it's very early days.
No, but you have to kind of admit there's a certain delicious irony that about 40 years after the Argentinians lost the Falkland Wars against Margaret Thatcher's Britain, they basically got now their own Margaret Thatcher. I mean, they do share a certain hairstyle together.
That is kind of ironic.
Thank you for this incredibly substantive analysis. I guess it's a 6-minute video, so they have time to expand on it. Let's hear this guy. Apparently, he's a Webster University assistant professor. What the fuck is Webster University? Is that sounds fake? I mean, maybe it's not. I don't know. Australia is pretty fake. A private university with its main campus in Missouri. It's Sky News, and he's coming in from Vienna. So, guess this guy goes all over the place. Webster University, Austria? Is that Webster Vienna Private University? A private American university in Vienna, Austria, while affiliated to.
I don't care anymore.
No, wait. He was just gonna say what it's affiliated with, bro.
Information on the Wikipedia page. Just odd, I guess, but all right. The country. It's a private American university in Vienna. 500 students from 70 countries. There's not much information on the Wikipedia page. Just odd, I guess. But all right.
Didn't you just say affiliated?
Seems real. Wikipedia page. It's a private American university in Vienna, Austria. While affiliated to the Webster University in St. Louis, USA, it remains a distinct and separate. It's a private.
In Europe, the many things that they share in common. No, I think he means it. I mean, this was always, we have one big disappointment in Europe.
Wrong uni. He got his PhD in political science from the University of Kentucky. Well, but we're talking about the school that he's teaching at, not the school that he got his degree at.
I believe that's Giorgia Meloni, where the expectations were high, and then we have Javier Milei in Argentina, and he seems to mean it. And he combines something that I find particularly intriguing. He goes directly to the people. That is a very shrewd strategy. And we see even the demonstrations against him, like by public unions, like there are demonstrations, but they are very careful. So his approval ratings, his popularity with the people is still very high. If he can keep that up, right? If he
But they're careful. What does that mean?
He can continue to communicate to the people that these reforms are going to be hard, but ultimately they're going to pay off. He might really be successful. So if he combines the revolutionary and the reformer, kind of the revolutionary that got into power, that now transforms.
Keeps them happy while it happens. Like you're gonna
you hear
have
what
an
this guy's
uprising.
saying?
Yeah.
The revolutionary reform.
It's
So this is the revolution. The revolution is hard, brothers. It won't be made in white gloves, but afterwards we'll have freedom and democracy and prosperity, and everyone will have equal rights and power.
Sounds very familiar. Wonder who's going to be the pigs.
To the reformer. I mean, that would be great. A strong Argentina, an Argentina that so openly said they want to be on the side of the West, they want to be pro-Western, they want to be with us versus China versus Russia. I think that would be a wonderful, wonderful thing. So I really hope that he can keep it up and that he will be successful in the end.
What policies? What do you have a degree?
The first signs seem to indicate that it will be. Inflation is still a problem, but these things take some time. I mean, this is going to be a painful medicine that he has to administer, but I hope that ultimately it's going to pay off.
They're going to have to eat poor, you say?
Well, can he cure Argentina from the
or eat bitter?
Decades of destructive socialism?
Yes, there we go. Busting out my handy dandy Argentina inflation tracker. The bottom of this chart, by the way, is 100%.
For society,
the last track
but it'll be better in the end, brothers.
In January 2024.
Peronism, if you prefer, and will that be perhaps a trend that could sweep through South America? Because you look at other countries where
the poor.
Wealthy, they sit on massive amounts of oil. They should be wealthy, and yet their citizens are living in poverty.
Yeah, Latin America unfortunately tends to kind of swing back.
I wonder, man. It really makes you wonder if anything happened in Latin America that might have disrupted the growth and development.
That's him. There's Egghead right there. That's Egghead.
It really makes you. I'm putting my big noodle right to it. That problem.
Back and forth between extremes. Look at Brazil, right? You have Bolsonaro, and then you have Luis Ignacio da Silva. You had similar developments in Chile. Now you have Argentina. It's one of the very interesting characteristics of Latin America that they don't really have the kind of political continuity. So that's the thing.
Man, it's almost like there are two opposing forces in Latin America.
Entire regions, right? And have their own like similar systems, and like regionally systems work in a similar way. So in South America, you can have these like extreme turnovers from end to end. They have more like of a spectrum, but they're more unstable as a side effect of that. They're more jeopardized to outside forces and coups and stuff because they don't have stronger alliances within each other.
Yeah.
Like a local indigenous working class interest in equality and workers' rights, and some kind of like multinational, like racialized business class that imposes itself on Latin America for the interests both of the wealthy in those countries and outside of those countries.
Is this going to be a fad? Like is like Bolsonaro in Brazil? Is Milei going to have one term and then they're going to vote him out of office? Or can he make the case convincingly that it's either this new path of reform or it's
like I said,
potentially a Venezuelan scenario?
The state of the country, anything but what they were doing is going to work.
Yeah.
So yeah, he'll do fine. With poverty is still going to be a nightmare, but the people who are actually have elites
in Latin America are tricky.
Sorry.
It's just that the elites will do fine.
Yeah,
People stay poor, the elites will do fine.
They change their minds very quickly, very often, but maybe he can do something differently than those who came before him.
And I'd like to just quickly talk about the US, where former president...
This guy actually hasn't said anything that comes across as like super duper partisan to me, by the way. Just to be clear, like I don't think he said anything that I would like.
He said Georgia Maloney was good.
He's being pretty light-handed, I think. It almost seems to me like she wants him to do a big spiel on how like Milei has defeated socialism forever.
No, so you were probably
President
getting
Donald
your
Trump has been
soda
ordered
at the
to
time. I literally said this. This is exactly what I said. Basically, I don't use words like neoliberalism, but I said the same thing as you here.
Yeah.
A $355 million in a frankly absurd fraud case in New York, a clear political hit job.
Well, it really speaks confidence on your part to the input your guest will offer that you have to poison the well by preloading the opinion that's acceptable on this network.
We have the briberies. We have the frauds.
It's going to be
here.
appealed, but in the meanwhile, we've got a group of truckers now threatening to boycott New York, refusing to deliver in that city, which would have a huge impact if this
sure
is around. Let's hear from one.
You know what's hilarious about this though? It's self-referential. It's Murdoch referencing Murdoch.
BBW lover Quinn. He's a truck driver.
Sure.
Do you follow him? So they were just people were posting this whole like we're gonna protest New York, and he just was like, I ain't gonna do shit. You ain't getting in between me and my money. He's like a hardcore like libertarian, right? But he lifted himself up with his like trucking job, you know, like he like turned his life around and actually like the lifestyle actually like helped him.
Yeah.
Right. So like there is something to be said about living that lifestyle of like embracing capital. It can uplift you if you like have the right mindset and circumstance. But like the guy who started and making all those like protests and stuff, basically he immediately he took down the video and had to come out and like apologize because his fucking company called him and were like, what the fuck are you doing messing with our bottom line?
So funny. That's actually hilarious. You would have to get the unions on board for it to have any steam. That's really funny. What a doofus. Hold on. We have a thing for that.
Doofus.
A doofus.
One of these truckers?
What? Is this one truck? What are you talking about? Refuse to deliver to New York City? New York City has more GDP than most countries. What? If you don't deliver to New York City, you'll just lose your job. Like you're not.
Yeah.
Truckers aren't like you're not like wandering cowboys.
The
cargo is.
Yeah.
It
put
was
on your
funny,
truck, and then you are told to bring it to a place.
You in New York, better get up out of there.
It's not. The music is copyright. They already backed off already.
Ralph, we're seeing truckers and farmers becoming a political force, a powerful political force.
The trucker put a TikTok out saying, so it literally is just one trucker. Is Sky News this much worse than Fox News? This feels worse.
Yes, it is.
Murdoch, isn't it?
Genuinely.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
Yeah, and once again, those in power and the media don't get it. Right? They don't understand that the more you try to prevent, whether it's right-wing parties in Europe or Donald Trump in the United States, the more you try to prevent them from participating in elections.
Okay, now we're getting to the crazy partisan shit.
The more popular they get because they see that I think they're right in their assessment. They don't see this as an attack on Donald Trump. They see it as an attack on them. They feel that there is this guy
they see it as an attack on Donald Trump, and they are loyal to him like a god.
Yeah.
He is a god king.
Yeah.
Idiosyncratic as he is, but he speaks for us. So if they try to gag him, basically they try to gag us.
Violence if Trump doesn't become president. They're already doing that. Elect our dictator or we'll kill you.
Yeah. Watch liberals start buying guns. That'll be funny.
Germany. This is exactly what we see in other parts of the West as well, where they say it's not about the politicians. It's about the sense that those for whom they speak, for those for whom they stand, that if you try to silence them, you create the impression you try to silence the people, and that impression is correct.
Okay, this guy doesn't say shit. This guy's boring as hell. I take it all back.
Great.
I'm not even complimenting a suit.
All right, we're done.
All right, what do we want to sound off with?
You pick one.
Did I make any new ones?
I
don't think
know.
so.
Vaccine causes autism, my guy. That's what happened.
Yeah. Now I applaud.
Hoggers! Everyone